NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News.
Breaking news overnight, the temporary ceasefire in Gaza has been extended. We're live with the details of the deal and what it means for hostages still being held.
One of the most influential diplomats of the 20th century has died. Former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger passing away at 100 years old. We look back on the mark he left on the world as we know it.
Congressman George Santos might end the year without a job. There is a critical vote set for tomorrow with a slim chance Santos stays in his seat. Our team in D.C. joins us live with the latest drama from the nation's capital.
Spotify's annual music recap is here. Wrapped is back, and we're breaking down which artists broke records, made history, and dominated 2023.
But it wouldn't be the holiday season without the Rockefeller tree lighting. If you couldn't stay up for it, stay tuned to see all the festivities that unfolded on the plaza. It's Thursday, November 30th. Early today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. There is breaking news this morning. The temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza has been extended. The Israeli military says that negotiations for further prisoner exchanges are ongoing, warranting a renewal of the truce that has held for almost a week now. We want to go live to our own Megan Fitzgerald, who has done some extensive reporting on the ground since this war broke out. Megan, good morning. So what do we know about the extension of the ceasefire?
Well, Phil, good morning to you. What we know is that this ceasefire was expected to end at midnight when just before there was a deal that was reached between Hamas and Israel, which we know extends this ceasefire at least for another day. Same rules are expected to apply. We are expecting to see the release of 30 Palestinian prisoners by Israel in exchange for 10 hostages, Israeli hostages that are being held by Hamas. Now, this all happening not long after Secretary Blinken landed in Israel for his third trip to Israel since this war broke out. We know that he's going to be pushing for an extension of the ceasefire and the release of all of those hostages that are being held by Hamas. As far as the release of the prisoners from Wednesday, we know that there was a prominent Palestinian activist that was released. This woman rose to fame or prominence, I should say, at 16 years old. She slapped an Israeli soldier after a raid was conducted on her occupied West Bank village there. She served prison time, and then most recently, throughout the course of this war, she's one of hundreds of Palestinians that have been arrested. Now, look, tensions continue to rise not only in Israel, but throughout the region. This morning, we saw a shooting that killed at least 3 people, injuring several others. Now, getting new information into our news desk where we understand that those 2 shooters were brothers. They're believed to be affiliated with Hamas when they opened fire in Jerusalem at this bus stop where people were waiting. They were neutralized by Israeli soldiers and an armed civilian there at the scene. But again, this just goes to show you that even with a ceasefire holding, tensions in the region continue to rise. Guys?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald starting us off this morning. Megan, thank you.
1 U.S. service member is dead and 7 are still missing after their aircraft crashed in the ocean off the southwestern coast of Japan. The airmen were assigned to the 353rd Special Operations Wing at Kadena Air Base in Okinawa and were on a training mission when their V-22 Osprey disappeared from radars yesterday. The Osprey has a troubled history. The entire fleet was grounded for a while last year after 7 Marines were killed in 2 crashes.
Back here in New York, the Justice Department is bringing charges in what prosecutors say was a murder-for-hire plot to assassinate an opponent of the Indian government. The intended victim was an activist who wanted Sikhs to have their own country. The plot fell apart when the accused tried to hire a hitman who turned out to be an undercover U.S. law enforcement officer. The DOJ says it was planned by an Indian government official described as an intelligence operative. Prosecutors saying it was linked to the deadly shooting in June of a Sikh separatist in Canada.
The political future of George Santos will soon face a major test. Congress is expected to vote tomorrow and decide whether to expel the indicted New York lawmaker from their ranks. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. This is the third attempt to expel Santos. Is there any chance it'll happen this time?
Good morning, Francis. So the push to expel Santos is gaining momentum, but it's definitely not a sure thing. It would require a two-thirds majority of the House, meaning a significant number of Republicans would need to vote for the resolution. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said Republican leaders are telling their members to vote their conscience, which means they are not going to try to get the conference to vote one way or the other. But the Speaker said he has reservations about expelling Santos because of the precedents it would set. And we've seen other members of Congress have those same concerns. However, multiple House Republicans are predicting that Santos will be expelled this week. The push to remove him from the chamber has grown ever since a House ethics report said there was evidence Santos violated federal laws and defrauded his own supporters. Santos has denied the allegations and has vowed to stay in office as long as he's allowed. The New York congressman is expected to hold a press conference later this morning. Francis.
And like all of his others, maybe as colorful as the ones we've seen in the past. Bree, thank you.
Elon Musk does not seem to mind at all that advertisers are abandoning his social media platform. Musk was interviewed at the New York Times DealBook Summit, and he was asked about companies that began boycotting his site, X, after he amplified anti-Semitic messages. Listen to how he responded.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself. But go f*** yourself.
Pretty clear there. After those comments, the CEO of X, Linda Yaccarino, responded by saying that X is enabling an information independence that's uncomfortable for some people and that the platform allows people to make their own decisions.
Thousands of auto workers are moving to unionize this morning after the UAW scored large pay raises and improved benefits with the big three automakers. The United Auto Workers Union said it's pushing to unionize employees at 13 other companies, including Toyota, Honda, BMW, Volkswagen, and Tesla. The effort would add 150,000 members to the UAW, roughly doubling its size.
Millions of people across the Great Lakes and the Northeast are digging out from blankets of snow this morning after an early winter weather blast. Nearly 3.5 feet of snow fell over the past 2 days. That's taller than 3 2-liter soda bottles stacked on top of each other, or the average size of a baseball bat. The heavy snowfall hit parts of Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania. And as that chill starts to ease, there are storms across the southern plains and major snowfall expected in the northwest. A lot to keep track of. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking all of that and more for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Yeah, we're tracking 3 spots, actually. The Pacific Northwest, we have an atmospheric river that's setting up. That's going to bring some really heavy rain along the coast, and then also higher elevation snow. Could see up to 1 to 2 feet in the Cascades. The Southwest, the Four Corners, we're watching a few thunderstorms, a mixture of rain and snow in some spots. Higher elevation snow where we could see 1 to 2 feet as well. It's the southern plains we're concerned about today. Already seeing some lightning strikes in portions of southeastern Texas, and that is the spot where it's going to be the bullseye for some really strong storms as we head throughout the afternoon hours. So we're going to see this surge of moisture off the Gulf. It's going to expand into the southern plains, into the middle Mississippi Valley, and that severe risk will ramp up as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to move off to the north and east, bringing a little bit of rain to the mid-Atlantic from the northeast, and also some strong storms to the Gulf Coast, but not quite as strong as today. Now, in terms of the severe weather, we're looking at 7 million people at risk. Could see a couple of tornadoes likely, damaging hail of 1 inch or larger, and also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see that Houston, that shading in orange, including Houston. We're looking at the chance from locally heavy rain as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, not quite as chilly in the northeast, the mid-Atlantic. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s, also the 50s. It's the southern plains that's going to be the bullseye for some really strong storms later on this afternoon and evening hours, especially in portions of eastern Texas and also Louisiana. All right, that's your Thursday forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you. It is officially the holiday season here at 30 Rock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is. Kelly Clarkson hosted and performed at the 91st tree lighting ceremony. The massive 80-foot Norwegian spruce will now sparkle in the plaza with some 50,000 lights, and the Swarovski star adorned with 30 million crystals, of course, twinkling right at the top.
And still to come, his diplomatic influence was only matched by his controversy. We'll remember former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We are back now with that breaking news. Henry Kissinger, known for shaping American foreign policy for decades, has died at the age of 100. The daughters of Richard Nixon reacting to Kissinger's death, saying his partnership with their father produced a generation of peace for our nation.
Former President George W. Bush remembered Kissinger as one of the most dependable and distinctive voices on foreign affairs. Here's Lester Holt with a look at Kissinger's life and legacy.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
He was brilliant, ambitious, controversial, and one of the most influential secretaries of state in American history.
I think we made further progress.
Henry Kissinger served Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and was consulted by presidents of both parties on international issues throughout his life.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine.
Nixon made him a national figure, and together they reimagined U.S. foreign policy, détente with the Soviet Union, relations with China, shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East. Kissinger helped shape Nixon's policy in Vietnam and negotiated an end to the war, famously declaring success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nothing that has happened to me in public life has moved me more than this award.
Though his co-recipient, North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho, declined the honor. 4 years later, President Ford awarded him the Medal of Freedom. He was a master of pragmatic, big-picture diplomacy, but he had his critics, who described him as manipulative and insecure. Some called him a war criminal for his role in bombing Cambodia and widening the war in Vietnam. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled to America as Hitler rose to power. He became a U.S. citizen, served in World War II, and earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. He caught the eye of Richard Nixon, who made him National Security Advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person ever to hold both jobs simultaneously.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
But their relationship was complicated, and White House tapes reveal that Kissinger sometimes enabled the worst in Nixon.
It was a very curious relationship because we were not personally very close.
The night before he resigned in disgrace, Nixon asked Kissinger to kneel and pray with him.
And of course, it was a crushing event. But I think of that evening as an experience with dignity, and it was very moving.
Kissinger was no faceless bureaucrat. He was a world-renowned celebrity.
I loved your foreign accent.
And he loved the spotlight. He was even something of a pop culture icon. After leaving government, he opened his own consulting firm, remaining active and sought after for decades. At 95, eulogizing John McCain's life, Kissinger sounded a wistful note about his own.
Like most people of my age, I feel a longing for what is lost and cannot be restored.
Henry Kissinger was a man of great accomplishment and controversy. But as he once told NBC's Barbara Walters, he had no regrets.
If I had to do it over again, I would do again substantially the same way, which may make me unreconstructed, and maybe one reason why I'm at peace with myself.
Lester Holt, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, Aaron Rodgers takes his biggest step toward being cleared for takeoff.
And no stranger to crazy comebacks, Tiger Woods returns to the green in the Bahamas. We'll have more right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country at war looks like.
Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How does the game feel coming into this week?
Well, yeah, my game feels rusty. I haven't played in a while. I'm excited to compete and play, and I'm just as curious as all of you are to see what happens, because I haven't done it in a while.
It looks ripped, though, doesn't he? The GOAT is roaring back to form. Today, Tiger Woods will tee off at the Hero World Challenge in the Bahamas. It'll be his first tournament appearance since withdrawing from this year's Masters during the third round. Woods has undergone multiple surgeries since he was injured in a February 2021 car crash. And while he still carried a limp during his Wednesday practice round, Woods says he doesn't have any of the pain that he felt at Augusta. He says his ankle feels really good, and if all goes well, then we're going to see a lot more of him playing competitive golf next year, which is just incredible given all that he's been through. He looks great, and he says, you know what, he absolutely thinks that he can win some tournaments again. This is not an official PGA tourney. It's sponsored by him, hosted by him, to benefit his foundation, too. All right, here is the question. Could Aaron Rodgers once again take flight on the field this year? On Wednesday, the star quarterback returned to practice with the New York Jets for the first time since tearing his Achilles during his debut with gangrene in September. Well, despite his rapid recovery, a number of factors will determine whether Rodgers will suit up for the Jets. In the last 6 weeks of the season, Rodgers told ESPN this week that the Jets' playoff chances will factor into his timetable. The team currently sits at 4-7, and throughout this whole process, he has been ahead of the game, on his feet early, off his boot early, on the sidelines, throwing early, too. So we'll see how he looks even just this weekend. It's incredible if he does make this comeback. I mean, Kobe Bryant had an injury like that, Kevin Durant. This is like a year-long injury. He only hurt himself like 80 days ago, and he's going to be 40 on Saturday. So you got to wonder if it's going to be worth it. I mean, the Jets, the Patriots are the only team that are worse than the Jets in the AFC. So it's fun for the story, though. Got to watch him at MetLife this weekend. That's right. All right, up next, the road to Flavortown is paved in gold. Guy Fieri's mouth-watering new Food Network deal. And a doggone miracle, how science could give our four-legged friends more time.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with what you need to know. Early today, life expectancy in the U.S. rose in 2022 by more than a year, but it's still not close to pre-pandemic. According to the CDC, the average life expectancy is now 77.5 years, which is around what it was 20 years ago.
A drug that could extend the lives of larger dogs has cleared an FDA hurdle, making it one step closer to potential approval. The drug will still need to undergo clinical trials.
Guy Fieri just signed a 3-year contract with the Food Network worth more than $100 million, according to Variety. The deal means the mayor of Flavortown will continue making episodes of hit shows, including Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
And McDonald's is bringing back adult Happy Meals on December 11th. The toys will be a modern take on the McNugget Buddies. We'll be right back.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tis the season for Spotify Wrapped. Savannah Sellers breaks down the platform's annual musical recap.
That time of year again when Spotify Wrapped comes out.
Spotify Wrapped is back, and there's a new artist on top, but it's not a big surprise. Taylor Swift becoming the top global artist for 2023 with over 26 billion streams on the music platform.
Spotify has been dropping clues all over the internet, all over billboards today.
Much like Swift's famous Easter eggs, the platform teased the reveal with puzzle piece billboards around the world. Swift dethroning last year's hitmaker Bad Bunny, who's carried the title for the last 3 years. Rounding up the top 5, The Weeknd, Drake, and Peso Pluma.
With the continued dominance of TikTok and the democratization of music, basically people deciding what they want to hear, it doesn't really come as a surprise that the artists who make the most streamed artists globally are so diverse.
Spotify also unveiling new features for this year, like the Sound Town, which matched users with a city based on their music taste. And the Genre Sandwich, showing off users' top played music genres. The new features quickly becoming a fan favorite online.
I am obsessed with this new Soundtown feature on Spotify Wrapped.
Other top performers on the charts included Miley Cyrus's Flowers, taking the top song in the world. I can buy myself flowers. The top global podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, which is known for promoting conspiracy theories, won for the 4th straight year.
Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night and have a dream that you didn't do it?
Also on the podcast charts, perhaps getting a boost from his famous girlfriend, Travis and Jason Kelce's New Heights was crowned the most streamed sports podcast this year.
Taylor absolutely ripped it. She killed it. And it looked like she was having some fun up there.
Swift herself becoming the first woman to take the top artist honors.
Taylor Swift being at #1 for most streamed artists globally is not a surprise given the year that she's had with the success of Midnights and the Eras Tour and then the Eras film. We have just been on a Taylor Swift roller coaster that nobody seems to want to get off of.
Led by her powerful army of fans, the Swifties.
The top artist this year was Taylor, and I'm in the 0.001% of listeners with 175,000 minutes.
As her record-breaking Eras Tour continues into 2024. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
I have to say, it is great to have those other options out there. When we have our own playlist, sometimes you want to go, all right, Spotify, do it for me.
And they do a great job at that. It's a lot of fun. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
Breaking overnight, the ceasefire extended in an 11th-hour deal. Israel and Hamas agreeing to continue their truce for a 7th day. We're live with the renewed hope for families of hostages still in custody.
Also breaking this morning, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger dead at 100. Remembering the political juggernaut whose decades of diplomatic influence was only matched by the disdain from his critics.
No sanctuary for George Santos as the New York Republican faces shrinking support even among his own party. Why tomorrow could be the controversial congressman's final day in office.
A holiday miracle for drivers. Gas prices have fallen for 10 weeks straight. But will it last through the Christmas season?
A dream come true for dog owners. Meet the scientists fetching the formula to a longer life for our four-legged friends. It's the last day of November. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. There is breaking news this morning. The temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza has been extended. The Israeli military says that negotiations for further prisoner exchanges are ongoing, warranting a renewal of the truce that has been held for almost a week now. Let's go live to our Megan Fitzgerald, who has done extensive reporting on the ground since the war broke out. Good morning, Megan. What do we know about the extension of the ceasefire?
Yeah, good morning to you. Look, this ceasefire was set to expire at midnight Eastern time. Just before is when we learned that there was an extension, a deal reached between Hamas and Israel to extend this ceasefire at least for another day. So we understand that same rules apply. We are expecting to see the release of 30 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for 10 Israelis that are being held hostage by Hamas. Now, all of this happening just before Secretary of State Antony Blinken landing in the region there. He is now on his 3rd trip to Israel. He's there. He's expected to push for an extension of this ceasefire and the release of all of those Israeli hostages that are being held by Hamas. Now, to give you some context about what we're seeing from the release of these Palestinian prisoners, we do know that a prominent Palestinian activist was released. This woman rose to prominence at 16 years old when she slapped an Israeli soldier after there was a raid conducted on her village in the occupied West Bank. Lately, within the last 8 weeks now, she was one of hundreds of Palestinians that were arrested. And obviously, we are seeing some of those individuals being released. But look, tensions are rising in the region. Early this morning, we know that at least 3 people were killed, nearly a dozen people injured after 2 gunmen opened fire at a bus stop in Jerusalem. Now, we know that those 2 shooters were neutralized by Israeli soldiers, as well as an armed civilian in the area. But even though the ceasefire continues to hold, this is just another example of how tensions in Israel and in that region continue to rise. Guys.
And we'll be watching if diplomacy will make a difference in that and the ceasefire. Megan, thank you.
Now to the other breaking news this morning. Former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger has died at the age of 100. Kissinger was known as one of the most influential and divisive diplomats of the 20th century, shaping decades of U.S. foreign policy. The daughters of Richard Nixon reacted to Kissinger's death, saying his partnership with their father produced a generation of peace for our nation. And former President George W. Bush remembered Kissinger as one of the most dependable and distinctive voices on foreign affairs. For more on his legacy, here's Chris Clackham.
Henry Kissinger was a globally famous power broker and advisor, known by many for his gravelly voice and observations dispensed with a thick German accent.
I don't believe that you can conduct serious foreign policy today without moral concern for the people.
Kissinger was the first foreign-born Secretary of State, rising to serve in that role for both Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. Born Heinz Alfred Kissinger in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family escaped the Nazis and immigrated to America. The teenage Kissinger spoke almost no English when he arrived, yet he assimilated enough to serve in the U.S. Army during World War II. Afterwards, Kissinger distinguished himself at Harvard, earning a doctorate and serving on the faculty. An advisor to Republican politicians, Kissinger was eventually named Nixon's Secretary of State in 1973. There, an open relationship with Mao's long-closed China was regarded as a crowning achievement, as was the Nobel Peace Prize he shared in 1973 with North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho for negotiating peace there, even though South Vietnam collapsed 2 years later. As Nixon's presidency deteriorated during the Watergate cover-up, Kissinger himself avoided any involvement with the scandal, and after Nixon resigned in 1974, President Ford thought so highly of Kissinger he was kept on as Secretary of State. Kissinger left government in 1977, but his profile barely diminished. In the ensuing decades, he was consulted by presidents and members of Congress, while being granted audiences by modern leaders around the world. Even President George W. Bush regularly consulted Kissinger during the most difficult days of the Iraq War. Until the end, Henry Kissinger was in the spotlight, a man who mattered. Chris Clackham, NBC News.
Former First Lady Rosalynn Carter was laid to rest in the small town she called home. The Carter motorcade passing through Plains, Georgia. Family and friends, including former President Jimmy Carter, gathered to say goodbye at the Baptist church where the Carters taught school for decades. The former First Lady was remembered for her lifetime of service and for caring for those in need.
The political future of George Santos will soon face a major test. Congress is expected to hold a vote tomorrow to decide whether or not to expel the indicted New York lawmaker from their ranks. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Good morning, Bree. So this is the third attempt now to expel Santos. What are the chances it's going to happen this time?
Good morning, Philip. So the push to expel Santos is gaining momentum, but it's definitely not a sure thing. It will require a 2/3 majority of the House, meaning a significant number of Republicans would need to vote for the resolution. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said Republican leaders are telling their members to vote their conscience, which means they are not going to try to get the conference to vote one way or the other. But the speaker said he has reservations about expelling Santos because of the precedent it would set. And we've seen other members of Congress have those same concerns. However, multiple House Republicans are predicting that Santos will be expelled this week. The push to remove him from the chamber has grown ever since a House ethics report said there was evidence Santos violated federal laws and defrauded his own supporters. Santos has denied the allegations and has vowed to stay in office as long as he's allowed. The New York congressman is expected to hold a press conference later this morning. Philip.
Fascinating story continues. All right, Bree, thank you.
A liberal firebrand and a staunch conservative face off on the debate stage tonight. California Governor Gavin Newsom and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will face off tonight on Fox News. DeSantis is struggling in the polls against both Donald Trump and increasingly Nikki Haley. And Newsom isn't even running for federal office, leading observers to question the relevance of the debate.
Here in New York City, it is officially the holiday season.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is. is. Kelly Clarkson hosted and performed at the 91st Rockefeller tree lighting ceremony. The massive 80-foot Norwegian spruce will now sparkle in the plaza with some 50,000 lights, and the Swarovski star adorned with 30 million crystals, of course, twinkling right at the top.
It was especially cold there last night. The brutal winter weather is easing now, though, here in the Northeast, but the Northwest is now facing its own round of fresh snow. Meanwhile, there's rain on the way for the southern plains. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking it all. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, temperatures are moderating, and that means we're going to bring back the chance for severe storms. That's especially in the southern plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley. 7 million people at risk today. We could see some strong storms, especially where you see this orange shading. That includes Houston. Could see some locally heavy downpours. That could lead to flash flooding. In addition to that, we're looking at the chance of a couple tornadoes, damaging hail of an inch or larger, and also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could topple some trees. A whole lot of rain, too. We're looking at this moisture coming off the Gulf, especially where you see these bright colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're going to see the highest amounts of rain. Could see hourly rates of 1 to 2 inches. What does that mean? That could lead to some flash flooding, especially for places like Little Rock, Shreveport, Alexandria, Houston, into New Orleans. We're looking at a lot of moisture in place, and that's going to bring the chance for that flash flooding. The Pacific Northwest, we have an atmospheric river event that's going to be setting up once again. It feels like we're seeing these week after week, and that's just it's a river in the sky. It's bringing a lot of moisture on shore. We're going to see a whole lot of rain along the coast, higher elevation snow. We do have winter weather alerts from the Pacific Northwest all the way to portions of the Four Corners, and we could see 1 to 2 feet in the higher mountains of the Pacific Northwest and also the Four Corners. Looking at radar, we're seeing that green. That is the rain moving on shore. Also looking at a mixture, and also the blue, that is some snow. So that strong storm moves on shore. It's going to bring rain, wind, and also mountain snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures in the Northeast, Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, a little milder than we were yesterday. That's good news. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. The main weather event today will take place in the southern plains. We're looking at the chance for showers, locally heavy rain, and some strong thunderstorms. And that's your Thursday forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up, traffic might be bad for your blood pressure in more ways than you expect.
But first, why it won't be gas prices that drive you crazy this holiday season.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you're looking for a break from inflation, you may not have to search any further than the gas pump, where millions of Americans are now paying $3 or less a gallon. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
From the Lone Star State to highways across the country, finally some inflation relief at the gas pump.
A lot better than last year.
It's all about supply and demand. Demand usually falls during colder months when people stay home. And right now, there's plenty of supply, with the U.S. making up 80% of the global increase.
The U.S. retains the crown of the world's largest oil producer. Oil production in the U.S. is back at record-setting levels.
On the global market, oil is now selling for $77 a barrel, down from $123 in June of last year. At the pump, gas has dropped to $3.22 a gallon nationally, 28 cents cheaper than last year. 16 states are now paying $3 or less. 25,000 gas stations at $2.75 or less, though higher taxes means gas can be $2 more expensive out west. Still, cheaper gas is one reason why car dealers report electric vehicle sales have fallen sharply. In Wisconsin, Cunis Automotive owns 44 dealerships across the region.
We've definitely seen a slowdown in electric vehicle sales across the Midwest, and we're actually seeing a lot of defectors from electric vehicles as they move back towards a ICE or hybrid vehicle.
A top customer concern, driving long distances and finding charging stations. Where gas prices go from here could depend on whether OPEC cuts production this week. OPEC doesn't have the influence it once did, but it could determine whether America's national average falls below $3 by Christmas. Also, there is news about the UAW now moving to unionize non-union automakers. Right after earning their fresh 25% pay hike from the Big Three, the UAW now says it's launching a campaign to organize 13 non-union automakers, including Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Honda, Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen. 150,000 auto workers in all. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Still to come, Spotify crowns Taylor Swift as the one.
And what's better than an Oscar? How about an SNL Five Timers Club jacket? Now the latest recipient is marking the occasion right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the secret to comedy?
Time.
Emma Stone.
Emma Stone joining the Five Timers Club on SNL this weekend. The Poor Things star will host alongside musical guest Noah Kahan. The show also announced its final two hosts for 2023 on Wednesday. Adam Driver will appear for his fourth stint on December 9th, while Kate McKinnon will return to Studio 8H for the first time since leaving the show in 2022 on December 16th. So I hope she brings back so many of those iconic characters that she brought in their skits too. But Emma Stone, there is a reason why they're inviting her back for the fifth time. I mean, she kills it when it comes to comedy, drama. She sings, she dances. I mean, and just the hits that she's churned out in movies. So a lot of fans out there happy to see her.
Yeah, she does it all, and SNL is really ending the year with some heavyweights there. I'm looking forward to Kate McKinnon the most, though. I mean, it was a bummer when I heard she was leaving, and now she's back. We get to enjoy all she has to offer coming up in a couple weeks. All right, if you happen to be on Instagram, anywhere in the last 24 hours, then you probably spend at least 20 minutes scrolling through everyone's Spotify Wrapped. And you also probably noticed one artist appearing more than most. Unsurprisingly, Taylor Swift taking the top spot as Spotify's most played artist for 2023 with more than 26.1 billion streams since January. Swift knocked three-year reigning streaming champion Bad Bunny from the #1 spot. He fell all the way down to #2 ahead of The Weeknd, Drake, and Peso Pluma. And before we get into the Taylor Swift thing, just Bad Bunny dropping to #2, but dominated this decade so far on that.
He was on SNL, and just churning it out time after time. It's fun to have Spotify curate all what you're feeling, right? Whatever your vibe is, they do it. And I love that they curate, too, all of Taylor's versions. So you could strictly listen to Taylor's versions. All right, Sebastian Stan, you're hired. Deadline reported Thursday that the actor best known for his roles as Tommy Lee and Bucky Barnes will play Donald Trump in a new movie about the 45th president. Aptly titled The Apprentice, the film will focus on Trump's life in the 70s and the 80s, as well as a relationship with attorney and mentor Roy Cohn, played by Succession's Jeremy Strong. You can kind of see that, right?
Yeah.
Great casting. And then you got Borat actress Maria Bakalova will play Trump's first wife, Ivana. A release date has yet to be announced. And I know we're just getting started with things with brilliant casting. But can you imagine the sequels to follow after this? There's so much material.
I know. You said it has not yet been announced yet, but I can't wait for it. I mean, if they're just now getting the casting done, it probably won't be till 2025 at least. But I mean, these incredible actors. A lot to work with when it comes to Trump in the 70s and 80s.
You know, Sebastian Stan is studying his every single move and word. All right, when we come back, a new study reveals how traffic pollution affects blood pressure.
And later, prepare for a Mac attack with Kraft's latest vegan release.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. According to a new study by the University of Washington, sitting in traffic can increase your blood pressure. Pollution from tailpipe exhaust, road dust, and breaking tire wear can increase blood pressure for up to 24 hours.
Popular feminist forum Jezebel has been acquired by Paste magazine after shutting down last month. While the terms of the sale had not been disclosed, the company revealed they plan to publish content this week.
Red Lobster is raising the price of the ultimate endless shrimp deal after losing $11 million in profits. The popular $22 deal increased traffic, but it caused a dip in earnings. Red Lobster has now increased its price to $25.
Kraft Heinz has partnered with the Knot Company to bring dairy-free mac and cheese to shelves. The new vegan product uses plant-based sauces from fava bean protein and coconut oil powder. We'll be right back.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What if a drug could slow down dog years? Scientists might be on the brink of helping our four-legged friends live longer. NBC's Valerie Castro has more.
Come on, Phil.
In a dog's world, the future is far less important than what's right under its nose. But more time with your pup, the latest goal from doggy pharma companies. Now that's intriguing for owners.
He's just an old man. He's an old soul. The more research that came out about it, I think I would be interested.
One company is making some headway. Loyal giving NBC News a letter from the FDA saying its drug meant to increase dogs' lifespans just met one of the many conditions needed on its way to market approval. Loyal's hopes that its shot every 3 to 6 months could slow the aging process in big dogs over 40 pounds that typically have shorter lifespans, giving you possibly an extra year of cuddles, fetch, and slobbery kisses.
It compensates for what we believe drives that big dog short lifespan post-maturity.
Celine Haliwa, founder and CEO of Loyal, says the drug lowers the production and release of proteins called growth factors to slow down aging, but they won't make your big dogs smaller.
They're still going to be big. We're not creating medium Danes or anything.
The road to getting the drugs into paws across the country is a long one. Loyal still needs to do more research, show its drug actually increases a dog's lifespan, and provide more safety and manufacturing data for the FDA to vet. The FDA declined to provide a statement on the drug, saying it couldn't comment on applications in progress. And Loyal's not alone. Other researchers are hot on the trail to sniff out their own version. The Dog Aging Project is looking into the drug rapamycin.
Rapamycin in the laboratory has been shown to increase healthy lifespan in mice and worms and flies. And we're interested in whether it can increase healthy lifespan in dogs.
Whether or whenever these drugs go to market, there'll be plenty of owners whose ears perk up at the idea.
I would consider, depending on, what kind of clinical trials have they done.
Others less sure about a first-of-its-kind medication.
You can't know if the dog would want to. I would feel uncomfortable about doing that.
The desire to keep a dog alive longer mirrors goals we have for our own species, with researchers working on drugs that could extend human life expectancy by years or even decades.
If you ask me, do I want to live longer, I would say yes.
For now, the focus is on more tail wagging, though it's up in the air when Tilly and Ozzy and Yeti's time will be up. Eventually, all dogs go to heaven.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. Yeah, that's a life extender and could be a life changer for so many pets and so many families and pet parents.
I mean, if people are cloning their dogs, they're definitely going to give this to them. We'll see you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, an 11th hour deal extending the temporary truce between Israel and Hamas just hours after the release of more Israeli hostages, including one American.
This process is producing results. It's important, and we hope that it can continue.
We have team coverage with the latest, including new fears that the violence is spreading beyond Gaza. Plus, he was a powerful man with a complicated legacy. This morning, America is remembering Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, now dead at the age of 100. A look back at his decades of influence on U.S. policy. And it's looking like an early winter wonderland in parts of the U.S. this morning. We are tracking a storm system bringing a mix of snow and rain to several states. And jingle bells aren't the only thing ringing these days. That's right, 'tis the season to get engaged. But the way people are popping the question is changing. We will look at the trends that are going against tradition. Interesting one, actually.
I know. I didn't even know that was changing.
Yeah, it didn't change for me, but I like hearing about some of this stuff, so it's kind of cool.
We'll get into that. Good morning, good to have you with us on this Thursday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin our show in the Middle East, where a last-minute deal to extend the truce between Israel and Hamas by an extra day came into effect this morning.
The deal was struck at the 11th hour overnight. It comes after Hamas freed an additional 16 Israeli and foreign hostages, including an American with dual citizenship, while Israel released 30 Palestinian prisoners. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel this morning on a diplomatic mission. He says efforts are ongoing to extend that deal for a longer stretch. The extension also gives more breathing room to Palestinians living in Gaza and allows for more aid to reach the devastated enclave. Speaking yesterday, the UN Secretary General said that while he welcomed the agreement, it was not enough to support the needs of Gaza's suffering population.
The level of aid to Palestinians in Gaza remains completely inadequate to meet the huge needs of more than 2 million people. The people of Gaza are in the midst of an epic humanitarian catastrophe before the eyes of the world. We must not look away. We believe we need a true humanitarian ceasefire.
In a few moments, we'll hear from the host of Oh My World on YouTube, former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon, Hagar Shamali. But before that, let's get to NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, for the latest in Tel Aviv. Richard?
The truce between Hamas and Israel is now entering a very difficult phase and could be breaking down. There had been an expectation last night and this morning that there would be an extension, potentially a 2-day extension, perhaps more than that. But in the 11th hour, Israel and Hamas only agreed to a 1-day extension. So today is the last day of the truce between the two sides. Another hostage release is expected to come today. But This almost broke down overnight. Hamas initially put forward a list saying it was going to release 7 hostages and then hand over the body of 3 of the hostages who were killed, it says, by Israeli airstrikes. Israel rejected that. And now when you talk to Israeli officials and when you speak to Hamas, and Hamas is telling its people to be ready for the military campaign to begin, it does feel that tension is resuming, and we could be once again going into a military phase of this conflict where Israel renews its campaign against the Gaza Strip to destroy and dislodge Hamas from power. There will be costs if Israel does resume its campaign. Costs for Gaza, obviously, where the health ministry, which is run by Hamas, says that around 15,000 people have already been killed, and costs for Israel. Public relations cost. Israel has faced an enormous international backlash because of its military campaign against Gaza, because of all the civilians that have been killed, and a backlash within the country, because if it begins this military campaign, it could slow down or even stop the hostage exchange program, the hostage releases being swapped for Palestinian prisoners. But Israel wants to keep pressure on Hamas, and it is not satisfied with the pace of the releases so far, not satisfied with Hamas's answers about how many hostages it has, how many are alive, how many are actually in Hamas's custody. So we will see what happens. Secretary Blinken is here trying to encourage dialogue, trying to extend the truce, trying to convince Israel that if it does resume its military campaign, to carry it out in a more targeted way.
All right, Richard, thank you for your reporting.
For more, let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, good morning. Always great to have you with us. I want to start with what Richard had just said there at the end of this idea of being more targeted. A U.S. official told Politico, that's what viewers are seeing right now on their screen, that the U.S. and Israel have been talking behind the scenes for weeks about these future operations, what Israel's going to do coming up in the south of Gaza. That's, of course, where many civilians have now evacuated to. The U.S. is pressuring Israel to be surgical and targeted, as you can see here, to prevent civilian casualties when possible. How much influence does the U.S. have over Israel's tactics in the region if and when combat operations restart?
Well, John Kirby actually on Tuesday added that the U.S. has told Israel that they do not support Israel moving into the south just yet until it can account for all Palestinians and all internally displaced Palestinians. And he said that Israel was receptive to that. And it doesn't surprise me because the consultations that go between the United States and Israel are very close at all times, let alone during a conflict. It's going to be even more close. And so if there's anybody that can influence Israel's decision making, and it's not always going to happen, but if anybody can do it, it is the United States. And it doesn't surprise me that for the last few weeks, the U.S. is trying to press them to be as targeted and surgical as possible, because what they're trying to say is, listen, we support your goal in defeating Hamas. It is important for your security, it's important for the world's security, and it's important for a two-state solution. However, it doesn't help for Israel's broader security to have such a high civilian death toll. And I think what the U.S. is saying, what the Biden administration is saying is, listen, we can make this happen. We can work this, but it needs to be a war that is more targeted, more patient, more surgical, as they said, and I believe that it's achievable.
There are also growing concerns this morning about escalating violence in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. That's where the UN says more than 200 Palestinians have been killed in recent weeks. Secretary of State Blinken expected to visit the occupied West Bank. He's likely going to meet with Palestinian leader Abbas. What's at stake here? How important is that meeting?
Well, this kind of goes back to the point that you were making earlier about the truce and how fragile it is, because you have to take these things day by day, even hour by hour. And that would be the case with any war. Truces and negotiations and hostage swaps or hostage prisoner swaps would be sensitive and tenuous in any war. But when you're dealing with a terrorist organization, it's a whole other level. And so when you've got violence coming up in the West Bank. You had a terrorist attack in Jerusalem this morning. These things make it very difficult because you need a partner on the Palestinian side to ensure that the day after Gaza is going, there's going to be somebody there to pick up the trash, that there's going to be someone there who can help control and the land and prevent future terrorist attacks. And Mahmoud Abbas is a very weak, very corrupt leader, but he is the only chance that we have right now. He is the leader of the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority is the one that represents officially the Palestinian people. And in this case, we need him to work and to cooperate, and he has cooperated with the Israeli government before many times. He says he's willing to take control over Gaza when the war ends. And again, while he's not loved by everybody, I think he's the only chance we have until they come up with somebody new.
Hagar, so the truce right now between Israel and Hamas is expected to continue through at least today. But then what do you think happens next? I mean, obviously, we've seen each day means more hostages are released. Do you think another deal will be made in order to get Hamas to release more hostages?
Well, so they're going to take this day by day and get as many hostages as they can released. But unfortunately, I believe that once they hit the group of hostages who are all male and soldier, this is where things are going to get difficult. And I hope I'm wrong about this, but the fact is that in the history has shown that Hamas, when they've had male Israeli soldiers, one the most famous, Gilad Shalit, they held on to him for 6 years, and then he was traded for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. You've already heard Hamas leaders saying that they would be willing to release all of those leaders in exchange for all of the Palestinian prisoners, which is just not going to happen. And so that's where things are going to get difficult, and that's kind of why I expect the war to continue, in part because of the hostages, and in part because Israel says it wants to defeat Hamas, and in order to do that, it needs to go to the south of Gaza.
Hagar Shamali, as always, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
This morning, Japan is asking the U.S. military to temporarily ground the Osprey aircraft following yesterday's fatal crash. Crews are continuing to search the waters off the southern coast of Japan, looking for wreckage and trying to figure out what happened. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has the latest details.
On Wednesday, another deadly crash of a U.S. military Osprey. In this case, it was a U.S. Air Force One, a CV-22, off the southern coast of Japan. The airmen on board were part of a routine training mission that turned deadly. A U.S. Air Force Osprey crashed into the waters off Japan's southern coast with 8 U.S. airmen on board. U.S. military officials say the remains of one have been found and that search and rescue efforts continue. The airmen, assigned to the 353rd Special Operations Wing at Kadena Air Base in Japan, were on a training mission when Japanese officials say the Osprey disappeared around 2:40 p.m. local time. The Osprey is unique, capable of taking off and hovering like a helicopter, then tilting its rotors forward to fly like a plane. But it's an aircraft with a troubled history. In August 2022, Air Force Special Operations Command grounded all 52 of its Ospreys for more than 2 weeks after clutches repeatedly malfunctioned. And deadly crashes with Marine Corps Ospreys as well, including 4 Marines killed when their Osprey crashed during an exercise in Norway last year, 5 more Marines killed just 3 months later in Southern California. And this August, a Marine Corps Osprey went down in Australia, killing 3 Marines on board, including Norm Lewis's son, Major Toby Lewis.
Well, I'm concerned about any pilot, military pilot, and flying and the things they have to do.
He says Toby loved flying the Osprey.
I don't know the cause of Toby's crash, and I do not know the cause of this crash, and I think the military will figure that out, and they'll decide whether these airframes are still safe to fly or not, or they'll correct the problem.
Boeing and Bell, who build the Osprey, say they are standing by to provide any requested investigation support. Defense officials tell NBC News search and rescue efforts could continue for the next 72 hours. Meanwhile, U.S. military officials continue to notify the next of kin of those who were on board that Osprey aircraft, telling them that their loved ones are missing. Back to you,
Courtney. Thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, a vote is expected as soon as Friday on whether to expel embattled New York Congressman George Santos from the House of Representatives.
Yeah, an ethics committee report earlier this month found that Santos had violated federal law and misused campaign funds. He has denied any wrongdoing. Well, Santos would be only the 6th member of the House to be expelled ever and the 3rd since the Civil War. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's concerned, though, ahead of the vote.
What we've said as the leadership team is we're going to allow people to vote their conscience. I think it's the only appropriate thing we can do. I trust that people will make that decision thoughtfully and in good faith. I personally have real reservations about doing this. I'm concerned about a precedent that may be set for that. So where everybody's working through that.
For the latest, we're joined now by Axios senior political reporter Eugene Scott. Eugene, good to have you with us this morning. So Santos says he expects to be kicked out of Congress, though Speaker Johnson, as we heard there, does have some reservations, some concerns about the expulsion vote. What is Johnson worried about?
Well, this will set a precedent. I mean, we know we're in hyper-partisan times, and lots of people in Congress, even within parties, do not like one another or want to work with one another. And coming to the conclusion that someone should not be in Congress, despite not being convicted of a crime yet, this is a first-time scenario that these lawmakers find themselves in, and Johnson thinks this won't be the last if this moves forward.
We know, as we mentioned as we were heading into this piece right here, that only a handful of House members ever have been removed from office. And that's to say nothing of how many scandals there have been in Congress, and lawmakers have sort of survived those, not been expelled. Why is it difficult to get the votes needed for expulsion? What are some of the challenges that come with that?
Well, one of the challenges right now is we're in an incredibly tight Congress, right? Republicans only have a slight advantage. Kevin McCarthy was saved quite a few times because of George Santos. Mike Johnson could very well find himself in a similar situation and is looking at these numbers. And individuals have relationships with these folks that they, want to keep intact and know could ultimately harm them in the future if they do something like this, like ending a political career. And so there's a lot of back scratching that happens on Capitol Hill, and setting off a scenario like this could make things difficult for the future of these individuals as they pursue their political careers long term.
As you mentioned, Eugene, it is a tight Congress. If Santos is removed, then what are the next steps taken to fill his congressional seat here in New York? And do we know who might be in the running for that?
Sure. Well, the governor of New York has to call a special election, which has to happen in about 70 to 80 days. At least 7 Democrats and 9 Republicans have already expressed interest in Santos' seat, including some state lawmakers, a former the Democrat who used to hold it before Santos had it. And so we could see even more names coming up, but this will happen really soon. And there's a lot of interest in this seat because Democrats want to win it back. Republicans want to keep it.
It is a competitive district. All right,
Yeah.
Eugene Scott, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, grab your rain boots. We are expecting some wet weather across the country from the southern plains to the Pacific Northwest.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning with a look at the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we have a couple spots that are going to see some wet weather. We have some snow, we have some storms, and some really heavy rain expected in spots. First, we'll start out west, the Pacific Northwest. An atmospheric river event is setting up once again. We've had these week after week, and that's going to bring a lot of rain on shore, especially along the coast. Higher elevation snow. We could see 1 to 2 feet in the highest mountains. And then the Four Corners, we're watching the chance for rain, a mixture, and also snow. Once again, going to see 1 to 2 feet in the higher elevations of the mountains of the Four Corners. But we are watching the southern plains. This is going to be the big weather story throughout the day. We have an area of low pressure. It's pulling moisture off the Gulf. We're also kind of interacting that cooler air with warmer air. And we're looking at the chance for some strong storms as we head throughout the afternoon hours. We've already had severe thunderstorm warnings in portions of southeastern Texas. And that's what we're going to see as we go throughout the afternoon hours. 7 million people at risk. We could see a few tornadoes, damaging hail 1 inch or greater. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this orange shading, but not ruling out where it's yellow too. So Lufkin, Livingston, Bryan, also Beaumont, Houston, you're going to be in the mix for some really strong storms, or the likelihood of that, and also the chance of localized flooding. We could see 2.5 inches per hour when that rain is coming down. So in terms of the rainfall, we're looking at hourly rates of 1 to 2 inches, possibly up to 2.5. That's really fast. It's blinding rain. So we could see some localized flooding, and we're looking at a whole lot of rain, especially along the coast here, because that's pulling that moisture off the Gulf. So where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows, even into portions of Arkansas, the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, we're going to see the chance for some heavy rain, and that's going to continue as we head throughout tomorrow. As a result, we are concerned for the chance for flash flooding, The greatest risk would be right around the coast here, Lake Charles to Houston, where you see that darker blue, but could see localized flash flooding to Lufkin, Alexandria, also Shreveport. So this is going to be a big story as we go throughout the afternoon, evening hours, and one that we're going to watch very closely. Here's a setup, an area of low pressure bringing that Gulf moisture into the Mississippi Valley, the southern plains, that severe risk in addition to heavy, heavy downpours. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that area of low pressure is going to move off to the north and east. It's sort of going to lose its own, still have the chance for some strong storms along the Gulf Coast, but not that severe threat that we're seeing today. Rain will reach the northeast and mid-Atlantic, but not enough to kind of ease that drought. But still, we're going to see kind of a dreary day on Friday. Out to the west, we're looking at some snow alerts from the Pacific Northwest into the Four Corners. We have winter storm warnings, winter storm watches, also winter weather advisories, and that's due to that atmospheric river in addition to an area of low pressure in the Four Corners. And as we kind of put radar over this, we're seeing that rain already falling, and we're going to see a couple inches along the coast there, especially in Washington, Oregon, into Northern California. But then it's going to move inland as we head throughout the next couple of days. And look at all those bright colors. That means we're looking at heavy rain for Portland, into Eugene, into portions of Northern California as well. But the rain's also going to move inland as we go throughout tomorrow. Heavy snowfall, 1 to 2 feet in lots of spots in the higher elevations. And that's where you see the pinks and purples. The setup here, we have that area of low pressure, that atmospheric river kind of moving onshore. That's going to bring strong winds, some rain, wind, and mountain snow. So we have a lot going on. The East Coast is quiet today, but we're going to bring the rain into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic tomorrow.
Skiers are happy, I think.
So happy, right? We're piling it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, in
It's
some of
their
those
wish.
perfect places. Sun Valley, Boise, awesome. All right, thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Well, this morning we are remembering former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who in his time was one of the most powerful and influential men in global affairs, but his legacy is very much open to debate.
He served presidents of both parties, overseeing international diplomacy during the Vietnam conflict and playing a key role in the normalization of relations with China. He died Wednesday at 100 years old. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has more on his life and the work of this controversial figure in American diplomacy.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
He was brilliant, ambitious, controversial, and one of the most influential secretaries of state in American history.
I think we made further progress.
Henry Kissinger served Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and was consulted by presidents of both parties on international issues throughout his life.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine.
Nixon made him a national figure, and together they reimagined U.S. foreign policy, détente with the Soviet Union, relations with China, shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East. Kissinger helped shape Nixon's policy in Vietnam and negotiated an end to the war, famously declaring success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nothing that has happened to me in public life has moved me more than this award.
Though his co-recipient, North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho, declined the honor. 4 years later, President Ford awarded him the Medal of Freedom. He was a master of pragmatic, big-picture diplomacy, but he had his critics, who described him as manipulative and insecure. Some called him a war criminal for his role in bombing Cambodia and widening the war in Vietnam. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled to America as Hitler rose to power. He became a U.S. citizen, served in World War II, and earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. He caught the eye of Richard Nixon, who made him National Security Advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person ever to hold both jobs simultaneously.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
But their relationship was complicated, and White House tapes reveal that Kissinger sometimes enabled the worst in Nixon.
It was a very curious relationship because we were not personally very close.
The night before he resigned in disgrace, Nixon asked Kissinger to kneel and pray with him.
And of course it was a crushing event, but I think of that evening as an experience with dignity, and it was very moving.
Kissinger was no faceless bureaucrat. He was a world-renowned celebrity.
I loved your foreign accent.
And he loved the spotlight. He was even something of a pop culture icon. After leaving government, he opened his own consulting firm, remaining active and sought after for decades. At 95, eulogizing John McCain's life, Kissinger sounded a wistful note about his own.
Like most people of my age, I feel a longing for what is lost and cannot be restored.
Henry Kissinger was a man of great accomplishment and controversy. But as he once told NBC's Barbara Walters, he had no regrets.
If I had to do it over again, I would do again substantially the same way, which may make me unreconstructed, and maybe one reason why I'm at peace with myself.
Lester Holt, NBC News, New York.
Well, much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, some good news that will get drivers pumped. Gas prices are down, way down, actually. But fill up all you can. We will explain what's behind the drop and why it might not last much longer.
Up first, after the break, the renewed war of words between Canada and India over a plot to kill a Sikh activist here in the U.S. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The Department of Justice is revealing startling new details about an assassination plot allegedly linked to the Indian government.
According to an unsealed indictment, the Department of Justice arrested a suspect who prosecutors say was hired by an Indian government employee to carry out the assassination. The target of the would-be killing, a Sikh activist living here in New York who allegedly has a history of criticizing the Indian government. It doesn't stop there. Canadian officials said the June assassination of another Sikh activist in Canada may also be linked to India's government. India denies those allegations. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had this to say about the new charges.
The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now for more on this. Hey, Ken, good morning. So walk us through the details we've got here so far of this indictment.
Good morning, Savannah. I think the most important detail is that the indictment suggests that the Canadian and the New York plots are in fact linked. These were two Sikh activists who knew one another. They both advocate for a Sikh homeland within a part of India, the state of Punjab. They are enemies, essentially, of the Indian government. And what the indictment says is that the Indian government employee who orchestrated the plot in New York and recruited the defendant in this case sent him a video of the Canadian assassination after it was completed. It also says that this defendant, an Indian national who's charged in this case, tried to pay $100,000 to a person he thought was a hitman, but ended up being an undercover U.S. law enforcement officer. That's how the plot in New York was in fact disrupted. But the most alarming thing about it is that it was orchestrated, according to this indictment, by a person who the U.S. knows is an Indian government employee based in India and who described himself as essentially a senior intelligence operative. Now, we can presume the U.S. has more information about this person, but they carefully framed it in terms of what this person told the defendant who he was recruiting to orchestrate this plot. But big picture here, the U.S. is alarmed about this because it appears to show that a friendly government, a government they're trying to woo, was trying to essentially take out two of its enemies in the U.S. and Canada. Guys.
So, Ken, the Indian government official who allegedly hired the suspect, not charged, not identified by name in the indictment. Do we know why that is?
There could be a number of reasons for that, Joe. One, the investigation is continuing. But two, the U.S. and Canada are pressing India to actually investigate this and move the wheels of justice in India against Indian residents and officials. That's kind of where this thing is moving. The U.S. certainly knows more than it's saying in these court papers about this case, but they're walking a careful line here. They don't want to embarrass the Indian government, Joe.
So tell us about the Indian government's response on this.
Yeah, Savannah, it's interesting. Initially, they denied when the Canadian Prime Minister asserted that they were behind that plot in Canada. Yesterday, they issued a statement that was more careful, that neither confirmed nor denied any assassination plot, and said that they would look into it. You know, separately, the CIA director and the National Security Advisor and others have been pressing the Indian government, even President Biden himself during the G20 in September, to look into this and take it seriously. And what we're told is that privately, Indian officials have said, oh, yes, of course, we're going to look into this. But if, in fact, it was an Indian government plot, it's a little bit of a game that everyone is playing. The U.S. wants to send a message, essentially, to India to cut it out.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. Let's stay on international headlines now, starting with choice words for the U.S. from the sister of Kim Jong-un over North Korea's recent satellite launch.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and other world news. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in North Korea, where the powerful sister of Kim Jong-un dismissed U.S. calls for a return to diplomacy. She also criticized recent comments made by the U.S. Condemning North Korea's launch of the spy satellite. And now those comments coming from U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas Greenfield. She called the launch reckless and unlawful. North Korea says more launches of spy satellites will come. And turning to Rome, where the Vatican says Pope Francis is still unwell. They say he's having trouble breathing as a result of a lung inflammation. His illness forcing him to cancel his trip to Dubai for the climate conference. The Vatican says he's on antibiotics. Now, the pontiff, who is turning 87 next month, is gearing up for one of the busiest times of year, leading up to Christmas. And guys, we have some panda news to tell you about. After spending 12 years at the Edinburgh Zoo as the only pandas in the UK, Panda Sweetie and Sunshine, as they're affectionately called, are heading home back to China. But here's the thing, the hope was that they would have had some offspring. I mean, of course, who doesn't love baby pandas? But after several attempts with artificial insemination, it didn't work. So now the pandas are heading back home to China. Guys.
Panda's picking up a lot of airline miles these days, flying around the world.
Yeah, Megan, thanks so much.
Coming up, a warning for parents about a popular product for babies, why safety advocates are pushing to redesign all infant loungers on the market.
Plus, a canine lover's conundrum. If there was a way to keep your dog alive for 1 year longer, would you do it? We'll tell you about a new drug that could give you more time after the break.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a major consumer alert for parents looking to purchase infant loungers. A new proposal to significantly redesign nearly all loungers on the market has been approved by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson breaks down what parents need to know about the new requirements.
After years of concern about infant loungers and support pillows, the Consumer Product Safety Commission now wants them redesigned.
The problem with these products is that babies are dying in them, and they shouldn't be.
The CPSC proposing the first ever standards for the pillowy products linked to at least 79 infant deaths since 2010. More than 80% of those deaths involved infants 3 months and younger. The government says these items should be firmer, flatter, and thinner to prevent suffocation.
As long as these things exist, you can't rule out people using them for sleep.
Earlier this year, an NBC News analysis found more than twice as many deaths as the CPSC originally cited. In May, we met Kate and Brandon Movitz. Their 10-week-old son, Pierce, died after his breathing was constricted while he slept in a lounger. Now they've started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families.
People need to be educated on, the risks that they're taking.
With millions of products out there, CPSC Commissioner Rich Trumka says education is crucial because the new standards may not take effect for 18 months.
What do parents do with the ones that are currently on the market?
I wouldn't have them in my home. And certainly, if you do have them in your home, don't use them for sleep.
The Manufacturers Industry Group says it shares the CPSC's goal of ensuring products are as safe as they can be, adding parents should always follow the manufacturer's instructions and only use infant loungers for supervised awake time. Asleep or awake, the goal is to make sure babies are safe. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
If you could keep your dog alive just 1 year longer, would you? Well, one dog pharmaceutical company is betting that your answer would be yes. And they're one step closer to getting approval from the FDA to bring a drug to market that could do just that. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the details.
Come on, Phil.
In a dog's world, the future is far less important than what's right under its nose. But more time with your pup, the latest goal from doggy pharma companies. Now that's intriguing for owners.
He's just an old man. He's an old soul. The more research that came out about it, I think I would be interested.
One company is making some headway. Loyal giving NBC News a letter from the FDA saying its drug meant to increase dogs' lifespans just met one of the many conditions needed on its way to market approval. Loyal's hopes that its shot every 3 to 6 months could slow the aging process in big dogs over 40 pounds that typically have shorter lifespans, giving you possibly an extra year of cuddles, fetch, and slobbery kisses.
It compensates for what we believe drives that big dog short lifespan post-maturity.
Celine Haliwa, founder and CEO of Loyal, says the drug lowers the production and release of proteins called growth factors to slow down aging, but they won't make your big dogs smaller.
They're still going to be big. We're not creating medium Danes or anything.
The road to getting the drugs into paws across the country is a long one. Loyal still needs to do more research, show its drug actually increases a dog's lifespan, and provide more safety and manufacturing data for the FDA to vet. The FDA declined to provide a statement on the drug, saying it couldn't comment on applications in progress. And Loyal's not alone. Other researchers are hot on the trail to sniff out their own version. The Dog Aging Project is looking into the drug rapamycin.
Rapamycin in the laboratory has been shown to increase healthy lifespan in mice and worms and flies. And we're interested in whether it can increase healthy lifespan in dogs.
Whether or whenever these drugs go to market, there'll be plenty of owners whose ears perk up at the idea.
I would consider, depending on, what kind of clinical trials have they done.
Others less sure about a first-of-its-kind medication.
You can't know if the dog would want to. I would feel uncomfortable about doing that.
One bioethicist echoing concerns, saying drugs like these are taking the eye off the ball.
If you think about golden retrievers, those dogs have lowered their lifespan over the past years because of breeding for particular traits. There's so much more that we could do to improve dogs' lives.
The desire to keep a dog alive longer mirrors goals we have for our own species, with researchers working on drugs that could extend human life expectancy by years or even decades.
If you ask me, do I want to live longer, I would say yes.
For now, the focus is on more tail wagging, though it's up in the air when Tilly and Ozzy and Yeti's time will be up. Eventually, all dogs go to heaven.
Thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. It is important to note this drug won't be available at your vet anytime soon. There's still a lot of regulatory hurdles and clinical trials that it will have to pass. There's some hope that there could be a conditional approval by 2026.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where you're like, the future. What? All right, coming up, Christmas came early for drivers. Gas prices are down, way down compared to this time last year.
Our friend Caleb Silver is in studio with us this morning. He's going to explain what's behind the drop, cha-ching, why it may not last very long. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Americans are finally seeing some relief at the gas pump. According to AAA, the cost of gas is down 30 cents compared to this time last year. But how long will those prices last? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has what you need to know before you gas up.
From the Lone Star State to highways across the country, finally some inflation relief at the gas pump.
A lot better than last year.
It's all about supply and demand. Demand usually falls during colder months when people stay home. And right now, there's plenty of supply, with the U.S. making up 80% of the global increase.
The U.S. retains the crown of the world's largest oil producer. Oil production in the U.S. is back at record-setting levels.
On the global market, oil is now selling for $77 a barrel, down from $123 in June of last year. At the pump, gas has dropped to $3.22 a gallon nationally, 28 cents cheaper than last year. 16 states are now paying $3 or less. 25,000 gas stations at $2.75 or less, though higher taxes means gas can be $2 more expensive out west. Still, cheaper gas is one reason why car dealers report electric vehicle sales have fallen sharply. In Wisconsin, Cunis Automotive owns 44 dealerships across the region.
We've definitely seen a slowdown in electric vehicle sales across the Midwest, and we're actually seeing a lot of defectors from electric vehicles as they move back towards a ICE or hybrid vehicle.
A top customer concern, driving long distances and finding charging stations. Where gas prices go from here could depend on whether OPEC cuts production this week. OPEC doesn't have the influence it once did, but it could determine whether America's national average falls below $3 by Christmas. Also, there is news about the UAW now moving to unionize non-union automakers. Right after earning their fresh 25% pay hike from the Big Three, the UAW now says it's launching a campaign to organize 13 non-union automakers, including Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Honda, Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen. 150,000 auto workers in all. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
Let's bring in Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver with more on all this. So Tom touched on a little bit, but what are some of the reasons we're seeing these price drops here?
Yeah, so it is winter, lower demand, but also we switched to a cheaper blend of gasoline during the winter months. So that's got a big factor on that as well. But also we've just seen that there's more oil supply. Tom alluded to it. The U.S. is now accounting for 80% of the additional supply. We heard earlier this morning that OPEC and OPEC Plus plan to cut an additional 1 million barrels to try to drive the price up. So prices are coming down, and it's a big factor in driving down overall inflation. Nothing is more important than gas prices psychologically to the consumer.
Yeah, that is the thing people notice. So we're seeing a global, drop in demand. That can sometimes signal an economic slowdown. Do we think that's the case here?
A little bit, and you especially hear it out of China right now, which economy is slowing a little bit. The U.S. economy not slowing at all. We got a GDP update yesterday, 5+%. So not here in the United States, but around the world, we are seeing some slowdown. The fact is, too much supply, less use, that drives the price down, plus the winter months. It's a big deal for consumers.
So what can we expect with prices in the coming months?
Prices will probably stabilize here, maybe come down a little bit. But if you're in Texas or Mississippi, you're paying $2.75 a gallon. Out on the West Coast, obviously, a little bit more, $2 more, in fact. But gas prices are probably going to stay around this level right now unless we see another global disruption. But so far, those disruptions have not impacted the price of oil, which is down at $77 a barrel.
And then on the West Coast, there's always that gas station that, for whatever reason, is 75 cents more than the others around it. I've never figured that out.
They're like banking on somebody's not paying attention.
Exactly.
It's most convenient. I have been the person who's doing it and looks across the street like, are you serious?
Right, exactly. So, I mean, as we head into the holiday season, we know people are going to be traveling. I mean, how could these gas prices impact most Americans?
The thing is, for every dollar saved on gas, about 80 cents of that goes to discretionary spending at every income level. So if we're saving money on gas, we're spending it in other places. Where are we spending it? We're spending it at restaurants. We're spending it sometimes flying places. We're spending it on experiences. So lower gas prices returns usually means more consumer spending on the discretionary things, and all of that keeps the economy and GDP running pretty swiftly right now. So I would expect the economy to stabilize, especially if these gas prices stay low. This could be a very good news for consumers going through the winter.
All right. We'll take it for now.
All right. Sure will.
Caleb Silver, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Staying on your money, Microsoft is now getting a seat at the OpenAI table.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on here over the last week. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, so Microsoft announced it secured a non-voting board seat at OpenAI. Now, the move eases fears about the company's role with the startup after a shaky month that saw the board fire, then rehire CEO Sam Altman. Microsoft declined to identify the new board member. Spirit Airlines is offering to buy out salaried employees in an effort to cut costs. Now, the budget airline is facing financial strains that it expects to continue next year. Spirit has also paused training for new pilots and flight attendants and restricted its expense budgets. JetBlue Airways is still trying to acquire Spirit, but the Justice Department sued to block the deal. The trial is scheduled to wrap in the coming days. And for the first time ever, Kraft is bringing dairy-free mac and cheese to the U.S. The company said the new recipe maintains the same consistency but replaces dairy with ingredients like fava bean protein and coconut oil powder. The new plant-based alternative will be available in stores over the next few months. I wonder how the taste will be.
I know.
I grew up eating that
big
stuff.
Kraft mac and cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have not had it in a very long time.
I haven't either,
Honestly,
but I definitely grew up on that.
I love it. All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Still to come, Oh Christmas Tree, one of the world's most famous Christmas trees, is finally all lit up here at 30 Rock. We're going to have highlights from last night's star-studded tree lighting.
And 'tis the season to put a ring on it. That's right. A lot of people planning to get engaged this holiday season, but couples are opting for trend over tradition. When we come back, we will get an industry expert to explain. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who delivered it.
All right, it just me too.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
We are back. It is now officially Christmas time here at 30 Rock. The world-famous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree was illuminated last night. The 80-foot tree dazzled crowds of Christmas enthusiasts with its 50,000 multicolored LED lights, a 90-pound Swarovski crystal star sparkling at the top. Last night's tree lighting included performances from the Rockettes, Chloe Bailey, Cher, of course, the show's host Kelly Clarkson, and so many more. If you want to take selfies at the iconic Christmas tree in person, it will be lit every day until January 13th from 5 a.m. to midnight, except Christmas Day. That day it's lit for 24 hours, and then on New Year's Eve from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. because the tree takes New Year's Eve off, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
I guess so. We love it. We are lucky enough that when we come in the morning and it's still dark, and since it's lit at 5 a.m., there it is. We get to see it right out the windows.
We literally had our families in our offices last night staring at the tree being lit.
We were here. We saw that moment, but now every morning we get a little lighting. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, of course we had to be here. We're going to end this hour with new trends when it comes to engagement, you know, when someone pops a big question.
Yeah, a growing number of couples are redefining how they approach their engagements, marking a big change in decades of tradition.
Let's bring in Kat McCoy for more on this. She is the founder of Proposal Prep. Kat, good morning. Good to have you with us. This is such a fun topic. So I know there's a growing trend of both partners kind of participating, right, in the engagement planning in various different stages. Tell us what it is that you're seeing.
Absolutely. When it comes to the timing of the engagement and the style of the ring, people are discussing much more, and sort of both parties have a seat at the table.
So does it mean that there's no element of surprise anymore, or are couples still able to keep that?
There's absolutely a spectrum of surprise. On the one hand, you have some brides-to-be who are planning every detail down to when they'd like to be proposed to.
Wow.
And then there are other people who are looking for a little bit more mystery and romance. But I think when it comes to both the ring and the proposal, there's a lot of areas where you can collaborate but still leave a little bit of mystery.
Is this like a social media thing? Is that part of the reason why, or...?
Absolutely. We live in such a visual time, and there's some expectation that whether it be within minutes or hours or, you know, sometimes even days, the ring will be posted and there will be a photo of you guys online.
So you have right here the Proposal Prep box, which is meant to help couples begin the conversation around a possible engagement. I mean, what are some of the things couples should be thinking about as they approach this, apparently together, talking about it, planning it?
I think one of the first things you want to talk about is the amount of input or involvement in the ring you're looking to have. I think it's always really helpful to see different diamond shapes on your own finger. So lots of couples will go shopping together in person and then decide, okay, I'm going to exit the process now. It's up to you. In terms of timing of the proposal, there are venue considerations. So if you know you want to lock in a certain venue, you may suggest, hey, it'd be great if you proposed by the end of the year. You know, the two big things really are going to be timing of the proposal, of course, and style of the ring, but there's lots of different elements, of course, as well.
I'm going to leave you now. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But that one.
Yeah, right. The ring, for sure, I think, especially if it's something you're going to wear forever, hopefully, the involvement I see, or like having best friends, or my sister was kind of involved in mine. I didn't say very much, but I just think the surprise element of being proposed to. I mean, I figured it out. I will say, love you, honey, but I did. But I wouldn't.
You were like, I think I'm going to get proposed to.
I think I'm off, and I think I will come back engaged. I just joked. But I wouldn't have necessarily wanted to be so involved. So I like that you say that there's this spectrum of surprise, right? What's the cost like these days of rings?
The average engagement ring in the United States is around $6,000. But with everything, there is a tremendous range of what people can spend.
And I mean, we should keep in mind with LGBTQ couples, we're seeing sometimes watches or other things, right? That
Yeah.
are part of like the engagement process.
Yes, an engagement watch has become a really big thing. Both parties proposing to each other is becoming more popular. But it's endlessly fascinating to me. It's the last rite of passage that same-sex couples, heterosexual couples, everyone seems to really abide by.
Absolutely. And what type of stuff comes in the box?
So the proposal prep box is designed to help you figure out what kind of ring you want. It's got diamond buying education and also couples activities to kind of break the ice. I think every home should have a ring sizer, so that's an easy place to start. Probably the coolest part of the box is this diamond try-on kit. It comes with the 9 most popular diamond shapes. They're cubic zirconia, of course.
I was like, what do you mean?
But a really cool tool to see what each shape looks like on your finger.
Wow, let me see.
Yeah, so this would be what a round stone would look like on you.
And if someone gives you just that, you should know you should not marry that person.
Major red flag.
There we go. Oh, this is so fun. Thank you so much. Okay, it was great to have you here.
Thank you.
Happy engagement season.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the fragile ceasefire in the Middle East extended for another day as more hostages and Palestinian prisoners are released. Among them, the second American citizen freed from Gaza since the truce began. It's all playing out as violence descends on Jerusalem. Israeli officials say at least 3 people were killed in a bus stop shooting earlier this morning. We've got full team coverage. In Washington, a moment of truth for embattled Congressman George Santos. He is expected to face an expulsion vote in the House tomorrow. We've got his latest take on it all in just a moment. Also this morning, we are remembering Henry Kissinger, a titan of American diplomacy who played a major role in molding America's Cold War strategy on the world stage. Dead now at 100. We're going to take a look back at a career both revered and reviled. And we're going to end this hour with a bit of retail therapy this holiday season, how you can make those wildly popular buy now, pay later options work for you. Shopping is on everyone's mind right now.
Yes, and hopefully don't get yourself into too much trouble with plans like that. We'll give you some tips.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a truce between Israel and Hamas was extended overnight.
But the last-minute deal prolongs the ceasefire by just 1 day, raising fears of a renewed Israeli assault on the already devastated Gaza Strip in the coming days. It comes after more hostages were released yesterday, including an American citizen. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
In the last minute, Israel and Hamas agreed to extend their ceasefire by only 1 day, which is less than negotiators had been hoping. And there are concerns that this truce could be breaking down. Another American citizen this morning is free. Liat Benin, a mother of 3, released by Hamas overnight. She's a guide at Israel's Holocaust Memorial, kidnapped during Hamas's October 7th massacre that killed 1,200 people. Her husband remains a hostage.
She was in good spirits, and she was happy to see us. She missed us.
But what little momentum was building between Israel and Hamas to de-escalate this crisis is slowing down. Israel is frustrated by Hamas's lack of clarity on the hostages, including the Bibas family, Shiri and her 2 children, 4-year-old Ariel and Kafir. At 10 months, the youngest hostage, taken on October 7th and becoming a national symbol of the horror. Now Hamas claims they were killed by a previous Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military said it's working to confirm that report. Tensions are rising. In Jerusalem this morning, 2 Palestinian gunmen, described by Israeli police as brothers from East Jerusalem, opened fire and killed 3 Israelis, including a 24-year-old woman and a 73-year-old man. 3 others are in serious condition. Hamas claimed responsibility. And in the West Bank, Israeli troops killed 2 Palestinian boys during a raid in Jenin. Israel claims they were throwing explosives. Palestinians say the killings were unprovoked. Turning off the ceasefire has costs. For Gaza, where the Hamas-run health ministry says around 15,000 people have already been killed, and for Israel, potentially stopping the release of more hostages. Yahel and Naveh were among 6 members of the Haran Avigdori family Hamas freed last weekend. Their father remains in Gaza. Nave is 8 and a soccer fan. Yahel is 3 and has a big smile, but now only speaks in a whisper after being told by Hamas to stay quiet for 50 days, according to her relative, Shira Hebron.
What has it been like for you and all the families each day waiting by the phone?
It's been a nightmare. We have some air in our lungs finally because 6 of them have returned.
Secretary Blinken is once again in Israel to try and extend this ceasefire and pressure Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties if or when it resumes its military campaign against Hamas in Gaza.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Well, now to Washington, where there's growing pressure this morning to expel New York Congressman George Santos from Congress.
The House is expected to vote as early as Friday on a resolution to remove Santos. He's accused of misusing campaign funds and violating federal law, allegations that Santos has denied. If removed, he would be only the 6th member to ever be expelled from the House.
NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us with the latest here. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So what is the mood on Capitol Hill this morning ahead of the vote? What's the latest on where lawmakers, including, of course, House Speaker Mike Johnson, stand on expelling Santos? Any idea what to expect here with the vote?
Oh, well, Savannah, Santos is enjoying his last moment in the limelight. He's holding a press conference as we speak right now, decrying what he says is an unfair process, that he would be kicked out without having been convicted of anything, which would set an historical precedent in the House. But most members are just ready for the George Santos show to be over. We heard from a number of Republicans yesterday who feel like Santos has had every opportunity to either clear his name or do what they see as the right thing and resign, and basically that this has forced their hands into having this vote to try to get rid of somebody who's basically embarrassed their party since the moment he got here. Now, as for the Speaker, he said yesterday he was concerned about this idea of setting a precedent of kicking somebody out of Congress without an actual conviction, basically just doing it on the accusations themselves, but that he's encouraged members to vote their conscience. Again, from the members I've spoken to and our team has spoken to, their conscience says, let's get rid of this guy. He's making all of us look bad.
I mean, so Garrett, Santos has been plagued with scandals ever since he was elected just over a year ago. We know there have been plenty of efforts and thoughts about removing him previously. Does it seem like that scathing House Ethics Committee report this month seemed to be the thing that really moved the needle?
Yeah, look, this will be the third expulsion vote that Santos has faced. So you saw the first one when it was kind of just the stories and the New York Times who broke the first news about him basically fabricating his whole background. Then you saw another set of effort to expel him that popped up after he was indicted, first on 10 charges, then on another 13 federal charges related to how he ran his campaign. But the ethics report is Congress's own internal watchdog, and the report is incredibly damning. It's got him spending campaign funds at Ferragamo and Hermes on his credit card bills, even on OnlyFans. I think a lot of members looked at that from their own internal watchdog and said, enough is enough here. This guy's just got to go.
So, Garrett, let's talk about what this means if he were to go. Republicans only hold a small majority in the House. So what impact, maybe even just in the short term at least, before any type of special election were to take place, would removing Santos have on any legislation, on work getting done in the chamber?
Yeah, look, it gets a little bit smaller in the short term if you have a vacant seat for a while, and then potentially significantly smaller in the longer term because a special election in that New York congressional district would favor Democrats. It's a Joe Biden district, and a district that, frankly, Democrats weren't paying very close attention to in the midterms. They'd sure be paying attention to it now. I think a special election there would be very expensive, very closely watched, and with the margins what they are, every vote really matters in this Congress. I heard from one prominent Democrat yesterday who said, look, if Republicans had a 20-seat majority right now, Santos would have been kicked out months ago. But the fact that his vote has been so crucial has bought him and this slim majority in the Congress some time.
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you very much.
Now to the crisis along the southern border. Texas and Arizona are said to be overwhelmed with migrant encounters at the border. And now recently a number of dramatic water rescues have been caught on camera. The Texas Department of Public Safety has released this body cam footage of state troopers saving several migrant families on the Rio Grande. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from San Antonio with more on this. Morgan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And our crew has seen vans bringing migrant men, women, and children to this San Antonio shelter all night long. This shelter serving as kind of a snapshot at what's happening all over the country, because if they can't get in and this shelter is at capacity, they're often forced to find anything they can huddle under for shelter and warmth until they have a chance to get much needed food, water, and a roof over their heads. Authorities are calling this a migrational shift, and it's now impacting states nationwide.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
A race to save lives on the Rio Grande. Texas state troopers pulling an unconscious migrant mother and her frightened kids to safety. The Marine unit confirming everyone here survived. But each encounter adding to what officials are calling a shift in migration trends. At San Antonio's Migrant Resource Center, officials say they've been at or over capacity for months.
When the shelter opened, how many people were you planning for?
Maybe we made the plans for 700 people a day.
And now?
We have now 1,000 people on average at all times here.
Many asylum seekers here waiting to get into the country, but also missing their families back home. Mom Yaris Castillo telling me it's hard to leave your mom and dad and your siblings, admitting she cried a lot on the dangerous 4-month journey from Venezuela. Today, her family facing an uncertain future. Official migrant encounter numbers aren't in yet for November, but they've risen so much. This week, Customs and Border Protection says they're redirecting resources in Texas and Arizona to, quote, assist the U.S. Border Patrol with taking migrants into custody. The crisis along the southern border is also impacting cities nationwide. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says up to 3,000 migrants are pouring into the city each week.
This is the #1 issue that's facing the city right now.
And in a city that's already seen frigid temperatures, Chicago is setting up shelters and camps to deal with what the Illinois governor is calling a humanitarian crisis.
Winter is here. We want to make sure they have some place to go.
In Washington, lawmakers are hoping to strike a deal on the border. But so far, Republicans and Democrats have been unable to reach any agreement.
It's been 37 years since there's been comprehensive immigration reform. And in that time, we've not seen the progress that we want, deserve, or need.
And in response to what's happening in Washington, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posted online yesterday saying that until President Biden secures the southern border, the state of Texas will continue busing migrants to sanctuary cities. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, fresh off the busy holiday travel weekend, there's new data from AAA that looks at safety on our nation's roadways. They found, among other things, that more than half of motorists admitted to doing something dangerous while driving. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Savannah, good morning. This is I-270 in Maryland. This is a major thoroughfare, very busy. We had a horrific accident here last month. A police officer suffered devastating injuries trying to stop a speeder who was going double the speed limit. Speed nationwide has become a major problem, and it can have, as you know, devastating and deadly consequences. For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. And this morning, new figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
A Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Okay, be honest. Everybody has been tempted to text or look at your phone while driving, but if you do that, you're taking your eyes off of the highway for 5 seconds on a 55-mile-per-hour road. That's the equivalent of going the length of a football field blind with your eyes shut. All the more reason, say experts, to absolutely eliminate the distractions and slow down. Savannah, back to you.
Good way to put it, Tom. Thank you so much.
Time now for your morning News Now forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
That's right. Hello, Michelle. Good morning.
Hello there, guys. Yeah, we are looking at a couple spots where we're looking at some snow, some showers, some really gusty winds, and the chance for severe storms. Let's take a look at today. We'll start out west because we have an atmospheric river event. That's pretty much a river in the sky bringing lots of moisture on shore. We've seen it week after week for the past month and a half or two, and we're seeing that once again this week, and this is going to last a few days. So it's going to bring some really high elevation snow, 1 to 2 feet in some spots, and coastal rain. It will be heavy at times, and it will last for days. Then we're looking at some snow, some rain in the Four Corners. Once again, that's going to last a couple days too. And then down to the southern plains, we are concerned for severe storms. We haven't seen severe storms in this area since like January. So this is going to be, we're looking at that temperatures warming up a bit. It's going to pull the moisture off the Gulf, and that's going to spark some storms. We even saw a few thunderstorms early this morning. We're seeing the scattered showers there. Milder highs in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So we're starting to moderate, which is nice. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we are looking at that Pacific storm really taking hold, still seeing that heavy rain along the coast. We're looking at Intermountain West snow as well into the Rockies, the Four Corners once again. And then look at all that rain on a Friday, the dreary East Coast, that rain stretching from New England to the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also the Mississippi Valley. And then we're also looking at Midwest snow as well. So a lot of us seeing some wet weather tomorrow. That's going to be the same story on Saturday. We're going to dry it out for the most part, and in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, we're going to keep it wet. Heavy rain throughout portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, and then back to the west, we're looking at heavy snow once again in the Intermountain West. This is still due to the atmospheric river, and you can see that heavy rain still falling along the coast. So we're going to watch that closely, again, watching closely the severe weather threat today. And then by Sunday, another storm moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest. Snow showers in the Intermountain West. More rain likely throughout New England, the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, down to the Southeast, and also parts of the Great Lakes could see some snow. This is what radar looks like right now. We are looking at some thunderstorms in the Four Corners right now, looking at a few lightning strikes too in the southern plains. You can see a little bit of green moving onshore into portions of the Pacific Northwest. That's the start of the atmospheric river that's going to take hold over the next few days. 7 million people at risk today. We're watching the chance for tornadoes. Some could be on the strong side, especially in the Houston area. Also looking at some really gusty winds and locally heavy downpours. That's going to lead to some flash flooding.
Oh, all right, so much rain. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Now to the passing of a monumental and controversial figure in American diplomacy. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger died Wednesday at the age of 100. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a look back at his remarkable life.
Henry Kissinger served Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford and was widely credited with shaping the nation's Cold War policy and opening the first doors with China. But the Nobel Prize winner was also heavily criticized for his actions during the Vietnam War. He'd come to America at the age of 15, his family escaping the Holocaust. He rose to the highest levels of American statesmanship and continued to advise presidents of both parties for decades after leaving office. This morning, Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. His greatest achievement was certainly his opening to China, which transformed the global landscape so that the U.S. and China, not Russia, are now the world's two great economic and technological superpowers. And the fact that he took that long trip to China this past July at the age of 100 is remarkable. And in his meeting with President Xi, helped lay the groundwork for President Biden's recent summit, which restored communications between the U.S. and China that had been in a dangerous freeze for the better part of a year. Kissinger was always pushing forward. In his final days, was writing and speaking about artificial intelligence.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including what you should know this morning about Google deleting some Gmail accounts as early as tomorrow.
But first, after the break, artificial intelligence and eating disorders, why some tech experts are now sounding the alarm over a troubling new trend on ChatGPT. Those stories and more up next. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back with international headlines. Japan is suspending its own Osprey flights after that deadly crash off its southern coast.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Japan, where officials there are saying that they are, in fact, suspending the flight by its Osprey aircraft. Now, of course, this comes just one day after a U.S. Osprey based in Japan crashed during a training mission, killing at least one person. Japan has asked the U.S. to ground all Osprey, especially except for those searching for victims. And backlash in Paris ahead of the Summer Olympic Games. New plans announced by the police chief would require motorists to apply online for a QR code to access traffic-restricted areas during the games. Now, lawmakers were among those who complained, saying that they weren't consulted. The police chief says he was expecting pushback and that traffic restrictions would be kept to a minimum. And guys, a history-making moment in Nepal. Authorities there registering the nation's first same-sex marriage yesterday. This comes 5 months after the Supreme Court issued an interim order which paved the way for same-sex marriages. This is huge because aside from Taiwan, Nepal, they are just the only 2 nations in Asia that allow for same-sex marriages. Guys.
Megan, thank you so much. Well, as we have been talking about on this show, tech researchers have been sounding the alarm on the potential harms of artificial intelligence. Well, here's something new. A study now found the AI tools are promoting harmful eating disorder content for users. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett tried it out for herself and found concerning results.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? Let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, when these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo. Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly.
They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then, they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously.
While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results.
The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves.
And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Our thanks to Mara Barrett for that important reporting there. Well, coming up, it's an NBA shakeup with a billionaire businessman at the center of it all.
After the break, we're going to dig deeper into Mark Cuban's surprise deal to sell his majority share in the Dallas Mavericks. What's behind his decision? That's up next. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We're back with a closer look at an incredible story of survival from more than 40 years ago.
Yeah, a plane carrying a rugby team from Uruguay crashed in the Andes Mountains. 16 people managed to survive 72 agonizing days in some brutal conditions. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Tonight, we have film of what very nearly amounts to a real miracle. Survivors of a plane crash in the Chilean Andes. The plane went down 10 weeks ago. The 45 people aboard were given up for dead.
When the news broke in 1972, the world couldn't believe it.
Some were injured or suffering from exposure and had to be carried out on stretchers.
Others walked right off the rescue choppers to smiles, hugs, and so many questions. How did 16 young men survive a plane crash and more than 2 months stranded in the mountains, surrounded by snow, with nothing to eat? A new Netflix film, Society of the Snow, revisits the terrifying and later grim events. Starting with the crash that tore off the plane's tail and wings.
What do you remember about the crash?
About the crash, that I thought I was going to die.
Roberto Canessa was just 19 years old when he and his rugby team boarded that doomed flight to Chile.
Was it hard to watch the movie?
Yeah, because I was like immersed in that place again. I was back to the fuselage.
Though films like Alive from 1993 have told this story before, Roberto says never like this. The viewers are transported to the actual site of the crash. The production actually setting up a base camp. Everyone living in those extreme conditions.
We were shooting at 12,000 feet, exactly in the same place where the plane crashed at the same time of the year.
Director J.A. Bayona and star Enzo Vogrinsic told me the cast and crew also relied on these photos from the actual disaster from a camera the survivors had found on board.
Every time you see one of those pictures, you think about who were they, what happened to them.
In building his character, Vogrinsic lost 50 pounds, eating just a can of tuna and a tangerine a day. Vogrinsic tells me the fasting and the on-location shoots helped him understand the decisions the survivors had to make, including eating the flesh of the passengers who had died.
Talk to me about the moment that you guys decided as a group that you're going to have to eat your loved ones, your teammates, your friends. What was that like?
I thought if I would die, I would be proud that my body would be used for someone else.
In the ultimate act of selflessness, Roberto eventually hiked out of the mountain range with teammate Nando Parrado and announcing to the world they were alive. That teenage hero grew up to become a renowned pediatric cardiologist who says the time in the mountains took so much away from him, but also gave him something he keeps forever.
About how to overcome difficulties in life and to have faith in yourself.
That's putting it mildly. My goodness, our thanks to Tom Yamas for that extraordinary story.
Absolutely. All right, well, there's a shakeup going on this morning in the ownership ranks of the NBA.
In an unexpected move, Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has agreed to sell the majority of his stake in the team. The family of Miriam Adelson, the widow of the GOP donor and casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, they're the prospective buyers of the team. According to a statement released by the NBA, the Adelsons have already entered into binding purchase agreements with Cuban to acquire majority ownership of the team.
Mike Vorkunov joins us now. He's the national basketball business reporter at The Athletic. Thank you very much for being with us. So tell us, what do we know about Cuban's deal here with these prospective buyers, and how much of a surprise was this?
Well, it's really surprising, probably one of the more shocking NBA transactions of the last few years, and the details are still emerging. But I think what we can kind of whittle it down to at this point is that Mark Cuban is selling a majority stake of the Mavericks to the Adelson family for somewhere around $3.5 billion, which is a lot of money, but also is not as much probably by valuation as the Mavericks might be worth. And certainly one of the few teams, a few NBA teams in the last few years in which the valuations haven't continue to go up. And the interesting part of the deal is that as of the reporting so far, it seems like Mark Cuban will retain control of basketball operations, but it won't be his team anymore. The Adelson family will have control, and they will have one of their own as the governor of the team, which will report and deal with the NBA.
I do want to ask you about that Cuban would still be head of basketball operations if this is approved. How rare is that for an owner to sell the majority share but still have so much control?
Look, it's very rare. I can't remember many times it's happened in the past. I think the only one that really comes to mind is roughly about 15 or so years ago when Michael Jordan was a minority shareholder in the then Charlotte Bobcats, but still ran basketball operations. That was a different case. He bought in as a minority owner. And of course, you know, he's Michael Jordan, right? So maybe you get some different perks, but I can't remember an owner selling control of his team and then still remaining in control of the actual basketball operations. The difference now is it won't be his team. So we'll see how strong that hold is or how tenuous it might be.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is the timing of this, given that Cuban announced last week that he's also leaving the hit reality TV show Shark Tank next year. And now we have this news selling the stake here. There was some speculation that he was going to run for president, but he had told NBC News that he has, quote, no plans to run. But I mean, look, these are things core to his brand, core to, you know, how he spends a lot of his time, how we see him in the public. Any hints why he would be making all these moves?
Not yet. You know, you mentioned the Shark Tank exit. The Mavericks, and being the owner of the Mavericks, I think was really what catapulted him into this kind of fame. And now he's getting out of that to a significant degree. In recent years, he'd been running a prescription drug company, making generic drugs cheaper, cost plus drugs. He'll still be really involved in that. He's 65 now, so maybe he's just deciding to do something else with his life. You know, as you mentioned, the presidential run, it doesn't seem like he's interested as of what he said lately. There's also the other part of it, which is a partnership with the Adelson family is something that Cuban has been interested in for a few years, to try to build a resort and a casino in Dallas, which would be a new home for the Mavericks as well, and maybe part of a push to legalize gambling and sports betting in Texas, where it's not legal yet. So this might all be kind of a bigger play in mind for Cuban, or maybe just something else altogether.
Let's talk money here. Do we know how much of a good investment this team was for Cuban?
Well, I think he bought it for roughly $285 million 23 years ago. I'm not going to try to do math off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure he's made a lot off of this investment.
He made some good money. All right.
There we go. All right, Mike Vorkunov, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, Elon Musk now sounding off on that X advertising boycott in the wake of cries of alleged anti-Semitism from the billionaire.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
We've got more on his latest response to the controversy that could cost his social media empire tens of millions. That's up next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In a new interview, billionaire businessman Elon Musk is once again firing back at his critics, and he did not hold back. He said he could care less what advertisers think after a number of companies pulled their business from his social media company, X, after he was accused of amplifying an anti-Semitic post. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the details here. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. It was a long and remarkably candid interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin that covered a wide range of topics, from unions and AI to Tesla and SpaceX. But after apologizing for his controversial comments and what he called his dumbest post yet, Musk had some very strong words for the advertisers who have since left his platform. A defiant appearance by billionaire businessman Elon Musk.
Go yourself. Is that clear?
The richest man in the world speaking out in an interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at the New York Times Dealbook Summit amid a firestorm of criticism over his inflammatory comments on social media. Earlier this month, Musk appeared to endorse an anti-Semitic post on X that accused Jewish communities of pushing hatred against white people, writing "the actual truth," a response that unleashed a barrage of backlash from the White House to a wave of companies, including NBC's parent company Comcast, pulling their advertising from X, which reportedly could cost the social media platform up to $75 million. And Musk potentially adding fuel to the fire last night, emphatically scoffing at the advertiser boycott.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Musk appearing to specifically call out Disney CEO Bob Iger, who was also interviewed earlier.
And by him taking the position that he took in quite a public manner, we just felt that the association with that position and Elon Musk and X was not necessarily a positive one for us.
Last night, Musk did later admit an advertising boycott could kill the company and apologize for his original inflammatory tweet, calling it likely his dumbest ever.
I'm sorry for that tweet or post. It was foolish of me. I tried my best to clarify 6 ways to Sunday.
He also recently traveled to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and toured a kibbutz ravaged in Hamas's attack. Musk insisting it was not an apology tour. And separately in the interview, Musk voiced concerns about artificial intelligence, calling for more regulation and saying the developing tech is more dangerous than nuclear bombs. He also teased ahead to Tesla's Cybertruck launch happening today after years of challenges and delays. It's been the source of strong opinions and plenty of memes, but Musk pointed out that he knows a thing or two about the market. Savannah?
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Starting tomorrow, your unused Gmail account could be deleted by Google.
Yeah, the company put out a notice back in May and is expected to start taking action on December 1st.
With all you need to know, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here. So why is Google doing this? And this is the important question. What is considered inactive?
Yeah, well, so for what it's worth, like, we all have inactive accounts, but what Google is counting as inactive is anything that you haven't used in the last 2 years. So if you haven't logged in, this could potentially be an account that would be deleted. And the reason why they're doing this is because of security. So if you have an account that's not active, it's more likely to have an old password. It's more likely to not have two-step factor authentication where you have to use your cell phone to log in, for example. And it's also more vulnerable to identity theft or used for spam. So if you have sensitive information in there from emails you don't remember from a few years ago, that's the reason why they want to delete it before potentially some hacker could get in there.
So we mentioned that people knew about this since May, but how do you know, are you getting notice if you maybe have one of these accounts?
Yeah, so if you have another linked email to, let's say, for example, a Gmail account, you would get a notification in that other linked email, perhaps one that you're using more often, to say, hey, by the way, we might delete this. But I have to just kind of remind everyone here, it's not just Gmail. If you have documents in a Google Docs or a Google Drive file, if you have Meet events in a Meet calendar, or if you also have Google Photos, this is a big one. If you have photos that you've uploaded there that you don't remember, those could potentially be deleted as well. Wow. One thing that wouldn't be subject to this is YouTube. So if you have a YouTube account and you have videos on there, they will still remain even if you haven't logged in the past years.
So I'm literally sitting here and thinking, okay, I do have a Gmail account that like my Hulu is tied to, but I never use it. So what if I don't want this to be deleted? I want to keep it. What can I do?
Yeah, well, you're just gonna have to show Google that you are active. So basically logging back in and then doing something as simple as reading or sending an email. You can watch a YouTube. You can do a simple Google search in your Gmail account once you log in, and then it'll be marked as an active account. It won't be deleted. With regards to what you're saying, if you're using a Gmail account and you're using that as a login for another website, for example, if you log in, that could count as a third-party interaction that would also account for you marking this as an active account.
So what if you don't use the account anymore? I know a lot of people like set up Gmails maybe just for promotional emails or something, and you just like kind of, it's just sort of almost like a junk email, but that you do have other content there, like you mentioned, photos, docs, that kind of thing, and you don't want to lose it. What can you do in that situation?
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of other people too who are like, I have 5 email accounts. I don't need this Gmail account. And if that's the case, you can choose to basically take the account down, but you can log back in one more time just to download anything that you have. There's a service called Google Takeout where you can back up your data, you can download it, export, and there's also a thing that you can do in an inactive account manager, even if you do have an active account, where you can say, let's say, for example, I don't log in for 18 months, you can say exactly how you want Google to treat your account after those 18 months, just so that Google knows, okay, we're going to do this with your data, we're going to trash it, or we're going to download it, just so that you have it available to you, even if you don't want to use that account.
Oh, I suddenly feel like I have a to-do list today.
Yeah.
Remember the password, gotta get in there, gotta send an email.
Remembering the password is like
Google
half the battle, by the way.
It's not lunch. It's
Boo.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, now for what else is making financial headlines, the United Auto Workers Union is efforting some new additions to its ranks.
CNBC's Silvana now has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers Union is looking to grow its membership by unionizing employees at 13 car manufacturers right here in the U.S. Now, the plan would add 150,000 members to the union and would involve workers at companies including Honda, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. And the move comes just over a week after the union ratified and signed contracts at Detroit's big 3 car companies after 6 weeks of strikes. Walt Disney head Bob Iger said that he will step down from his role as CEO when his contract ends in 2026. The Disney leader also made it clear that the ABC broadcast network is not for sale even as the company undergoes mass restructuring. Iger rejoined Disney in November 2022. That's less than a year after he retired, with plans to streamline operations and cut costs. Disney is on track to exceed the $5 billion cost savings estimate it gave investors back in February. And NASCAR signed new television and streaming deals with major media partners, highlighting the growing popularity of streaming and motorsport. The partners include Amazon, Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Fox, and the deals are valued at $7.7 billion. They will start in 2025 and will run through 2031, guys.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, it's a pretty popular retail trend that's kicking into high gear now that the holidays are here.
We're talking about those buy now, pay later options at many of your favorite stores and online. It may sound enticing, but it's not without some pitfalls. So how can you make the plans work for you this holiday season? We have got some tips up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this one's for all the parents. Actually, this is really for everybody, but for parents, especially those with a teen or two at home, you might have caught yourself slinging the same sort of slang they use when chatting, but we didn't even know all these on set here. According to a new survey, you're definitely not the only one. Words like bet and yeet are just a few of the terms that parents have heard, and then they actually understand them. For the uninitiated, bet actually means I agree, while yeet refers to violently throwing an object that is worthless. You know, to yeet something? Okay. According to the survey, parents have kept up with teens' ever-evolving language by Googling the words. That makes sense. It's helped them communicate a little bit better with their child. Other popular words that parents might recognize: salty, bougie, sus. You know those ones?
I don't know the last one.
Sus. It means something's like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's
okay.
sus.
I got
and the
that.
other one now is riz.
Which means
that
I'm just so old right now.
Well, I didn't know the ones, and you knew them, and you educated me. Riz, this one I think is so interesting. It comes from charisma, so it means like you've got riz.
Okay.
Somebody once told me, now that I'm married, I have no riz.
I feel like I would say like chariz. Like at least.
Yeah, I like that.
Chariz.
Well, hey, try to start it up.
Okay.
There you go.
Hashtag chariz. All right. In Blockbuster opening holiday shopping season weekend, a record number of consumers use the buy now, pay later option at checkout.
Yeah, you see this everywhere now. On Cyber Monday alone, $940 million worth of sales were made using that option. That is a, get this, 42% jump year over year.
So what do you need to know before you pick and pay later? NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here with all the details. So remind us how this works and who is using it perhaps to their advantage.
I was really surprised how popular this was over the holiday weekend, right? And this is essentially when you're at the checkout or you're online checking out, you're offered buy now, pay later. So you'll pay in installments. It's essentially kind of like layaway, but you get the product right away, the old-fashioned layaway, but it's an interest-free loan. Essentially, you're taking out a loan the moment you're buying that product, and you're saying you're going to pay it off over 6 weeks, 8 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, depending on what the service offers. If you pay it off every, 2 weeks, you pay that bill, there's no interest, and then you own the product free and clear. Sounds great, right? Sounds like a way to maybe outsmart higher interest rates, but you really need to be careful. When you look at the profile of who's doing this, young people who don't have access to credit cards for a reason like they have had a bankruptcy. So they're finding a way to pay for this item, and they're basically taking out a loan here.
So what happens, okay, so let's say you're doing it, because you can literally do it for a sweater, a pair of shoes, all these different places.
Which I don't recommend, by the way.
Okay,
I think you should do it for a necessity. I think if it's a necessity or it is a must-have item on the Christmas list or the holiday list, then you should do it, because you never want to go into debt for something that is not a necessity.
Right.
And we do this on credit cards already, by the way, but that's something to remember around the holidays. If you need a mattress, for example, or your teenager wants a certain kind of a sound bar or headphones, and you know you're going to be able to pay it off in that 6 weeks, then it can be some flexibility for your family budget, but be very careful about things that aren't necessities.
Okay, so don't buy a sweater, but just for argument's sake, don't do this. But if you were to buy a sweater, let's say, because you just get to take the sweater home. It's like a $100 sweater, and you're supposed to pay it off over 6 weeks. You already have the item. What happens if you don't pay it off?
So when you sign up, it's essentially you're getting a loan. So they have your bank information. They've done sort of like a soft credit check, so they know who you are and they know where to. And they're doing they're probably doing a direct payment out of your bank account every 2 weeks for that payment. Now, if for some reason you tell them, hey, I can't make the $50 payment this week or this month, they're going to give you a fine, and they're going to start racking up interest on that. It can be interest that's way higher than a regular credit card. And by the way, you're not building credit for most of these. You're not building credit, which is something that young people really want to be doing in case they need to get a car or they need to get a mortgage someday. You're not building credit, but if you screw up and you don't pay it off, it does get reported as, so you only get the bad mark, you don't get the good mark for paying it off on time. I'm just so surprised how really popular it is, and there are so many different services that are out there being offered to people. Again, if you're a paycheck-to-paycheck consumer and you really don't have either the credit card or the flexibility, the savings to be able to buy something, it does give you this flexibility, but with everything, buyer beware. Be careful. Be careful.
We have 15 seconds left here, but if you are leery about this, are there other options out there?
Well, you need to be. You could get a cash-backed credit card. You need to try to figure out how you can start building your credit. I think that's kind of the best way to go. And just remember, necessities. You don't want to go into debt for something that's not a necessity.
All right. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us.
You've got Riz. Just helping us out. Riz. Riz. How could I forget?
All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Developing right now on Morning News Now, an 11th hour deal extending the temporary truce between Israel and Hamas just hours after the release of more Israeli hostages, including one American.
This process is producing results. It's important, and we hope that it can continue.
We have team coverage with the latest, including new fears that the violence is spreading beyond Gaza. Plus, he was a powerful man with a complicated legacy. This morning, America is remembering Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, now dead at the age of 100. A look back at his decades of influence on U.S. policy. And it's looking like an early winter wonderland in parts of the U.S. this morning. We are tracking a storm system bringing a mix of snow and rain to several states. And jingle bells aren't the only thing ringing these days. That's right, 'tis the season to get engaged. But the way people are popping the question is changing. We will look at the trends that are going against tradition. Interesting one, actually.
I know. Didn't even know that was changing.
Yeah, it didn't change for me, but I like hearing about some of this stuff, so it's kind of cool.
We'll get into that. Good morning, good to have you with us on this Thursday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin our show in the Middle East, where a last-minute deal to extend the truce between Israel and Hamas by an extra day came into effect this morning.
The deal was struck at the 11th hour overnight. It comes after Hamas freed an additional 16 Israeli and foreign hostages, including an American with dual citizenship, while Israel released 30 Palestinian prisoners. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel this morning on a diplomatic mission. He says efforts are ongoing to extend that deal for a longer stretch. The extension also gives more breathing room to Palestinians living in Gaza and allows for more aid to reach the devastated enclave. Speaking yesterday, the UN Secretary General said that while he welcomed the agreement, it was not enough to support the needs of Gaza's suffering population.
The level of aid to Palestinians in Gaza remains completely inadequate to meet the huge needs of more than 2 million people. The people of Gaza are in the midst of an epic humanitarian catastrophe before the eyes of the world. We must not look away. We believe we need a true humanitarian ceasefire.
In a few moments, we'll hear from the host of Oh My World on YouTube, former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon, Hagar Shamali. But before that, let's get to NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, for the latest in Tel Aviv. Richard?
The truce between Hamas and Israel is now entering a very difficult phase and could be breaking down. There had been an expectation last night and this morning that there would be an extension, potentially a 2-day extension, perhaps more than that. But in the 11th hour, Israel and Hamas only agreed to a 1-day extension. So today is the last day of the truce between the two sides. Another hostage release is expected to come today. But this almost broke down overnight. Hamas initially put forward a list saying it was going to release 7 hostages and then hand over the body of 3 of the hostages who were killed, it says, by Israeli airstrikes. Israel rejected that. And now when you talk to Israeli officials and when you speak to Hamas, and Hamas is telling its people to be ready for the military campaign to begin, it does feel that tension is resuming and we could be once again going into a military phase of this conflict where Israel renews its campaign against the Gaza Strip to destroy and dislodge Hamas from power. There will be costs if Israel does resume its campaign. Costs for Gaza, obviously, where the health ministry, which is run by Hamas, says that around 15,000 people have already been killed, and costs for Israel. Public relations cost. Israel has faced an enormous international backlash because of its military campaign against Gaza, because of all the civilians that have been killed, and a backlash within the country because if it begins this military campaign, it could slow down or even stop the hostage exchange program, the hostage releases being swapped for Palestinian prisoners. But Israel wants to keep pressure on Hamas, and it is not satisfied with the pace of the releases so far, not satisfied with Hamas's answers about how many hostages it has, how many are alive, how many are actually in Hamas's custody. So we will see what happens. Secretary Blinken is here trying to encourage dialogue, trying to extend the truce, trying to convince Israel that if it does resume its military campaign, to carry it out in a more targeted way.
All right, Richard, thank you for your reporting.
For more, let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So I want to start with what Richard had just said there at the end of this idea of being more targeted. A U.S. official told Politico, that's what viewers are seeing right now on their screen, that the U.S. and Israel have been talking behind the scenes for weeks about these future operations, what Israel's going to do coming up in the south of Gaza. That's, of course, where many civilians have now evacuated to. The U.S. is pressuring Israel to be surgical and targeted, as you can see here, to prevent civilian casualties when possible. How much influence does the U.S. have over Israel's tactics in the region if and when combat operations restart?
Well, John Kirby actually on Tuesday added that the U.S. has told Israel that they do not support Israel moving into the south just yet until it can account for all Palestinians and all internally displaced Palestinians. And he said that Israel was receptive to that. And that doesn't surprise me because the consultations that go between the United States and Israel are very close at all times, let alone during a conflict. It's going to be even more close. And so if there's anybody that can influence Israel's decision making, and it's not always going to happen, but if anybody can do it, it is the United States. And it doesn't surprise me that for the last few weeks, the U.S. is trying to press them to be as targeted and surgical as possible, because what they're trying to say is, listen, we support your goal in defeating Hamas. It is important for your security, it's important for the world's security, and it's important for a two-state solution. However, it doesn't help for Israel's broader security to have such a high civilian death toll. And I think what the U.S. is saying, what the Biden administration is saying is, listen, we can make this happen. We can work this, but it needs to be a war that is more targeted, more patient, more surgical, as they said, and I believe that it's achievable.
There are also growing concerns this morning about escalating violence in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. That's where the UN says more than 200 Palestinians have been killed in recent weeks. Secretary of State Blinken expected to visit the occupied West Bank. He's likely going to meet with Palestinian leader Abbas. What's at stake here? How important is that meeting?
Well, this kind of goes back to the point that you were making earlier about the truce and how fragile it is, because you have to take these things day by day, even hour by hour, and that would be the case with any war, truces and negotiations and hostage swaps or hostage prisoner swaps would be sensitive and tenuous in any war. But when you're dealing with a terrorist organization, it's a whole other level. And so when you've got violence coming up in the West Bank, you had a terrorist attack in Jerusalem this morning. These things make it very difficult because you need a partner on the Palestinian side to ensure that the day after Gaza is there's going to be somebody there to pick up the trash, that there's going to be someone there who can help control and the land and prevent future terrorist attacks. And Mahmoud Abbas is a very weak, very corrupt leader, but he is the only chance that we have right now. He is the leader of the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority is the one that represents officially the Palestinian people. And in this case, we need him to work and to cooperate, and he has cooperated with the Israeli government before many times. He says he's willing to take control over Gaza when the war ends. And again, while he's not loved by everybody, I think he's the only chance we have until they come up with somebody new.
Hagar, so the truce right now between Israel and Hamas is expected to continue through at least today. But then what do you think happens next? I mean, obviously, we've seen each day means more hostages are released. Do you think another deal will be made in order to get Hamas to release more hostages?
Well, so they're going to take this day by day and get as many hostages as they can released. But unfortunately, I believe that once they hit the group of hostages who are all male and soldier, this is where things are going to get difficult. And I hope I'm wrong about this, but the fact is that in the history has shown that Hamas, when they've had male Israeli soldiers, one the most famous, Gilad Shalit, they held on to him for 6 years, and then he was traded for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. You've already heard Hamas leaders saying that they would be willing to release all of those leaders in exchange for all of the Palestinian prisoners, which is just not going to happen. And so that's where things are going to get difficult, and that's kind of why I expect the war to continue, in part because of the hostages, and in part because Israel says it wants to defeat Hamas, and in order to do that, it needs to go to the south of Gaza.
Hagar Shamali, as always, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
This morning, Japan is asking the U.S. military to temporarily ground the Osprey aircraft following yesterday's fatal crash. Crews are continuing to search the waters off the southern coast of Japan, looking for wreckage and trying to figure out what happened. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has the latest details.
On Wednesday, another deadly crash of a U.S. military Osprey. In this case, it was a U.S. Air Force One, a CV-22, off the southern coast of Japan. The airmen on board were part of a routine training mission that turned deadly. A U.S. Air Force Osprey crashed into the waters off Japan's southern coast with 8 U.S. airmen on board. U.S. military officials say the remains of one have been found and that search and rescue efforts continue. The airmen assigned to the 353rd Special Operations Wing at Kadena Air Base in Japan were on a training mission when Japanese officials say the Osprey disappeared around 2:40 p.m. local time. The Osprey is unique, capable of taking off and hovering like a helicopter, then tilting its rotors forward to fly like a plane. But it's an aircraft with a troubled history. In August 2022, Air Force Special Operations Command grounded all 52 of its Ospreys for more than 2 weeks after clutches repeatedly malfunctioned. And deadly crashes with Marine Corps Ospreys as well, including 4 Marines killed when their Osprey crashed during an exercise in Norway last year, 5 more Marines killed just 3 months later in Southern California. And this August, a Marine Corps Osprey went down in Australia, killing 3 Marines on board, including Norm Lewis's son, Major Toby Lewis.
Well, I'm concerned about any pilot, military pilot, and flying and the things they have to do.
He says Toby loved flying the Osprey.
I don't know the cause of Toby's crash, and I do not know the cause of this crash, and I think the military will figure that out, and they'll decide whether these airframes are still safe to fly or not, or they'll correct the problem.
Boeing and Bell, who build the Osprey, say they are standing by to provide any requested investigation support. Defense officials tell NBC News search and rescue efforts could continue for the next 72 hours. Meanwhile, U.S. military officials continue to notify the next of kin of those who were on board that Osprey aircraft, telling them that their loved ones are missing. Back to you,
Courtney. Thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, a vote is expected as soon as Friday on whether to expel embattled New York Congressman George Santos from the House of Representatives.
Yeah, an ethics committee report earlier this month found that Santos had violated federal law and misused campaign funds. He has denied any wrongdoing. While Santos would be only the 6th member of the House to be expelled ever and the 3rd since the Civil War. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's concerned, though, ahead of the vote.
What we've said as the leadership team is we're going to allow people to vote their conscience. I think it's the only appropriate thing we can do. I trust that people will make that decision thoughtfully and in good faith. I personally have real reservations about doing this. I'm concerned about a precedent that may be set for that. So everybody's working through that.
For the latest, we're joined now by Axios senior political reporter Eugene Scott. Eugene, good to have you with us this morning. So Santos says he expects to be kicked out of Congress, though Speaker Johnson, as we heard there, does have some reservations, some concerns about the expulsion vote. What is Johnson worried about?
Well, this will set a precedent. I mean, we know we're in hyper-partisan times, and lots of people in Congress, even within parties, do not like one another or want to work with one another. And coming to the conclusion that someone should not be in Congress, despite not being convicted of a crime yet, this is a first-time scenario that these lawmakers find themselves in, and Johnson thinks this won't be the last if this moves forward.
We know, as you mentioned as we were heading into this piece right here, that only a handful of House members ever have been removed from office. And that's to say nothing of how many scandals there have been in Congress, and lawmakers have sort of survived those, not been expelled. Why is it difficult to get the votes needed for expulsion? What are some of the challenges that come with that?
Well, one of the challenges right now is we're in an incredibly tight Congress, right? Republicans only have a slight advantage. Kevin McCarthy was saved quite a few times because of George Santos. Mike Johnson could very well find himself in a similar situation and is looking at these numbers. And individuals have relationships with these folks that they, want to keep intact and know could ultimately harm them in the future if they do something like this, like ending a political career. And so there's a lot of back scratching that happens on Capitol Hill, and setting off a scenario like this could make things difficult for the future of these individuals as they pursue their political careers long term.
As you mentioned, Eugene, it is a tight Congress. If Santos is removed, then what are the next steps taken to fill his congressional seat here in New York? And do we know who might be in the running for that?
Sure. Well, the governor of New York has to call a special election, which has to happen in about 70 to 80 days. At least 7 Democrats and 9 Republicans have already expressed interest in Santos' seat, including some state lawmakers, a former the Democrat who used to hold it before Santos had it. And so we could see even more names coming up. But this will happen really soon. And there's a lot of interest in this seat because Democrats want to win it back. Republicans want to keep it.
It is a competitive district. All right, yeah. Eugene Scott, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, grab your rain boots. We are expecting some wet weather across the country from the southern plains to the Pacific Northwest.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning with a look at the forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we have a couple spots that are going to see some wet weather. We have some snow, we have some storms, and some really heavy rain expected in spots. First, we'll start out west. The Pacific Northwest, an atmospheric river event is setting up once again. We've had these week after week, and that's going to bring a lot of rain on shore, especially along the coast. Higher elevation snow. We could see 1 to 2 feet in the highest mountains. And then the Four Corners, we're watching the chance for rain, a mixture, and also snow. Once again, going to see 1 to 2 feet in the higher elevations of the mountains of the Four Corners. But we are watching the southern plains. This is going to be the big weather story throughout the day. We have an area of low pressure. It's pulling moisture off the Gulf. We're also kind of interacting that cooler air with warmer air. And we're looking at the chance for some strong storms as we head throughout the afternoon hours. We've already had severe thunderstorm warnings in portions of southeastern Texas. And that's what we're going to see as we go throughout the afternoon hours. 7 million people at risk. We could see a few tornadoes, damaging hail 1 inch or greater. Also winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this orange shading, but not ruling out where it's yellow too. So Lufkin, Livingston, Bryan, also Beaumont, Houston, you're going to be in the mix for some really strong storms, or the likelihood of that, and also the chance of localized flooding. We could see 2.5 inches per hour when that rain is coming down. So in terms of the rainfall, we're looking at hourly rates of 1 to 2 inches, possibly up to 2.5. That's really fast. That's blinding rain. So we could see some localized flooding, and we're looking at a whole lot of rain, especially along the coast here, because that's pulling that moisture off the Gulf. So where you see the reds, the oranges, the yellows, even into portions of Arkansas, the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, we're going to see the chance for some heavy rain, and that's going to continue as we head throughout tomorrow. As a result, we are concerned for the chance for flash flooding. The greatest risk would be right around the coast here, Lake Charles to Houston, where you see that darker blue, but could see localized flash flooding to Lufkin, Alexandria, also Shreveport. So this is going to be a big story as we go throughout the afternoon, evening hours, and one that we're going to watch very closely. Here's a setup, an area of low pressure bringing that Gulf moisture into the Mississippi Valley, the southern plains, that severe risk in addition to heavy, heavy downpours. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that area of low pressure is going to move off to the north and east. It's sort of going to lose its own, still have the chance for some strong storms along the Gulf Coast, but not that severe threat that we're seeing today. Rain will reach the northeast and mid-Atlantic, but not enough to kind of ease that drought. But still, we're going to see kind of a dreary day on Friday. Out to the west, we're looking at some snow alerts from the Pacific Northwest into the Four Corners. We have winter storm warnings, winter storm watches, also winter weather advisories, and that's due to that atmospheric river in addition to an area of low pressure in the Four Corners. And as we kind of put radar over this, we're seeing that rain already falling, and we're going to see a couple inches along the coast there, especially in Washington, Oregon, into Northern California. But then it's going to move inland as we head throughout the next couple of days. And look at all those bright colors. That means we're looking at heavy rain for Portland, into Eugene, into portions of Northern California as well. But the rain's also going to move inland as we go throughout tomorrow. Heavy snowfall, 1 to 2 feet in lots of spots in the higher elevations. And that's where you see the pinks and purples. The setup here, we have that area of low pressure, that atmospheric river kind of moving onshore. That's going to bring strong winds, some rain, wind, and mountain snow. So we have a lot going on. The East Coast is quiet today, but we're going to bring the rain into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic tomorrow.
Skiers are happy, I think.
So happy, right? We're piling it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
In some of those perfect places. Sun Valley, Boise. Awesome. All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Well, this morning we are remembering former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who in his time was one of the most powerful and influential men in global affairs, but his legacy is very much open to debate.
He served presidents of both parties, overseeing international diplomacy during the Vietnam conflict and playing a key role in the normalization of relations with China. He died Wednesday at 100 years old. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has more on his life and the work of this controversial figure in American diplomacy.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. He was brilliant, ambitious, controversial, and one of the most influential secretaries of state in American history.
I think we made further progress.
Henry Kissinger served Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and was consulted by presidents of both parties on international issues throughout his life.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine.
Nixon made him a national figure, and together they reimagined U.S. foreign policy, détente with the Soviet Union, relations with China, shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East. Kissinger helped shape Nixon's policy in Vietnam and negotiated an end to the war, famously declaring success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nothing that has happened to me in public life has moved me more than this award.
Though his co-recipient, North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho, declined the honor. 4 years later, President Ford awarded him the Medal of Freedom. He was a master of pragmatic, big-picture diplomacy, but he had his critics, who described him as manipulative and insecure. Some called him a war criminal for his role in bombing Cambodia and widening the war in Vietnam. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled to America as Hitler rose to power. He became a U.S. citizen, served in World War II, and earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. He caught the eye of Richard Nixon, who made him National Security Advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person ever to hold both jobs simultaneously.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
But their relationship was complicated, and White House tapes reveal that Kissinger sometimes enabled the worst in Nixon.
It was a very curious relationship because we were not personally very close.
The night before he resigned in disgrace, Nixon asked Kissinger to kneel and pray with him.
And of course, it was a crushing event. But I think of that evening as an experience with dignity, and it was very moving.
Kissinger was no faceless bureaucrat. He was a world-renowned celebrity.
I loved your foreign accent.
And he loved the spotlight. He was even something of a pop culture icon. After leaving government, he opened his own consulting firm, remaining active and sought after for decades. At 95, eulogizing John McCain's life, Kissinger sounded a wistful note about his own.
Like most people of my age, I feel a longing for what is lost and cannot be restored.
Henry Kissinger was a man of great accomplishment and controversy. But as he once told NBC's Barbara Walters, he had no regrets.
If I had to do it over again, I would do again substantially the same way, which may make me unreconstructed, and maybe one reason why I'm at peace with myself.
Lester Holt, NBC News, New York.
Well, much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, some good news that will get drivers pumped. Gas prices are down, way down, actually. But fill up all you can. We will explain what's behind the drop and why it might not last much longer.
Up first, after the break, the renewed war of words between Canada and India over a plot to kill a Sikh activist here in the U.S. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Department of Justice is revealing startling new details about an assassination plot allegedly linked to the Indian government.
According to an unsealed indictment, the Department of Justice arrested a suspect who prosecutors say was hired by an Indian government employee to carry out the assassination. The target of the would-be killing, a Sikh activist living here in New York who allegedly has a history of criticizing the Indian government. It doesn't stop there. Canadian officials said the June assassination of another Sikh activist in Canada may also be linked to India's government. India denies those allegations. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had this to say about the new charges.
The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now for more on this. Hey, Ken, good morning. So walk us through the details we've got here so far of this indictment.
Good morning, Savannah. I think the most important detail is that the indictment suggests that the Canadian and the New York plots are in fact linked. These were two Sikh activists who knew one another. They both advocate for a Sikh homeland within a part of India, the state of Punjab. They are enemies, essentially, of the Indian government. And what the indictment says is that the Indian government employee who orchestrated the plot in New York and recruited the defendant in this case sent him a video of the Canadian assassination after it was completed. It also says that this defendant, an Indian national who's charged in this case, tried to pay $100,000 to a person he thought was a hitman, but ended up being an undercover U.S. law enforcement officer. That's how the plot in New York was in fact disrupted. But the most alarming thing about it is that it was orchestrated, according to this indictment, by a person who the U.S. knows is an Indian government employee based in India and who described himself as essentially a senior intelligence operative. Now, we can presume the U.S. has more information about this person, but they carefully framed it in terms of what this person told the defendant who he was recruiting to orchestrate this plot. But big picture here, the U.S. is alarmed about this because it appears to show that a friendly government, a government they're trying to woo, was trying to essentially take out two of its enemies in the U.S. and Canada. Guys.
So, Ken, the Indian government official who allegedly hired the suspect, not charged, not identified by name in the indictment. Do we know why that is?
There could be a number of reasons for that, Joe. One, the investigation is continuing. But two, the U.S. and Canada are pressing India to actually investigate this and move the wheels of justice in India against Indian residents and officials. That's kind of where this thing is moving. The U.S. certainly knows more than it's saying in these court papers about this case, but they're walking a careful line here. They don't want to embarrass the Indian government, Joe.
So tell us about the Indian government's response on this.
Yeah, Savannah, it's interesting. Initially, they denied when the Canadian Prime Minister asserted that they were behind that plot in Canada. Yesterday, they issued a statement that was more careful, that neither confirmed nor denied any assassination plot, and said that they would look into it. You know, separately, the CIA director and the National Security Advisor and others have been pressing the Indian government, even President Biden himself during the G20 in September, to look into this and take it seriously. And what we're told is that privately, Indian officials have said, oh, yes, of course, we're going to look into this. But if, in fact, it was an Indian government plot, it's a little bit of a game that everyone is playing. The U.S. wants to send a message, essentially, to India to cut it out.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. Let's stay on international headlines now, starting with choice words for the U.S. from the sister of Kim Jong-un over North Korea's recent satellite launch.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with that and other world news. Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in North Korea, where the powerful sister of Kim Jong-un dismissed U.S. calls for a return to diplomacy. She also criticized recent comments made by the U.S. Condemning North Korea's launch of the spy satellite. Now, those comments coming from U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas Greenfield. She called the launch reckless and unlawful. North Korea says more launches of spy satellites will come. And turning to Rome, where the Vatican says Pope Francis is still unwell. They say he's having trouble breathing as a result of a lung inflammation. His illness forcing him to cancel his trip to Dubai for the climate conference. The Vatican says he's on antibiotics. Now, the pontiff, who is turning 87 next month, is gearing up for one of the busiest times of year leading up to Christmas. And guys, we have some panda news to tell you about. After spending 12 years at the Edinburgh Zoo as the only pandas in the UK, Panda Sweetie and Sunshine, as they're affectionately called, are heading home back to China. But here's the thing, the hope was that they would have had some offspring. I mean, of course, who doesn't love baby pandas? But after several attempts with artificial insemination, it didn't work. So now the pandas are heading back home to China. Guys.
Panda's picking up a lot of airline miles these days, flying around the world.
Yeah, Megan, thanks so much.
Coming up, a warning for parents about a popular product for babies, why safety advocates are pushing to redesign all infant loungers on the market.
Plus, a canine lover's conundrum. If there was a way to keep your dog alive for 1 year longer, would you do it? We'll tell you about a new drug that could give you more time after the break.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
We are back with a major consumer alert for parents looking to purchase infant loungers. A new proposal to significantly redesign nearly all loungers on the market has been approved by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson breaks down what parents need to know about the new requirements.
After years of concern about infant loungers and support pillows, the Consumer Product Safety Commission now wants them redesigned.
The problem with these products is that babies are dying in them, and they shouldn't be.
The CPSC proposing the first ever standards for the pillowy products linked to at least 79 infant deaths since 2010. More than 80% of those deaths involved infants 3 months and younger. The government says these items should be firmer, flatter, and thinner to prevent suffocation.
As long as these things exist, you can't rule out people using them for sleep.
Earlier this year, an NBC News analysis found more than twice as many deaths as the CPSC originally cited. In May, we met Kate and Brandon Movitz. Their 10-week-old son, Pierce, died after his breathing was constricted while he slept in a lounger. Now they've started the Pierce Forever Foundation to help other families.
People need to be educated on, the risks that they're taking.
With millions of products out there, CPSC Commissioner Rich Trumka says education is crucial because the new standards may not take effect for 18 months.
What do parents do with the ones that are currently on the market?
I wouldn't have them in my home. And certainly, if you do have them in your home, don't use them for sleep.
The manufacturers industry group says it shares the CPSC's goal of ensuring products are as safe as they can be, adding parents should always follow the manufacturer's instructions and only use infant loungers for supervised awake time. Asleep or awake, the goal is to make sure babies are safe. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
If you could keep your dog alive just 1 year longer, would you? Well, one dog pharmaceutical company is betting that your answer would be yes. And they're one step closer to getting approval from the FDA to bring a drug to market that could do just that. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the details.
Come on, Phil.
In a dog's world, the future is far less important than what's right under its nose. But more time with your pup, the latest goal from doggy pharma companies, now that's intriguing for owners.
He's just an old man. He's an old soul. The more research that came out about it, I think I would be interested.
One company is making some headway. Loyal giving NBC News a letter from the FDA saying its drug meant to increase dogs' lifespans just met one of the many conditions needed on its way to market approval. Loyal's hopes that its shot every 3 to 6 months could slow the aging process in big dogs over 40 pounds that typically have shorter lifespans, giving you possibly an extra year of cuddles, fetch, and slobbery kisses.
It compensates for what we believe drives that big dog short lifespan post-maturity.
Celine Haliwa, founder and CEO of Loyal, says the drug lowers the production and release of proteins called growth factors to slow down aging, but they won't make your big dogs smaller.
They're still going to be big. We're not creating medium Danes or anything.
The road to getting the drugs into paws across the country is a long one. Loyal still needs to do more research, show its drug actually increases a dog's lifespan, and provide more safety and manufacturing data for the FDA to vet. The FDA declined to provide a statement on the drug, saying it couldn't comment on applications in progress. And Loyal's not alone. Other researchers are hot on the trail to sniff out their own version. The Dog Aging Project is looking into the drug rapamycin.
Rapamycin in the laboratory has been shown to increase healthy lifespan in mice and worms and flies. And we're interested in whether it can increase healthy lifespan in dogs.
Whether or whenever these drugs go to market, there'll be plenty of owners whose ears perk up at the idea.
I would consider, depending on, what kind of clinical trials have they done.
Others less sure about a first-of-its-kind medication.
You can't know if the dog would want to. I would feel uncomfortable about doing that.
One bioethicist echoing concerns, saying drugs like these are taking the eye off the ball.
If you think about golden retrievers, those dogs have lowered their lifespan over the past years because of breeding for particular traits. There's so much more that we could do to improve dogs' lives.
The desire to keep a dog alive longer mirrors goals we have for our own species, with researchers working on drugs that could extend human life expectancy by years or even decades.
If you ask me, do I want to live longer, I would say yes.
For now, the focus is on more tail wagging, though it's up in the air when Tilly and Ozzy and Yeti's time will be up. Eventually, all dogs go to heaven.
Thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. It is important to note this drug won't be available at your vet anytime soon. There's still a lot of regulatory hurdles and clinical trials that it will have to pass. There's some hope that there could be a conditional approval by 2026.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where you're like, the future. What? All right, coming up, Christmas came early for drivers. Gas prices are down, way down compared to this time last year.
Our friend Caleb Silver is in studio with us this morning. He's going to explain what's behind the drop, cha-ching, why it may not last very long. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Americans are finally seeing some relief at the gas pump. According to AAA, the cost of gas is down 30 cents compared to this time last year. But how long will those prices last? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has what you need to know before you gas up.
From the Lone Star State to highways across the country, finally some inflation relief at the gas pump.
A lot better than last year.
It's all about supply and demand. Demand usually falls during colder months when people stay home. And right now, there's plenty of supply, with the U.S. making up 80% of the global increase.
The U.S. retains the crown of the world's largest oil producer. Oil production in the U.S. is back at record-setting levels.
On the global market, oil is now selling for $77 a barrel, down from $123 in June of last year. At the pump, gas has dropped to $3.22 a gallon nationally, 28 cents cheaper than last year. 16 states are now paying $3 or less. 25,000 gas stations at $2.75 or less, though higher taxes means gas can be $2 more expensive out west. Still, cheaper gas is one reason why car dealers report electric vehicle sales have fallen sharply. In Wisconsin, Cunis Automotive owns 44 dealerships across the region.
We've definitely seen a slowdown in electric vehicle sales across the Midwest, when we're actually seeing a lot of defectors from electric vehicles as they move back towards a ICE or hybrid vehicle.
A top customer concern, driving long distances and finding charging stations. Where gas prices go from here could depend on whether OPEC cuts production this week. OPEC doesn't have the influence it once did, but it could determine whether America's national average falls below $3 by Christmas. Also, there is news about the UAW now moving to unionize non-union automakers. Right after earning their fresh 25% pay hike from the Big Three, the UAW now says it's launching a campaign to organize 13 non-union automakers, including Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Honda, Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen. 150,000 auto workers in all. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
Let's bring in Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver with more on all this. So Tom touched on a little bit, but what are some of the reasons we're seeing these price drops here?
Yeah, so it is winter, lower demand, but also we switched to a cheaper blend of gasoline during the winter months. So that's got a big factor on that as well. But also we've just seen that there's more oil supply. Tom alluded to it. The U.S. is now accounting for 80% of the additional supply. We heard earlier this morning that OPEC and OPEC Plus plan to cut an additional 1 million barrels to try to drive the price up. So prices are coming down, and it's a big factor in driving down overall inflation. Nothing is more important than gas prices psychologically to the consumer.
Yeah, that is the thing people notice. So we're seeing a global, drop in demand. That can sometimes signal an economic slowdown. Do we think that's the case here?
A little bit, and you especially hear it out of China right now, which economy is slowing a little bit. The U.S. economy not slowing at all. We got a GDP update yesterday, 5+%. So not here in the United States, but around the world, we are seeing some slowdown. The fact is, too much supply, less use, that drives the price down, plus the winter months. It's a big deal for consumers.
So what can we expect with prices in the coming months?
Prices will probably stabilize here, maybe come down a little bit. But if you're in Texas or Mississippi, you're paying $2.75 a gallon. Out on the West Coast, obviously, a little bit more, $2 more, in fact. But gas prices are probably going to stay around this level right now unless we see another global disruption. But so far, those disruptions have not impacted the price of oil, which is down at $77 a barrel.
And then on the West Coast, there's always that gas station that, for whatever reason, is 75 cents more than the others around it. I've never figured that out.
They're like banking on somebody's not paying attention.
Exactly.
It's most convenient.
That's for the glamorous
I have been the person who's doing it and looks across the street like, are you serious?
Right, exactly. So, I mean, as we head into the holiday season, we know people are going to be traveling. I mean, how could these gas prices impact most Americans?
The thing is, for every dollar saved on gas, about 80 cents of that goes to discretionary spending at every income level. So if we're saving money on gas, we're spending it in other places. Where are we spending it? We're spending it at restaurants. We're spending it sometimes flying places. We're spending it on experiences. So lower gas prices usually means more consumer spending on the discretionary things, and all of that keeps the economy and GDP running pretty swiftly right now. So I would expect the economy to stabilize, especially if these gas prices stay low. This could be a very good news for consumers going through the winter.
All right. We'll take it for now. All right.
Sure will.
Caleb Silver, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Staying on your money, Microsoft is now getting a seat at the OpenAI table.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on here over the last week. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, so Microsoft announced it secured a non-voting board seat at OpenAI. Now, the move eases fears about the company's role with the startup after a shaky month that saw the board fire, then rehire CEO Sam Altman. Microsoft declined to identify the new board member. Spirit Airlines is offering to buy out salaried employees in an effort to cut costs. Now, the budget airline is facing financial strains that it expects to continue next year. Spirit has also paused training for new pilots and flight attendants and restricted its expense budgets. JetBlue Airways is still trying to acquire Spirit, but the Justice Department sued to block the deal. The trial is scheduled to wrap in the coming days. And for the first time ever, Kraft is bringing dairy-free mac and cheese to the U.S. The company said the new recipe maintains the same consistency but replaces dairy with ingredients like fava bean protein and coconut oil powder. The new plant-based alternative will be available in stores over the next few months. I wonder how the taste will be.
I know.
I grew up eating that
big
stuff.
Kraft mac and cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have not had it in a very long time.
I haven't either,
Honestly,
but I definitely grew up on
that. I love it. All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Still to come, oh, Christmas tree. One of the world's most famous Christmas trees is finally all lit up here at 30 Rock. We're going to have highlights from last night's star-studded tree lighting.
And 'tis the season to put a ring on it. That's right. A lot of people planning to get engaged this holiday season, but couples are opting for trend over tradition. When we come back, we will get an industry expert to explain. You're watching Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives.
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get ahead.
We are back. It is now officially Christmas time here at 30 Rock. The world-famous Rockefeller Center Christmas tree was illuminated last night. The 80-foot tree dazzled crowds of Christmas enthusiasts with its 50,000 multicolored LED lights, a 90-pound Swarovski crystal star sparkling at the top. Last night's tree lighting included performances from the Rockettes, Chloe Bailey, Cher, of course, the show's host Kelly Clarkson, and so many more. If you want to take selfies at the iconic Christmas tree in person, it will be lit every day until January 13th from 5 a.m. to midnight, except Christmas Day. That day it's lit for 24 hours, and then on New Year's Eve from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. because the tree takes New Year's Eve off, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
I guess so. We love it. We are lucky enough that when we come in the morning and it's still dark, and since it's lit at 5 a.m., there it is. We get to see it right in the windows.
We literally had our families in our offices last night staring at the tree being lit.
We were here, we saw that moment, but now every morning we get a little lighting. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, of course we had to be here. We're going to end this hour with new trends when it comes to engagement, you know, when someone pops a big question.
Yeah, a growing number of couples are redefining how they approach their engagements, marking a big change in decades of tradition.
Let's bring in Kat McCoy for more on this. She is the founder of Proposal Prep. Kat, good morning. Good to have you with us. This is such a fun topic. So I know there's a growing trend of both partners kind of participating, right, in the engagement planning in various different stages. Tell us what it is that you're seeing.
Absolutely. When it comes to the timing of the engagement and the style of the ring, people are discussing much more, and sort of both parties have a seat at the table.
So does it mean that there's no element of surprise anymore, or are couples still able to keep that?
There's absolutely a spectrum of surprise. On the one hand, you have some brides-to-be who are planning every detail down to when they'd like to be proposed to.
Wow.
And then there are other people who are looking for a little bit more mystery and romance. But I think when it comes to both the ring and the proposal, there's a lot of areas where you can collaborate but still leave a little bit of mystery.
Is this like a social media thing? Is that part of the reason why, or?
Absolutely. We live in such a visual time, and there's some expectation that whether it be within minutes or hours or, you know, sometimes even days, the ring will be posted and there will be a photo of you guys online.
So you have right here the proposal prep box, which is meant to help couples begin the conversation around a possible engagement. I mean, what are some of the things couples should be thinking about as they approach this? Apparently, together, talking about it, planning it.
I think one of the first things you want to talk about is the amount of input or involvement in the ring you're looking to have. I think it's always really helpful to see different diamond shapes on your own finger. So lots of couples will go shopping together in person and then decide, okay, I'm going to exit the process now. It's up to you. In terms of timing of the proposal, there are venue considerations. So if you know you want to lock in a certain venue, you may suggest, hey, it'd be great if you proposed by the end of the year. You know, the two big things really are going to be timing of the proposal, of course, and style of the ring, but there's lots of different elements, of course, as well.
I'm going to leave you now. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But that one.
Yeah, right. The ring, for sure, I think, especially if it's something you're going to wear forever, hopefully, the involvement I see, or like having best friends, or my sister was kind of involved in mine. I didn't say very much, but I just think the surprise element of being proposed to. I mean, I figured it out. I will say, love you, honey, but I did. But I wouldn't.
Dude, you were like, I think I'm going to get proposed to.
I think I'm off, and I think I will come back engaged. I just Joe did that. But I wouldn't have necessarily wanted to like be so involved. So I like that you say that there's this spectrum of surprise, right? What's the cost like these days of rings?
The average engagement ring in the United States is around $6,000. But with everything, there is a tremendous range of what people can spend.
And I mean, we should keep in mind with LGBTQ couples, we're seeing sometimes watches or other things, right, that are part of like the engagement process.
Yes, an engagement watch has become a really big thing. Both parties proposing to each other is becoming more popular. But it's endlessly fascinating to me. It's the last rite of passage that same-sex couples, heterosexual couples, everyone seems to really abide by.
Absolutely. And what type of stuff comes in the box?
So the proposal prep box is designed to help you figure out what kind of ring you want. It's got diamond buying education and also couples activities to kind of break the ice. I think every home should have a ring sizer, so that's an easy place to start. Probably the coolest part of the box is this diamond try-on kit. It comes with the 9 most popular diamond shapes. They're cubic zirconia, of course.
I was like, what do you mean?
But a really cool tool to see what each shape looks like on your finger.
Wow, let me see.
Yeah, so this would be what a round stone would look like on you.
And if someone gives you just that, you should know you should not marry that person.
Major red flag.
There we go. Oh, this is so fun. Thank you so much, Kate. It was great to have you here.
Thank you.
Engagement season.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the fragile ceasefire in the Middle East extended for another day as more hostages and Palestinian prisoners are released. Among them, the second American citizen freed from Gaza since the truce began. It's all playing out as violence descends on Jerusalem. Israeli officials say at least 3 people were killed in a bus stop shooting earlier this morning. We've got full team coverage. In Washington, a moment of truth for embattled Congressman George Santos. He is expected to face an expulsion vote in the House tomorrow. We've got his latest take on it all in just a moment. Also this morning, we are remembering Henry Kissinger, a titan of American diplomacy who played a major role in molding America's Cold War strategy on the world stage. Dead now at 100. We're going to take a look back at a career both revered and reviled. And we're going to end this hour with a bit of retail therapy this holiday season, how you can make those wildly popular buy now, pay later options work for you. Shopping is on everyone's mind right now.
Yes, and hopefully don't get yourself into too much trouble with plans like that. We'll give you some tips.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a truce between Israel and Hamas was extended overnight.
But the last-minute deal prolongs the ceasefire by just one day, raising fears of a renewed Israeli assault on the already devastated Gaza Strip in the coming days. It comes after more hostages were released yesterday, including an American citizen. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
In the last minute, Israel and Hamas agreed to extend their ceasefire by only one day, which is less than negotiators had been hoping. And there are concerns that this truce could be breaking down. Another American citizen this morning is free. Liat Benin, a mother of 3, released by Hamas overnight. She's a guide at Israel's Holocaust Memorial, kidnapped during Hamas's October 7th massacre that killed 1,200 people. Her husband remains a hostage.
She was in good spirits, and she was happy to see us. She missed us.
But what little momentum was building between Israel and Hamas to de-escalate this crisis is slowing down. Israel is frustrated by Hamas's lack of clarity on the hostages, including the Bibas family, Shiri and her 2 children, 4-year-old Ariel and Kafir. At 10 months, the youngest hostage, taken on October 7th and becoming a national symbol of the horror. Now Hamas claims they were killed by a previous Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military said it's working to confirm that report. Tensions are rising. In Jerusalem this morning, 2 Palestinian gunmen, described by Israeli police as brothers from East Jerusalem, opened fire and killed 3 Israelis, including a 24-year-old woman and a 73-year-old man. 3 others are in serious condition. Hamas claimed responsibility. And in the West Bank, Israeli troops killed 2 Palestinian boys during a raid in Jenin. Israel claims they were throwing explosives. Palestinians say the killings were unprovoked. Turning off the ceasefire has costs. For Gaza, where the Hamas-run health ministry says around 15,000 people have already been killed, and for Israel, potentially stopping the release of more hostages. Yahel and Nave were among 6 members of the Haran Avigdori family Hamas freed last weekend. Their father remains in Gaza. Nave is 8 and a soccer fan. Yahel is 3 and has a big smile, but now only speaks in a whisper after being told by Hamas to stay quiet for 50 days, according to her relative, Shira Hebron.
What has it been like for you and all the families each day waiting by the phone?
It's been a nightmare. We have some air in our lungs finally because 6 of them have returned.
Secretary Blinken is once again in Israel to try and extend this ceasefire and pressure Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties if or when it resumes its military campaign against Hamas in Gaza.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Well, now to Washington, where there's growing pressure this morning to expel New York Congressman George Santos from Congress.
The House is expected to vote as early as Friday on a resolution to remove Santos. He's accused of misusing campaign funds and violating federal law, allegations that Santos has denied. If removed, he would be only the 6th member to ever be expelled from the House.
NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us with the latest here. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So what is the mood on Capitol Hill this morning ahead of the vote? What's the latest on where lawmakers, including, of course, House Speaker Mike Johnson, stand on expelling Santos? Any idea what to expect here with the vote?
Oh, well, Savannah, Santos is enjoying his last moment in the limelight. He's holding a press conference as we speak right now, decrying what he says is an unfair process, that he would be kicked out without having been convicted of anything, which would set an historical precedent in the House. But most members are just ready for the George Santos show to be over. We heard from a number of Republicans yesterday who feel like Santos has had every opportunity to either clear his name or do what they see as the right thing and resign, and basically that this has forced their hands into having this vote to try to get rid of somebody who's basically embarrassed their party since the moment he got here. Now, as for the Speaker, he said yesterday he was concerned about this idea of setting a precedent of kicking somebody out of Congress without an actual conviction, basically just doing it on the accusations themselves, but that he's encouraged members to vote their conscience. Again, from the members I've spoken to and our team has spoken to, their conscience says, let's get rid of this guy. He's making all of us look bad.
I mean, so Garrett, Santos has been plagued with scandals ever since he was elected just just over a year ago. We know there have been plenty of efforts and thoughts about removing him previously. Does it seem like that scathing House Ethics Committee report this month seemed to be the thing that really moved the needle?
Yeah, look, this will be the third expulsion vote that Santos has faced. So you saw the first one when it was kind of just the stories and the New York Times who broke the first news about him basically fabricating his whole background. Then you saw another set of effort to expel him that popped up after he was indicted, first on 10 charges, then on another 13 federal charges related to how he ran his campaign. But the ethics report is Congress's own internal watchdog, and the report is incredibly damning. It's got him spending campaign funds at Ferragamo and Hermes on his credit card bills, even on OnlyFans. I think a lot of members looked at that from their own internal watchdog and said, enough is enough here. This guy's just got to go.
So, Garrett, let's talk about what this means if he were to go. Republicans only hold a small majority in the House. So what impact, maybe even just in the short term at least, before any type of special election were to take place, would removing Santos have on any legislation, on work getting done in the chamber?
Yeah, look, it gets a little bit smaller in the short term if you have a vacant seat for a while, and then potentially significantly smaller in the longer term because a special election in that New York congressional district would favor Democrats. It's a Joe Biden district, and a district that, frankly, Democrats weren't paying very close attention to in the midterms. They'd sure be paying attention to it now. I think a special election there would be very expensive, very closely watched, and with the margins what they are, every vote really matters in this Congress. I heard from one prominent Democrat yesterday who said, look, if Republicans had a 20-seat majority right now, Santos would have been kicked out months ago. But the fact that his vote has been so crucial has bought him and this slim majority in the Congress some time.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you very much.
Now to the crisis along the southern border. Texas and Arizona are said to be overwhelmed with migrant encounters at the border. And now recently a number of dramatic water rescues have been caught on camera. The Texas Department of Public Safety has released this body cam footage of state troopers saving several migrant families on the Rio Grande. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from San Antonio with more on this. Morgan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And our crew has seen vans bringing migrant men, women, and children to this San Antonio shelter all night long. This shelter serving as kind of a snapshot at what's happening all over the country, because if they can't get in and this shelter is at capacity, they're often forced to find anything they can huddle under for shelter and warmth until they have a chance to get much needed food, water, and a roof over their heads. Authorities are calling this a migrational shift, and it's now impacting states nationwide.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
A race to save lives on the Rio Grande. Texas state troopers pulling an unconscious migrant mother and her frightened kids to safety. The Marine unit confirming everyone here survived. But each encounter adding to what officials are calling a shift in migration trends. At San Antonio's Migrant Resource Center, officials say they've been at or over capacity for months.
When the shelter opened, how many people were you planning for?
Maybe we made the plans for 700 people a day.
And now?
We have now 1,000 people on average at all times here.
Many asylum seekers here waiting to get into the country, but also missing their families back home. Mom Yaris Castillo telling me it's hard to leave your mom and dad and your siblings, admitting she cried a lot on the dangerous 4-month journey from Venezuela. Today, her family facing an uncertain future. Official migrant encounter numbers aren't in yet for November, but they've risen so much. This week, Customs and Border Protection says they're redirecting resources in Texas and Arizona to, quote, assist the U.S. Border Patrol with taking migrants into custody. The crisis along the southern border is also impacting cities nationwide. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says up to 3,000 migrants are pouring into the city each week.
This is the #1 issue that's facing the city right now.
And in a city that's already seen frigid temperatures, Chicago is setting up shelters and camps to deal with what the Illinois governor is calling a humanitarian crisis.
Winter is here. We want to make sure they have someplace to go.
In Washington, lawmakers are hoping to strike a deal on the border. But so far, Republicans and Democrats have been unable to reach any agreement.
It's been 37 years since there's been comprehensive immigration reform. And in that time, we've not seen the progress that we want, deserve, or need.
And in response to what's happening in Washington, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posted online yesterday saying that until President Biden secures the southern border, the state of Texas will continue busing migrants to sanctuary cities. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, fresh off the busy holiday travel weekend, there's new data from AAA that looks at safety on our nation's roadways. They found, among other things, that more than half of motorists admitted to doing something dangerous while driving. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Savannah, good morning. This is I-270 in Maryland. This is a major thoroughfare, very busy. We had a horrific accident here last month. A police officer suffered devastating injuries trying to stop a speeder who was going double the speed limit. Speed nationwide has become a major problem, and it can have, as you know, devastating and deadly consequences.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. And this morning, new figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
A Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Okay, be honest. Everybody has been tempted to text or look at your phone while driving. But if you do that, you're taking your eyes off of the highway for 5 seconds on a 55-mile-per-hour road. That's the equivalent of going the length of a football field blind with your eyes shut. All the more reason, say experts, to absolutely eliminate the distractions and slow down. Savannah, back to you.
Good way to put it, Tom. Thank you so much.
Time now for your morning News Now forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
That's right. Hello, Michelle. Good morning.
Hello there, guys. Yeah, we are looking at a couple spots where we're looking at some snow, some showers, some really gusty winds, and the chance for severe storms. Let's take a look at today. We'll start out west because we have an atmospheric river event. That's pretty much a river in the sky bringing lots of moisture on shore. We've seen it week after week for the past month and a half or two, and we're seeing that once again this week, and this is going to last a few days. So it's going to bring some really high elevation snow, 1 to 2 feet in some spots, and coastal rain. It will be heavy at times, and it will last for days. Then we're looking at some snow, some rain in the Four Corners. Once again, that's going to last a couple days too. And then down to the southern plains, we are concerned for severe storms. We haven't seen severe storms in this area since like January. So this is going to be, we're looking at that. Temperatures warming up a bit. It's going to pull the moisture off the Gulf, and that's going to spark some storms. We even saw a few thunderstorms early this morning. We're seeing the scattered showers there. Milder highs in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So we're starting to moderate, which is nice. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we are looking at that Pacific storm really taking hold, still seeing that heavy rain along the coast. We're looking at Intermountain West snow as well into the Rockies, the Four Corners once again. And then look at all that rain on a Friday, the dreary East Coast, that rain stretching from New England to the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also the Mississippi Valley. And then we're also looking at Midwest snow as well. So a lot of us seeing some wet weather tomorrow. That's going to be the same story on Saturday. We're going to dry it out for the most part and in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. We're going to keep it wet wet. Heavy rain throughout portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, and then back to the west, we're looking at heavy snow once again in the Intermountain West. This is still due to the atmospheric river. You can see that heavy rain still falling along the coast. So we're going to watch that closely. Again, watching closely the severe weather threat today. And then by Sunday, another storm moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest. No showers in the Intermountain West. More rain likely throughout New England, the Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast, and also parts of the Great Lakes could see some snow. This is what radar looks like right now. We are looking at some thunderstorms in the Four Corners right now. Looking at a few lightning strikes, too, in the southern plains. You can see a little bit of green moving onshore into portions of the Pacific Northwest. That's the start of the atmospheric river that's going to take hold over the next few days. 7 million people at risk today. We're watching the chance for tornadoes. Some could be on the strong side, especially in the Houston area. Also looking at some really gusty winds and locally heavy downpours. That's going to lead to some flash flooding.
Oh, all right, so much rain. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Now to the passing of a monumental and controversial figure in American diplomacy. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger died Wednesday at the age of 100. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a look back at his remarkable life.
Henry Kissinger served Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford and was widely credited with shaping the nation's Cold War policy and opening the first doors with China. But the Nobel Prize winner was also heavily criticized for his actions during the Vietnam War. He'd come to America at the age of 15, his family escaping the Holocaust. He rose to the highest levels of American statesmanship and continued to advise presidents of both parties for decades after leaving office. This morning, Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. His greatest achievement was certainly his opening to China, which transformed the global landscape so that the U.S. and China, not Russia, are now the world's two great economic and technological superpowers. And the fact that he took that long trip to China this past July at the age of 100 is remarkable. And in his meeting with President Xi, helped lay the groundwork for President Biden's recent summit, which restored communications between the U.S. and China that had been in a dangerous freeze for the better part of a year. Kissinger was always pushing forward. In his final days, was writing and speaking about artificial intelligence.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including what you should know this morning about Google deleting some Gmail accounts as early as tomorrow.
But first, after the break, artificial intelligence and eating disorders, why some tech experts are now sounding the alarm over a troubling new trend on ChatGPT. Those stories and more up next. Stay with us.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with international headlines. Japan is suspending its own Osprey flights after that deadly crash off its southern coast.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Japan, where officials there are saying that they are, in fact, suspending the flight by its Osprey aircraft. Now, of course, this comes just one day after a U.S. Osprey based in Japan crashed during a training mission, killing at least one person. Japan has asked the U.S. to ground all Osprey, especially except for those searching for victims. And backlash in Paris ahead of the Summer Olympic Games. New plans announced by the police chief would require motorists to apply online for a QR code to access traffic-restricted areas during the games. Now, lawmakers were among those who complained, saying that they weren't consulted. The police chief says he was expecting pushback and that traffic restrictions would be kept to a minimum. And guys, a history-making moment in Nepal. Authorities there registering the nation's first same-sex marriage yesterday. This comes 5 months after the Supreme Court issued an interim order which paved the way for same-sex marriages. This is huge because aside from Taiwan, Nepal, they are just the only two nations in Asia that allow for same-sex marriages. Guys.
Megan, thank you so much. Well, as we have been talking about on this show, tech researchers have been sounding the alarm on the potential harms of artificial intelligence. Well, here's something new. A study now found the AI tools are promoting harmful eating disorder content for users. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett tried it out for herself and found concerning results.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, "When these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo." Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly. They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then, they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously. While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results. The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves. And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Our thanks to Mara Barrett for that important reporting there. Well, coming up, it's an NBA shakeup with a billionaire businessman at the center of it all.
After the break, we're going to dig deeper into Mark Cuban's surprise deal to sell his majority share in the Dallas Mavericks. What's behind his decision? That's up next. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're back with a closer look at an incredible story of survival from more than 40 years ago.
Yeah, a plane carrying a rugby team from Uruguay crashed in the Andes Mountains. 16 people managed to survive 72 agonizing days in some brutal conditions. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Tonight, we have film of what very nearly amounts to a real miracle. Survivors of a plane crash in the Chilean Andes. The plane went down 10 weeks ago. The 45 people aboard were given up for dead.
When the news broke in 1972, the world couldn't believe it.
Some were injured or suffering from exposure and had to be carried out on stretchers.
Others walked right off the rescue choppers to smiles, hugs, and so many questions. How did 16 young men survive a plane crash and more than 2 months stranded in the mountains, surrounded by snow, with nothing to eat? A new Netflix film, Society of the Snow, revisits the terrifying and later grim events. Starting with the crash that tore off the plane's tail and wings.
What do you remember about the crash?
About the crash, that I thought I was going to die.
Roberto Canessa was just 19 years old when he and his rugby team boarded that doomed flight to Chile.
Was it hard to watch the movie?
Yeah, because I was like immersed in that place again. I was back to the fuselage.
Though films like Alive from 1993 have told this story before, Roberto says never like this. The viewers are transported to the actual site of the crash. The production actually setting up a base camp. Everyone living in those extreme conditions.
We were shooting at 12,000 feet, exactly in the same place where the plane crashed at the same time of the year.
Director J.A. Bayona and star Enzo Vogrinsic told me the cast and crew also relied on these photos from the actual disaster from a camera the survivors had found on board.
Every time you see one of those pictures, you think about who were they, what happened to them.
In building his character, Vogrinsic lost 50 pounds, eating just a can of tuna and a tangerine a day. Vogrinsic tells me the fasting and the on-location shoots helped him understand the decisions the survivors had to make, including eating the flesh of the passengers who had died.
Talk to me about the moment that you guys decided as a group that you're going to have to eat your loved ones, your teammates, your friends. What was that like?
I thought if I would die, I would be proud that my body would be used for someone else.
In the ultimate act of selflessness, Roberto eventually hiked out of the mountain range with teammate Nando Parrado and announcing to the world they were alive. That teenage hero grew up to become a renowned pediatric cardiologist who says the time in the mountains took so much away from him, but also gave him something he keeps forever.
About how to overcome difficulties in life and to have faith in yourself.
That's putting it mildly. My goodness, our thanks to Tom
Wow.
Yamas for that extraordinary story.
Absolutely. All right, well, there's a shakeup going on this morning in the ownership ranks of the NBA.
In an unexpected move, Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has agreed to sell the majority of his stake in the team. The family of Miriam Adelson, the widow of the GOP donor and casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, they're the prospective buyers of the team. According to a statement released by the NBA, the Adelsons have already entered into binding purchase agreements with Cuban to acquire majority ownership of the team.
Mike Vorkunov joins us now. He's the national basketball business reporter at The Athletic. Thank you very much for being with us. So tell us, what do we know about Cuban's deal here with these prospective buyers, and how much of a surprise was this?
Well, it's really surprising, probably one of the more shocking NBA transactions of the last few years, and the details are still emerging. But I think what we can kind of whittle it down to at this point is that Mark Cuban is selling a majority stake of the Mavericks to the Adelson family for somewhere around $3.5 billion, which is a lot of money, but also is not as much probably by valuation as the Mavericks might be worth. And certainly one of the few teams, a few NBA teams in the last few years in which the valuations haven't continue to go up. And the interesting part of the deal is that as of the reporting so far, it seems like Mark Cuban will retain control of basketball operations, but it won't be his team anymore. The Adelson family will have control, and they will have one of their own as the governor of the team, which will report and deal with the NBA.
I do want to ask you about that Cuban would still be head of basketball operations if this is approved. How rare is that for an owner to sell the majority share but still have so much control?
Look, it's very rare. I can't remember many times it's happened in the past. I think the only one that really comes to mind is roughly about 15 or so years ago when Michael Jordan was a minority shareholder in the then Charlotte Bobcats, but still ran basketball operations. That was a different case. He bought in as a minority owner. And of course, you know, he's Michael Jordan, right? So maybe you get some different perks, but I can't remember an owner selling control of his team and then still remaining in control of the actual basketball operations. The difference now is it won't be his team. So we'll see how strong that hold is or how tenuous it might be.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is the timing of this, given that Cuban announced last week that he's also leaving the hit reality TV show Shark Tank next year. And now we have this news selling the stake here. There was some speculation that he was going to run for president, but he had told NBC News that he has, quote, no plans to run. But I mean, look, these are things core to his brand, core to, you know, how he spends a lot of his time, how we see him in the public. Any hints why he would be making all these moves?
Not yet. You know, you mentioned the Shark Tank exit. The Mavericks, and being the owner of the Mavericks, I think was really what catapulted him into this kind of fame. And now he's getting out of that to a significant degree. In recent years, he'd been running a prescription drug company, making generic drugs cheaper, cost plus drugs. He'll still be really involved in that. He's 65 now, so maybe he's just deciding to do something else with his life. You know, as you mentioned, the presidential run, it doesn't seem like he's interested as of what he said lately. There's also the other part of it, which is a partnership with the Adelson family is something that Cuban has been interested in for a few years, to try to build a resort and a casino in Dallas, which would be a new home for the Mavericks as well, and maybe part of a push to legalize gambling and sports betting in Texas, where it's not legal yet. So this might all be kind of a bigger play in mind for Cuban, or maybe just something else altogether.
Let's talk money here. Do we know how much of a good investment this team was for Cuban?
Well, I think he bought it for roughly $285 million 23 years ago. I'm not going to try to do math off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure he's made a lot off of this investment.
You made some good money. All right.
There we go. All right, Mike Vorkunov, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, Elon Musk now sounding off on that X advertising boycott in the wake of cries of alleged anti-Semitism from the billionaire.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
We've got more on his latest response to the controversy that could cost his social media empire tens of millions. That's up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In a new interview, billionaire businessman Elon Musk is once again firing back at his critics, and he did not hold back. He said he could care less what advertisers think after a number of companies pulled their business from his social media company, X, after he was accused of amplifying an anti-Semitic post. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the details here. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. It was a long and remarkably candid interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin that covered a wide range of topics, from unions and AI to Tesla and SpaceX. But after apologizing for his controversial comments and what he called his dumbest post yet, Musk had some very strong words for the advertisers who have since left his platform. A defiant appearance by billionaire businessman Elon Musk.
Go yourself. Is that clear?
The richest man in the world speaking out in an interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at the New York Times DealBook Summit amid a firestorm of criticism over his inflammatory comments on social media. Earlier this month, Musk appeared to endorse an anti-Semitic post on X that accused Jewish communities of pushing hatred against white people, writing "the actual truth," a response that unleashed a barrage of backlash from the White House to a wave of companies, including NBC's parent company Comcast, pulling their advertising from X, which reportedly could cost the social media platform up to $75 million. And Musk potentially adding fuel to the fire last night, emphatically scoffing at the advertiser boycott.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Musk appearing to specifically call out Disney CEO Bob Iger, who was also interviewed earlier.
By him taking the position that he took in quite a public manner, we just felt that the association with that position and Elon Musk and X was not necessarily a positive one for us.
Last night, Musk did later admit an advertising boycott could kill the company and apologize for his original inflammatory tweet, calling it likely his dumbest ever.
I'm sorry for that tweet or post. It was foolish of me. I tried my best to clarify it 6 ways to Sunday.
He also recently traveled to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and toured a kibbutz ravaged in Hamas's attack. Musk insisting it was not an apology tour.
And separately in the interview, Musk voiced concerns about artificial intelligence, calling for more regulation and saying the developing tech is more dangerous than nuclear bombs. He also teased ahead to Tesla's Cybertruck launch happening today after years of challenges and delays. It's been the source of strong opinions and plenty of memes, but Musk pointed out that he knows a thing or two about the market. Savannah?
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Starting tomorrow, your unused Gmail account could be deleted by Google.
Yeah, the company put out a notice back in May and is expected to start taking action on December 1st.
With all you need to know, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here. So why is Google doing this? And this is the important question. What is considered inactive?
Yeah, well, so for what it's worth, like, we all have inactive accounts, but what Google is counting as inactive is anything that you haven't used in the last 2 years. So if you haven't logged in, this could potentially be an account that would be deleted. And the reason why they're doing this is because of security. So if you have an account that's not active, it's more likely to have an old password. It's more likely to not have two-step factor authentication where you have to use your cell phone to log in, for example. And it's also more vulnerable to identity theft or used for spam. So if you have sensitive information in there from emails you don't remember from a few years ago, that's the reason why they want to delete it before potentially some hacker could get in there.
So we mentioned that people knew about this since May, but how do you know, are you getting notice if you maybe have one of these accounts?
Yeah, so if you have another linked email to, let's say, for example, a Gmail account, you would get a notification in that other linked email, perhaps one that you're using more often, to say, hey, by the way, we might delete this. But I have to just kind of remind everyone here, it's not just Gmail. If you have documents in a Google Docs or a Google Drive file, if you have Meet events in a Meet calendar, or if you also have Google Photos, this is a big one. If you have photos that you've uploaded there that you don't remember, those could potentially be deleted as well. Wow. One thing that wouldn't be subject to this is YouTube. So if you have a YouTube account and you have videos on there, they will still remain even if you haven't logged in the past few years.
I'm literally sitting here and thinking, okay, I do have a Gmail account that like my Hulu is tied to, but I never use it. So what if I don't want this to be deleted? I want to keep it. What can I do?
Yeah, well, you're just gonna have to show Google that you are active. So basically logging back in and then doing something as simple as reading or sending an email. You can watch a YouTube. You could do a simple Google search in your Gmail account once you log in, and then it'll be marked as an active account. It won't be deleted. With regards to what you're saying, if you're using a Gmail account and you're using that as a login for another website, for example, if you log in, that could count as a third-party interaction that would also account for you marking this as an active account.
So what if you don't use the account anymore? I know a lot of people like set up Gmails maybe just for promotional emails or something, and you just like kind of, it's just sort of almost like a junk email, but that you do have other content there, like you mentioned, photos, docs, that kind of thing, and you don't want to lose it. What can you do in that situation?
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of other people too who are like, I have 5 email accounts. I don't need this Gmail account. And if that's the case, you can choose to basically take the account down, but you can log back in one more time just to download anything that you have. There's a service called Google Takeout where you can back up your data. You can download it, export, and there's also a thing that you can do in an inactive account manager, even if you do have an active account, where you can say, let's say, for example, I don't log in for 18 months. You can say exactly how you want Google to treat your account after those 18 months, just so that Google knows, okay, we're going to do this with your data, we're going to trash it, or we're going to download it, just so that you have it available to you, even if you don't want to use that account.
Oh, I suddenly feel like I have a to-do list today.
Yeah.
Remember the password, gotta get in there, gotta send an email.
Remembering the password is like
Google
half the battle, by the way.
It's not lunch. It's
Boo.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, now for what else is making financial headlines, the United Auto Workers Union is efforting some new additions to its ranks.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers Union is looking to grow its membership by unionizing employees at 13 car manufacturers right here in the U.S. Now, the plan would add 150,000 members to the union and would involve workers at companies including Honda, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. And the move comes just over a week after the union ratified and signed contracts at Detroit's big three car companies after 6 weeks of strikes. Walt Disney head Bob Iger said that he will step down from his role as CEO when his contract ends in 2026. The Disney leader also made it clear that the ABC broadcast network is not for sale even as the company undergoes mass restructuring. Iger rejoined Disney in November 2022. That's less than a year after he retired, with plans to streamline operations and cut costs. Disney is on track to exceed the $5 billion cost savings estimate it gave investors back in February. And NASCAR signed new television and streaming deals with major media partners, highlighting the growing popularity of streaming and motorsport. The partners include Amazon, Warner Brothers Discovery, and Fox, and the deals are valued at $7.7 billion. They will start in 2025 and will run through 2031, guys.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, it's a pretty popular retail trend that's kicking into high gear now that the holidays are here.
We're talking about those buy now, pay later options at many of your favorite stores and online. It may sound enticing, but it's not without some pitfalls. So how can you make the plans work for you this holiday season? We have got some tips up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat it took for all this damage to occur?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this one's for all the parents. Actually, this is really for everybody, but for parents, especially those with a teen or two at home. You might have caught yourself slinging the same sort of slang they use when chatting, but we didn't even know all these on set here. According to a new survey, you're definitely not the only one. Words like bet and yeet are just a few of the terms that parents have heard, and then they actually understand them. For the uninitiated, bet actually means I agree, while yeet refers to violently throwing an object that is worthless. You know, to yeet something? Okay. According to the survey, parents have kept up with teens' ever-evolving language by Googling the words. That makes sense. It's helped them communicate a little bit better with their child. Other popular words that parents might recognize: salty, bougie, sus. You know those ones?
I don't know the last one.
Sus. It means something's like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's
okay.
sus.
I got
and the
that.
other one now is riz.
Which means
that
I'm just so old right now.
Well, I didn't know the ones, and you knew them, and you educated me. Riz, this one I think is so interesting. It comes from charisma, so it means like you've got riz.
Okay.
Somebody once told me, now that I'm married, I have no riz.
I feel like I would say like chariz. Like at least.
I like that.
Chariz.
Well, hey, try to start it up.
Okay.
There you go.
Hashtag chariz. All right. In Blockbuster opening holiday shopping season weekend, a record number of consumers use the buy now, pay later option at checkout.
Yeah, you see this everywhere now. On Cyber Monday alone, $940 million worth of sales were made using that option. That is a, get this, 42% jump year over year.
So what do you need to know before you pick and pay later? NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here with all the details.
Hi.
So remind us how this works and who is using it perhaps to their advantage.
I was really surprised how popular this was over the holiday weekend, right? And this is essentially when you're at the checkout or you're online checking out, you're offered buy now, pay later. So you'll pay in installments. It's essentially kind of like layaway, but you get the product right away, the old-fashioned layaway, but it's an interest-free loan. Essentially, you're taking out a loan the moment you're buying that product, and you're saying you're going to pay it off over 6 weeks, 8 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, depending on what the service offers. If you pay it off every, 2 weeks, you pay that bill, there's no interest, and then you own the product free and clear. Sounds great, right? Sounds like a way to maybe outsmart higher interest rates, but you really need to be careful. When you look at the profile of who's doing this, young people who don't have access to credit cards for a reason like they have had a bankruptcy. So they're finding a way to pay for this item, and they're basically taking out a loan here.
So what happens, okay, so let's say you're doing it, because you can literally do it for a sweater, a pair of shoes, all these different places.
Which I don't recommend, by the way.
Okay,
I think you should do it for a necessity. I think if it's a necessity or it is a must-have item on the Christmas list or the holiday list, then you should do it, because you never want to go into debt for something that is not a necessity.
Right.
And we do this on credit cards already, by the way, but that's something to remember around the holidays. If you need a mattress, for example, or your teenager wants a certain kind of a soundbar or headphones, and you know you're going to be able to pay it off in that 6 weeks, then it can be some flexibility for your family budget, but be very careful about things that aren't necessities.
Okay, so don't buy a sweater, but just for argument's sake, don't do this. But if you were to buy a sweater, let's say, because you just get to take the sweater home, it's like a $100 sweater, and you're supposed to pay it off over 6 weeks. You already have the item. What happens if you don't pay it off?
So when you sign up, it's essentially you're getting a loan. So they have your bank information. They've done sort of like a soft credit check, so they know who you are and they know where to. And they're doing they're probably doing a direct payment out of your bank account every 2 weeks for that payment. Now, if for some reason you tell them, hey, I can't make the $50 $50 payment this week or this month, they're going to give you a fine, and they're going to start racking up interest on that. It can be interest that's way higher than a regular credit card. And by the way, you're not building credit for most of these. You're not building credit, which is something that young people really want to be doing in case they need to get a car or they need to get a mortgage someday. You're not building credit, but if you screw up and you don't pay it off, it does get reported as, so you only get the bad mark, you don't get the good mark for paying it off on time. I'm just so surprised how really popular it is, and there are so many different services that are out there being offered to people. Again, if you're a paycheck-to-paycheck consumer and you really don't have either the credit card or the flexibility, the savings to be able to buy something, it does give you this flexibility, but with everything, buyer beware. Be careful, be careful.
We have 15 seconds left here, but if you are leery about this, are there other options out there?
Well, you need to be, you could get a cash-backed credit card. You need to try to figure out how you can start building your credit. I think that's kind of the best way to go. And just remember, necessities. You don't want to go into debt for something that's not a necessity.
All right. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us.
You've got Riz. Just
helping
us out.
Riz.
Riz. How could I forget?
All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the fragile ceasefire in the Middle East extended for another day as more hostages and Palestinian prisoners are released. Among them, the second American citizen freed from Gaza since the truce began. It's all playing out as violence descends on Jerusalem. Israeli officials say at least 3 people were killed in a bus stop shooting earlier this morning. We've got full team coverage. In Washington, a moment of truth for embattled Congressman George Santos. He is expected to face an expulsion vote in the House tomorrow. We've got his latest take on it all in just a moment. Also this morning, we are remembering Henry Kissinger, a titan of American diplomacy who played a major role in molding America's Cold War strategy on the world stage. Dead now at 100. We're going to take a look back at a career both revered and reviled. And we're going to end this hour with a bit of retail therapy this holiday season, how you can make those wildly popular buy now, pay later options work for you. Shopping is on everyone's mind right now.
Yes, and hopefully don't get yourself into too much trouble with plans like that. We'll give you some tips.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a truce between Israel and Hamas was extended overnight.
But the last-minute deal prolongs the ceasefire by just one day, raising fears of a renewed Israeli assault on the already devastated Gaza Strip in the coming days. It comes after more hostages were released yesterday, including an American citizen. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
In the last minute, Israel and Hamas agreed to extend their ceasefire by only one day, which is less than negotiators had been hoping. And there are concerns that this truce could be breaking down. Another American citizen this morning is free. Liat Benin, a mother of 3, released by Hamas overnight. She's a guide at Israel's Holocaust Memorial, kidnapped during Hamas's October 7th massacre that killed 1,200 people. Her husband remains a hostage.
She was in good spirits, and she was happy to see us. She missed us.
But what little momentum was building between Israel and Hamas to de-escalate this crisis is slowing down. Israel is frustrated by Hamas's lack of clarity on the hostages, including the Bibas family, Shiri and her 2 children, 4-year-old Ariel and Kafir. At 10 months, the youngest hostage, taken on October 7th and becoming a national symbol of the horror. Now Hamas claims they were killed by a previous Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military said it's working to confirm that report. Tensions are rising. In Jerusalem this morning, 2 Palestinian gunmen, described by Israeli police as brothers from East Jerusalem, opened fire and killed 3 Israelis, including a 24-year-old woman and a 73-year-old man. 3 others are in serious condition. Hamas claimed responsibility. And in the West Bank, Israeli troops killed 2 Palestinian boys during a raid in Jenin. Israel claims they were throwing explosives. Palestinians say the killings were unprovoked. Turning off the ceasefire has costs. For Gaza, where the Hamas-run health ministry says around 15,000 people have already been killed, and for Israel, potentially stopping the release of more hostages. Yahel and Nave were among 6 members of the Haran Avigdori family Hamas freed last weekend. Their father remains in Gaza. Nave is 8 and a soccer fan. Yahel is 3 and has a big smile, but now only speaks in a whisper after being told by Hamas to stay quiet for 50 days, according to her relative, Shira Hebron.
What has it been like for you and all the families each day waiting by the phone?
It's been a nightmare. We have some air in our lungs finally because 6 of them have returned.
Secretary Blinken is once again in Israel to try and extend this ceasefire and pressure Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties if or when it resumes its military campaign against Hamas in Gaza.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Well, now to Washington, where there's growing pressure this morning to expel New York Congressman George Santos from Congress.
The House is expected to vote as early as Friday on a resolution to remove Santos. He's accused of misusing campaign funds and violating federal law, allegations that Santos has denied. If removed, he would be only the 6th member to ever be expelled from the House.
NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us with the latest here. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So what is the mood on Capitol Hill this morning ahead of the vote? What's the latest on where lawmakers, including, of course, House Speaker Mike Johnson, stand on expelling Santos? Any idea what to expect here with the vote?
Oh, well, Savannah, Santos is enjoying his last moment in the limelight. He's holding a press conference as we speak right now, decrying what he says is an unfair process, that he would be kicked out without having been convicted of anything, which would set an historical precedent in the House. But most members are just ready for the George Santos show to be over. We heard from a number of Republicans yesterday who feel like Santos has had every opportunity to either clear his name or do what they see as the right thing and resign, and basically that this has forced their hands into having this vote to try to get rid of somebody who's basically embarrassed their party since the moment he got here. Now, as for the Speaker, he said yesterday he was concerned about this idea of setting a precedent of kicking somebody out of Congress without an actual conviction, basically just doing it on the accusations themselves, but that he's encouraged members to vote their conscience. Again, from the members I've spoken to and our team has spoken to, their conscience says, let's get rid of this guy. He's making all of us look bad.
I mean, so Garrett, Santos has been plagued with scandals ever since he was elected just over a year ago. We know there have been plenty of efforts and thoughts about removing him previously. Does it seem like that scathing House Ethics Committee report this month seemed to be the thing that really moved the needle?
Yeah, look, this will be the third expulsion vote that Santos has faced. So you saw the first one when it was kind of just the stories and the New York Times who broke the first news about him basically fabricating his whole background. Then you saw another set of effort to expel him that popped up after he was indicted, first on 10 charges, then on another 13 federal charges related to how he ran his campaign. But the ethics report is Congress's own internal watchdog, and the report is incredibly damning. It's got him spending campaign funds at Ferragamo and Hermes on his credit card bills, even on OnlyFans. I think a lot of members looked at that from their own internal watchdog and said, enough is enough here. This guy's just got to go.
So, Garrett, let's talk about what this means if he were to go. Republicans only hold a small majority in the House. So what impact, maybe even just in the short term at least, before any type of special election were to take place, would removing Santos have on any legislation, on work getting done in the chamber?
Yeah, look, it gets a little bit smaller in the short term if you have a vacant seat for a while, and then potentially significantly smaller in the longer term because a special election in that New York congressional district would favor Democrats. It's a Joe Biden district, and a district that, frankly, Democrats weren't paying very close attention to in the midterms. They'd sure be paying attention to it now. I think a special election there would be very expensive, very closely watched, and with the margins what they are, every vote really matters in this Congress. I heard from one prominent Democrat yesterday who said, look, if Republicans had a 20-seat majority right now, Santos would have been kicked out months ago. But the fact that his vote has been so crucial has bought him and this slim majority in the Congress some time.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you very much.
Now to the crisis along the southern border. Texas and Arizona are said to be overwhelmed with migrant encounters at the border. And now recently a number of dramatic water rescues have been caught on camera. The Texas Department of Public Safety has released this body cam footage of state troopers saving several migrant families on the Rio Grande. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from San Antonio with more on this. Morgan, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And our crew has seen vans bringing migrant men, women, and children to this San Antonio shelter all night long. This shelter serving as kind of a snapshot at what's happening all over the country, because if they can't get in and this shelter is at capacity, they're often forced to find anything they can huddle under for shelter and warmth until they have a chance to get much needed food, water, and a roof over their heads. Authorities are calling this a migrational shift, and it's now impacting states nationwide.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
A race to save lives on the Rio Grande. Texas state troopers pulling an unconscious migrant mother and her frightened kids to safety. The Marine unit confirming everyone here survived. But each encounter adding to what officials are calling a shift in migration trends. At San Antonio's Migrant Resource Center, officials say they've been at or over capacity for months.
When the shelter opened, how many people were you planning for?
Maybe we made the plans for 700 people a day.
And now?
We have now 1,000 people on average at all times here.
Many asylum seekers here waiting to get into the country, but also missing their families back home. Mom Yaris Castillo telling me it's hard to leave your mom and dad and your siblings, admitting she cried a lot on the dangerous 4-month journey from Venezuela. Today, her family facing an uncertain future. Official migrant encounter numbers aren't in yet for November, but they've risen so much. This week, Customs and Border Protection says they're redirecting resources in Texas and Arizona to, quote, assist the U.S. Border Patrol with taking migrants into custody. The crisis along the southern border is also impacting cities nationwide. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says up to 3,000 migrants are pouring into the city each week.
This is the #1 issue that's facing the city right now.
And in a city that's already seen frigid temperatures, Chicago is setting up shelters and camps to deal with what the Illinois governor is calling a humanitarian crisis.
Winter is here. We want to make sure they have someplace to go.
In Washington, lawmakers are hoping to strike a deal on the border. But so far, Republicans and Democrats have been unable to reach any agreement.
It's been 37 years since there's been comprehensive immigration reform. And in that time, we've not seen the progress that we want, deserve, or need.
And in response to what's happening in Washington, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posted online yesterday saying that until President Biden secures the southern border, the state of Texas will continue busing migrants to sanctuary cities. Joe?
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, fresh off the busy holiday travel weekend, there's new data from AAA that looks at safety on our nation's roadways. They found, among other things, that more than half of motorists admitted to doing something dangerous while driving. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Savannah, good morning. This is I-270 in Maryland. This is a major thoroughfare, very busy. We had a horrific accident here last month. A police officer suffered devastating injuries trying to stop a speeder who was going double the speed limit. Speed nationwide has become a major problem, and it can have, as you know, devastating and deadly consequences.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. And this morning, new figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
a Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but we're willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Okay, be honest. Everybody has been tempted to text or look at your phone while driving. But if you do that, you're taking your eyes off of the highway for 5 seconds on a 55-mile-per-hour road. That's the equivalent of going the length of a football field blind with your eyes shut. All the more reason, say experts, to absolutely eliminate the distractions and slow down. Savannah, back to you.
Good way to put it, Tom. Thank you so much.
Time now for your Morning News Now forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
That's right. Hello, Michelle. Good morning.
Hello there, guys. Yeah, we are looking at a couple spots where we're looking at some snow, some showers, some really gusty winds, and the chance for severe storms. Let's take a look at today. We'll start out west because we have an atmospheric river event. That's pretty much a river in the sky bringing lots of moisture on shore. We've seen it week after week for the past month and a half or two, and we're seeing that once again this week, and this is going to last a few days. So it's going to bring some really high elevation snow, 1 to 2 feet in some spots, and coastal rain. It will be heavy at times, and it will last for days. Then we're looking at some snow, some rain in the Four Corners. Once again, that's going to last a couple days too. And then down to the southern plains, we are concerned for severe storms. We haven't seen severe storms in this area since like January. So this is going to be, we're looking at that. Temperatures warming up a bit. It's going to pull the moisture off the Gulf, and that's going to spark some storms. We even saw a few thunderstorms early this morning. We're seeing the scattered showers there. Milder highs in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So we're starting to moderate, which is nice. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we are looking at that Pacific storm really taking hold, still seeing that heavy rain along the coast. We're looking at Intermountain West snow as well into the Rockies, the Four Corners once again. And then look at all that rain on a Friday, the dreary East Coast, that rain stretching from New England to the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also the Mississippi Valley. And then we're also looking at Midwest snow as well. So a lot of us seeing some wet weather tomorrow. That's going to be the same story on Saturday. We're going to dry it out for the most part in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. We're going to keep it wet. Heavy rain throughout portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, and then back to the west, we're looking at heavy snow once again in the Intermountain West. This is still due to the atmospheric river. You can see that heavy rain still falling along the coast. So we're going to watch that closely. Again, watching closely the severe weather threat today. And then by Sunday, another storm moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest. No showers in the Intermountain West. More rain likely throughout New England, the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, down to the Southeast, and also parts of the Great Lakes could see some snow. This is what radar looks like right now. We are looking at some thunderstorms in the Four Corners right now. Looking at a few lightning strikes, too, in the southern plains. You can see a little bit of green moving onshore into portions of the Pacific Northwest. That's the start of the atmospheric river that's going to take hold over the next few days. 7 million people at risk today. We're watching the chance for tornadoes. Some could be on the strong side, especially in the Houston area. Also looking at some really gusty winds and locally heavy downpours. That's going to lead to some flash flooding.
Oh, all right. So much rain. Michelle,
Yeah,
thank you
good
so
today.
much.
Sure.
Now to the passing of a monumental and controversial figure in American diplomacy. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger died Wednesday at the age of 100. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a look back at his remarkable life.
Henry Kissinger served Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford and was widely credited with shaping the nation's Cold War policy and opening the first doors with China. But the Nobel Prize winner was also heavily criticized for his actions during the Vietnam War. He'd come to America at the age of 15, his family escaping the Holocaust. He rose to the highest levels of American statesmanship and continued to advise presidents of both parties for decades after leaving office. This morning, Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. His greatest achievement was certainly his opening to China, which transformed the global landscape so that the U.S. and China, not Russia, are now the world's two great economic and technological superpowers. And the fact that he took that long trip to China this past July at the age of 100 is remarkable. And in his meeting with President Xi, helped lay the groundwork for President Biden's recent summit, which restored communications between the U.S. and China that had been in a dangerous freeze for the better part of a year. Kissinger was always pushing forward. In his final days, was writing and speaking about artificial intelligence.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you so much.
We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including what you should know this morning about Google deleting some Gmail accounts as early as tomorrow.
But first, after the break, artificial intelligence and eating disorders, why some tech experts are now sounding the alarm over a troubling new trend on ChatGPT. Those stories and more up next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report. You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
20 out.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We're back with international headlines. Japan is suspending its own Osprey flights after that deadly crash off its southern coast.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us with more. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Japan, where officials there are saying that they are, in fact, suspending the flight by its Osprey aircraft. Now, of course, this comes just one day after a U.S. Osprey based in Japan crashed during a training mission, killing at least one person. Japan has asked the U.S. to ground all Osprey, especially except for those searching for victims. And backlash in Paris ahead of the Summer Olympic Games. New plans announced by the police chief would require motorists to apply online for a QR code to access traffic-restricted areas during the games. Now, lawmakers were among those who complained, saying that they weren't consulted. The police chief says he was expecting pushback and that traffic restrictions would be kept to a minimum. And guys, a history-making moment in Nepal. Authorities there registering the nation's first same-sex marriage yesterday. This comes 5 months after the Supreme Court issued an interim order which paved the way for same-sex marriages. This is huge because aside from Taiwan, Nepal, they are just the only 2 nations in Asia that allow for same-sex marriages. Guys.
Megan, thank you so much. Well, as we have been talking about on this show, tech researchers have been sounding the alarm on the potential harms of artificial intelligence. Well, here's something new. A study now found the AI tools are promoting harmful eating disorder content for users. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett tried it out for herself and found concerning results.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? Let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, when these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo. Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly.
They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then, they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously.
While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results.
The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves.
And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Our thanks to Mara Barrett for that important reporting there. Well, coming up, it's an NBA shakeup with a billionaire businessman at the center of it all.
After the break, we're going to dig deeper into Mark Cuban's surprise deal to sell his majority share in the Dallas Mavericks. What's behind his decision? That's up next. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back with a closer look at an incredible story of survival from more than 40 years ago.
Yeah, a plane carrying a rugby team from Uruguay crashed in the Andes Mountains. 16 people managed to survive 72 agonizing days in some brutal conditions. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas has more.
Tonight, we have film of what very nearly amounts to a real miracle. Survivors of a plane crash in the Chilean Andes. The plane went down 10 weeks ago. The 45 people aboard were given up for dead.
When the news broke in 1972, the world couldn't believe it.
Some were injured or suffering from exposure and had to be carried out on stretchers.
Others walked right off the rescue choppers to smiles, hugs, and so many questions. How did 16 young men survive a plane crash and more than 2 months stranded in the mountains, surrounded by snow, with nothing to eat? A new Netflix film, Society of the Snow, revisits the terrifying and later grim events. Starting with the crash that tore off the plane's tail and wings.
What do you remember about the crash?
About the crash, that I thought I was going to die.
Roberto Canessa was just 19 years old when he and his rugby team boarded that doomed flight to Chile.
Was it hard to watch the movie?
Yeah, because I was like immersed in that place again. I was back to the fuselage.
Though films like Alive from 1993 have told this story before, Roberto says never like this. The viewers are transported to the actual site of the crash. The production actually setting up a base camp. Everyone living in those extreme conditions.
We were shooting at 12,000 feet.
exactly in the same place where the plane crashed at the same time of the year.
Director J.A. Bayona and star Enzo Vogrinsic told me the cast and crew also relied on these photos from the actual disaster from a camera the survivors had found on board.
Every time you see one of those pictures, you think about who were they, what happened to them.
In building his character, Vogrinsic lost 50 pounds, eating just a can of tuna and a tangerine a day. Vogrinsic tells me the fasting and the on-location shoots helped him understand the decisions the survivors had to make, including eating the flesh of the passengers who had died.
Talk to me about the moment that you guys decided as a group that you're going to have to eat your loved ones, your teammates, your friends. What was that like?
I thought if I would die, I would be proud and my body would be used for someone else.
In the ultimate act of selflessness, Roberto eventually hiked out of the mountain range with teammate Nando Parrado and announcing to the world they were alive. That teenage hero grew up to become a renowned pediatric cardiologist who says the time in the mountains took so much away from him, but also gave him something he keeps forever.
About how to overcome difficulties in life and to have faith in yourself.
That's putting it mildly. My goodness, our thanks to Tom Yamas for that extraordinary story.
Absolutely. All right, well, there's a shakeup going on this morning in the ownership ranks of the NBA.
In an unexpected move, Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban has agreed to sell the majority of his stake in the team. The family of Miriam Adelson, the widow of the GOP donor and casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, they're the prospective buyers of the team. According to a statement released by the NBA, the Adelsons have already entered into binding purchase agreements with Cuban to acquire majority ownership of the team.
Mike Vorkunov joins us now. He's the national basketball business reporter at The Athletic. Thank you very much for being with us. So tell us, what do we know about Cuban's deal here with these prospective buyers, and how much of a surprise was this?
Well, it's really surprising. Probably one of the more shocking NBA transactions of the last few years, and the details are still emerging. But I think what we can kind of whittle it down to at this point is that Mark Cuban is selling a majority stake of the Mavericks to the Adelson family for somewhere around $3.5 billion, which is a lot of money, but also is not as much probably by valuation as the Mavericks might be worth. And certainly one of the few NBA teams in the last few years in which the valuations haven't continue to go up. And the interesting part of the deal is that as of the reporting so far, it seems like Mark Cuban will retain control of basketball operations, but it won't be his team anymore. The Adelson family will have control, and they will have one of their own as the governor of the team, which will report and deal with the NBA.
I do want to ask you about that Cuban would still be head of basketball operations if this is approved. How rare is that for an owner to sell the majority share but still have so much control?
Look, it's very rare. I can't remember many times it's happened in the past. I think the only one that really comes to mind is roughly about 15 or so years ago when Michael Jordan was a minority shareholder in the then Charlotte Bobcats, but still ran basketball operations. That was a different case. He bought in as a minority owner. And of course, he's Michael Jordan, right? So maybe you get some different perks, but I can't remember an owner selling control of his team and then still remaining in control of the actual basketball operations. The difference now is it won't be his team. So we'll see how strong that hold is or how tenuous it might be.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is the timing of this, given that Cuban announced last week that he's also leaving the hit reality TV show Shark Tank next year. And now we have this news selling the stake here. There was some speculation that he was going to run for president, but he had told NBC News that he has, quote, no plans to run. But I mean, look, these are things core to his brand, core to, how he spends a lot of his time, how we see him in the public. Any hints why he would be making all these moves?
Not yet. You mentioned the Shark Tank exit. The Mavericks, and being the owner of the Mavericks, I think was really what catapulted him into this kind of fame. And now he's getting out of that to a significant degree. In recent years, he'd been running a prescription drug company, making generic drugs cheaper, cost plus drugs. He'll still be really involved in that. He's 65 now, so maybe he's just deciding to do something else with his life. As you mentioned, the presidential run, it doesn't seem like he's interested as of what he said lately. There's also the other part of it, which is a partnership with the Adelson family is something that Cuban has been interested in for a few years, to try to build a resort and a casino in Dallas, which would be a new home for the Mavericks as well, and maybe part of a push to legalize gambling and sports betting in Texas, where it's not legal yet. So this might all be kind of a bigger play in mind for Cuban, or maybe just something else altogether.
Let's talk money here. Do we know how much of a good investment this team was for Cuban?
Well, I think he bought it for roughly $285 million 23 years ago. I'm not going to try to do math off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure he's made a lot off of this investment.
He made some good money. All right.
There we go. All right, Mike Vorkunov, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, Elon Musk now sounding off on that X advertising boycott in the wake of cries of alleged anti-Semitism from the billionaire.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
We've got more on his latest response to the controversy that could cost his social media empire tens of millions. That's up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In a new interview, billionaire businessman Elon Musk is once again firing back at his critics, and he did not hold back. He said he could care less what advertisers think after a number of companies pulled their business from his social media company X after he was accused of amplifying an anti-Semitic post. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the details here. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. It was a long and remarkably candid interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin that covered a wide range of topics, from unions and AI to Tesla and SpaceX. But after apologizing for his controversial comments and what he called his dumbest post yet, Musk had some very strong words for the advertisers who have since left his platform. A defiant appearance by billionaire businessman Elon Musk.
Go yourself. Is that clear?
The richest man in the world speaking out in an interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at the New York Times DealBook Summit amid a firestorm of criticism over his inflammatory comments on social media. Earlier this month, Musk appeared to endorse an anti-Semitic post on X that accused Jewish communities of pushing hatred against white people, writing "the actual truth," a response that unleashed a barrage of backlash from the White House to a wave of companies, including NBC's parent company Comcast, pulling their advertising from X, which reportedly could cost the social media platform up to $75 million. And Musk potentially adding fuel to the fire last night, emphatically scoffing at the advertiser boycott.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Musk appearing to specifically call out Disney CEO Bob Iger, who was also interviewed earlier.
And by him taking the position that he took in quite a public manner, we just felt that the association with that position and Elon Musk and X was not necessarily a positive one for us.
Last night, Musk did later admit an advertising boycott could kill the company and apologize for his original inflammatory tweet, calling it likely his dumbest ever.
I'm sorry for that tweet or post. It was foolish of me. I tried my best to clarify it 6 ways to Sunday.
He also recently traveled to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and toured a kibbutz ravaged in Hamas's attack. Musk insisting it was not an apology tour. And separately in the interview, Musk voiced concerns about artificial intelligence, calling for more regulation and saying the developing tech is more dangerous than nuclear bombs. He also teased ahead to Tesla's Cybertruck launch happening today after years of challenges and delays. It's been the source of strong opinions and plenty of memes, but Musk pointed out that he knows a thing or two about the market. Savannah?
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Starting tomorrow, your unused Gmail account could be deleted by Google.
Yeah, the company put out a notice back in May and is expected to start taking action on December 1st.
With all you need to know, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here. So why is Google doing this? And this is the important question. What is considered inactive?
Yeah, well, so for what it's worth, we all have inactive accounts, but what Google is counting as inactive is anything that you haven't used in the last 2 years. So if you haven't logged in, this could potentially be an account that would be deleted. And the reason why they're doing this is because of security. So if you have an account that's not active, it's more likely to have an old password. It's more likely to not have two-step factor authentication where you have to use your cell phone to log in, for example. And it's also more vulnerable to identity theft or used for spam. So if you have sensitive information in there from emails you don't remember from a few years ago, that's the reason why they want to delete it before potentially some hacker could get in there.
So we mentioned that people knew about this since May, but how do you know, are you getting notice if you maybe have one of these accounts?
Yeah, so if you have another linked email to, let's say, for example, a Gmail account, you would get a notification in that other linked email, perhaps one that you're using more often, to say, hey, by the way, we might delete this. But I have to just kind of remind everyone here, it's not just Gmail. If you have documents in a Google Docs or a Google Drive file, if you have Meet events in a Meet calendar, or if you also have Google Photos, this is a big one. If you have photos that you've uploaded there that you don't remember, those could potentially be deleted as well. Wow. One thing that wouldn't be subject to this is YouTube. So if you have a YouTube account and you have videos on there, they will still remain even if you haven't logged in the past years.
So I'm literally sitting here and thinking, okay, I do have a Gmail account that my Hulu is tied to, but I never use it. So what if I don't want this to be deleted? I want to keep it. What can I do?
Yeah, well, you're just gonna have to show Google that you are active. So basically logging back in and then doing something as simple as reading or sending an email. You can watch a YouTube. You can do a simple Google search in your Gmail account once you log in. and then it'll be marked as an active account. It won't be deleted. With regards to what you're saying, if you're using a Gmail account and you're using that as a login for another website, for example, if you log in, that could count as a third-party interaction that would also account for you marking this as an active account.
So what if you don't use the account anymore? I know a lot of people like set up Gmails maybe just for promotional emails or something, and you just like it's just sort of almost like a junk email, but that you do have other content there, like you mentioned, photos, docs, that kind of thing, and you don't want to lose it. What can you do in that situation?
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of other people too who are like, I have 5 email accounts. I don't need this Gmail account. And if that's the case, you can choose to basically take the account down, but you can log back in one more time just to download anything that you have. There's a service called Google Takeout where you can back up your data, you can download it, export, and there's also a thing that you can do in an inactive account manager, even if you do have an active account, where you can say, let's say, for example, I don't log in for 18 months, you can say exactly how you want Google to treat your account after those 18 months, just so that Google knows, okay, we're going to do this with your data, we're going to trash it, or we're going to download it, just so that you have it available to you, even if you don't want to use that account.
Oh, I suddenly feel like I have a to-do list today.
Yeah.
Remember the password, gotta get in there, gotta send an email.
Remembering the password is like half the battle, by the way.
It's not lunch. It's
Boo.
Right. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, now for what else is making financial headlines, the United Auto Workers Union is efforting some new additions to its ranks.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so the United Auto Workers Union is looking to grow its membership by unionizing employees at 13 car manufacturers right here in the U.S. Now, the plan would add 150,000 members to the union and would involve workers at companies including Honda, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. And the move comes just over a week after the union ratified and signed contracts at Detroit's big 3 car companies after 6 weeks of strikes. Walt Disney head Bob Iger said that he will step down from his role as CEO when his contract ends in 2026. The Disney leader also made it clear that the ABC broadcast network is not for sale even as the company undergoes mass restructuring. Iger rejoined Disney in November 2022. That's less than a year after he retired, with plans to streamline operations and cut costs. Disney is on track to exceed the $5 billion cost savings estimate it gave investors back in February. And NASCAR signed new television and streaming deals with major media partners, highlighting the growing popularity of streaming and motorsport. The partners include Amazon, Warner Brothers Discovery, and Fox, and the deals are valued at $7.7 billion. They will start in 2025 and will run through 2031, guys.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, it's a pretty popular retail trend that's kicking into high gear now that the holidays are here.
We're talking about those buy now, pay later options at many of your favorite stores and online. It may sound enticing, but it's not without some pitfalls. So how can you make the plans work for you this holiday season? We have got some tips up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this one's for all the parents. Actually, this is really for everybody, but for parents, especially those with a teen or two at home, you might have caught yourself slinging the same sort of slang they use when chatting, but we didn't even know all these on set here. According to a new survey, you're definitely not the only one. Words like bet and yeet are just a few of the terms that parents have heard, and then they actually understand them. For the uninitiated, bet actually means I agree, while yeet refers to violently throwing an object that is worthless. You know, to yeet something? Okay. According to the survey, parents have kept up with teens' ever-evolving language by Googling the words. That makes sense. It's helped them communicate a little bit better with their child. Other popular words that parents might recognize: salty, bougie, sus. You know those ones?
I don't know the last one.
Sus. It means something's like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's sus.
I got
and the other one now is riz.
Which means
that
I'm just so old right now.
Well, I didn't know the ones, and you knew them, and you educated me. Riz, this one I think is so interesting. It comes from charisma, so it means like you've got riz.
Okay.
Somebody once told me, now that I'm married, I have no riz.
I feel like I would say like chariz. Like at least,
I like that.
Chariz.
Well, hey, try to start it up.
Okay.
There you go.
Hashtag chariz. All right. In Blockbuster opening holiday shopping season weekend, a record number of consumers use the buy now, pay later option at checkout.
Yeah, you see this everywhere now. On Cyber Monday alone, $940 million worth of sales were made using that option. That is a, get this, 42% jump year over year.
So what do you need to know before you pick and pay later? NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here with all the details. So remind us how this works and who is using it perhaps to their advantage.
I was really surprised how popular this was over the holiday weekend, right? And this is essentially when you're at the checkout or you're online checking out, you're offered buy now, pay later. So you'll pay in installments. It's essentially kind of like layaway, but you get the product right away, the old-fashioned layaway, but it's an interest-free loan. Essentially, you're taking out a loan the moment you're buying that product, and you're saying you're going to pay it off over 6 weeks, 8 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, depending on what the service offers. If you pay it off every, 2 weeks, you pay that bill, there's no interest, and then you own the product free and clear. Sounds great, right? Sounds like a way to maybe outsmart higher interest rates, but you really need to be careful. When you look at the profile of who's doing this, young people who don't have access to credit cards for a reason like they have had a bankruptcy. So they're finding a way to pay for this item, and they're basically taking out a loan here.
So what happens? Okay, so let's say you're doing it. I mean, because you can literally do it for a sweater, a pair of shoes, all these different places.
Which I don't recommend, by the way.
Okay,
I think you should do it for a necessity. I think if it's a necessity or it is a must-have item on the Christmas list or the holiday list, then you should do it because you never want to go into debt for something that is not a necessity.
Right.
And we do this on credit cards already, by the way. But that's something to remember around the holidays. If you need a mattress, for example, or your teenager wants a certain kind of a sound bar or headphones, and you know you're going to be able to pay it off in that 6 weeks, then it can be some flexibility for your family budget, but be very careful about things that aren't necessities.
Okay, so don't buy a sweater, but just for argument's sake, don't do this. But if you were to buy a sweater, let's say, because you just get to take the sweater home, it's like a $100 sweater, and you're supposed to pay it off over 6 weeks. You already have the item. What happens if you don't pay it off?
So when you sign up, it's essentially you're getting a loan. So they have your bank information. They've done sort of like a soft credit check, so they know who you are and they know where to. And they're doing they're probably doing a direct payment out of your bank account every 2 weeks for that payment. Now, if for some reason you tell them, hey, I can't make the $50 $50 payment this week or this month, they're going to give you a fine, and they're going to start racking up interest on that. It can be interest that's way higher than a regular credit card. By the way, you're not building credit for most of these. You're not building credit, which is something that young people really want to be doing in case they need to get a car or they need to get a mortgage someday. You're not building credit, but if you screw up and you don't pay it off, it does get reported as, so you only get the bad mark, you don't get the good mark for paying it off on time. I'm just so surprised how really popular it is, and there are so many different services that are out there being offered to people. Again, if you're a paycheck-to-paycheck consumer and you really don't have either the credit card or the flexibility, the savings to be able to buy something, it does give you this flexibility, but with everything, buyer beware. You know, be careful, be careful.
We have 15 seconds left here, but if you are leery about this, are there other options out there?
Well, you know, you need to be, you could get a cash-backed credit card. You need to try to figure out how you can start building your credit. I think that's kind of the best way to go. And just remember, necessities. You know, you don't want to go into debt for something that's not a necessity.
All right. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Good to have you here with us.
You've got Riz. Just
You've
helping us out.
Riz.
Riz. Oops, how could I forget?
All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My colleague Vicki Wynn is out today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, November 30th. Extended again. Israel and Hamas agreed to another day of their ceasefire just before it was set to expire. What we know right now about the hostages who've been released today and whether there could be more in the coming hours. Plus, bad behavior. A new survey from AAA found that more than half of drivers admitted to unsafe practices behind the wheel. We're going to tell you the main cause of those car accidents and what officials are going and doing to making roads safer. Winter purge. Google starting to delete Gmail accounts that the company considers inactive. So how to make sure you don't lose your access and tips for backing up your own data. Smoke signals. Some health experts are warning that marijuana could actually worsen depression and anxiety. Why the drug might not be the best option for those using it to manage their mental health. Welcome to NBC News Daily, and so glad you could join us. We start right now with Israel and Hamas agreeing to extend their truce another day. Hamas is releasing 10 Israeli hostages in exchange for 30 more Palestinian prisoners. Plus, Israel will allow more humanitarian relief into Gaza. 2 hostages are now on their way to hospitals inside Israel, accompanied by Israeli special forces, where they're set to reunite with their families for the first time in nearly 2 months. Today is now the 7th day of a ceasefire, and Egyptian and Qatari negotiators say they're pushing for a new 2-day extension to get even more prisoners released and more aid to Palestinians. But despite that agreement to pause fighting, Hamas is taking credit for an attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem just this morning. That attack left at least 3 people dead. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Tel Aviv. Aaron, a lot is happening right now on the ground, unfolding as we speak. First, if you can, just tell us about this particular attack at the bus stop. Israeli police say 2 brothers were responsible. Do we know exactly what happened?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. The attack was actually caught on camera. Just harrowing images of 2 men that get out of a car, opening fire at a bus stop. This is right on the main highway connecting Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It happened during rush hour in the early hours of the morning. Now, Hamas is claiming responsibility for this attack. Both perpetrators, they're brothers from East Jerusalem, according to Israeli security forces. They were shot and killed at the scene. Both had spent time in Israeli prisons. In its claim of responsibility, Hamas citing a litany of grievances, including the siege on Gaza, as well as the tensions in the West Bank, pointing specifically to an incident that happened yesterday of 2 boys, Palestinian boys, 8 and 15 years old, were shot and killed by Israeli forces. Israeli forces saying that both boys had explosives, something that the Palestinians denied. die, but it's an illustration of just the tensions in the region. And this is the backdrop for the U.S. Secretary of State's visit to Jerusalem. He met with Israeli officials, including the Israeli Prime Minister. The Israeli Prime Minister pointing to the terror attack in Jerusalem today, saying that Hamas needs to be destroyed, essentially, and that they will not stop until that happens. This, of course, complicating Secretary of State Blinken's efforts to prolong the ceasefire as well as get more aid into Gaza. Morgan.
Now, Aaron, despite that attack, Israel and Hamas, they're keeping their word for another pause in fighting today, only talking about today, and releasing more hostages and prisoners. So tell us more about this particular extension and really how the families of those hostages are now reacting.
Yeah, so far, 2 hostages have been released today. 21-year-old Mia Shem, you may remember Mia was featured by Hamas in one of the first hostage videos that was released in the wake of the October 7th attacks. Also released today is 40-year-old Amit Susanna. It was shocking to see the video of this, Al Jazeera airing footage of the 2 women being loaded into Red Cross vehicles earlier today, right in the heart of Gaza City, surrounded by Hamas militants. The video seeming to be a message from Hamas that they are not going anywhere and they're still present in Gaza City, despite the Israeli military saying that they control that part of Gaza. Morgan.
All right. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin for us there on the ground in Tel Aviv. Aaron, thank you so much. Meanwhile, back here at home, embattled Congressman George Santos is gearing up for his 3rd expulsion vote tomorrow. Now, the New York Republican has said that he predicts he will, in fact, be removed from office.
If the House wants to start different precedent and expel me, that is going to be the undoing of a lot of members of this body, because this will haunt them in the future, where mere allegations are sufficient to have members removed from office.
The House will start debate on the resolution today, and Congressman Santos has admitted to lying about his background, but has pleaded not guilty to multiple federal charges. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from her post. Ali, the back and forth has been pretty astounding. We're talking now about the 3rd round here. Santos has said multiple times that he's not whipping votes. In other words, he's not trying to call up his colleagues and sort of begging them to come to his defense, according to him. So are there enough votes to remove him?
Well, look, it would be a pretty short call list for Santos, who doesn't have many friends here in Congress, stemming in large part from the fact that from the moment that he got here earlier this year, he was mired in scandal and frankly admitted to embellishing nearly his entire professional record that helped him get elected to Congress in the first place. That's how he started his tenure. So, of course, not many friends that he can call here in Washington. That being said, when he makes an appeal like the one that he made outside the Capitol today, the idea that this sets a precedent that could come back to haunt members, that is speaking to some of his colleagues who might have reservations, not about Santos and the allegations and scandals around him specifically, but about the idea of expelling a member of Congress before the courts have been able to run their full course and actually render a verdict. Santos faces criminal allegations, criminal indictments, but he has not yet been found guilty, and typically you need the courts to finish their work before a member is expelled. That's what would be precedent setting here, and that could be something that Santos's colleagues find to be notable as they weigh whether or not to expel him from Congress.
But what comes next for Santos? I mean, if he is expelled, and really what could then happen to his vacant seat? Because what is sort of on the table for Republicans here, especially the Republicans who are sort of thinking pragmatically and are worried about a Democrat taking over that seat?
Part of the reason why Santos has been able to last so long is because of the very slim Republican majority that exists here in this building. The fact that they could be losing one more Republican seat is definitely not something that goes unnoticed on behalf of Republican leadership. It's why they've dragged their feet, frankly, up until this point. But if Santos is expelled, and you need 2/3 majority of the House to do that, if he's expelled, they'll call a special election in the state of New York, and voters in Long Island will once again go back to the polls. It's a tough seat for Republicans to retain. They'll try to do it, but of course, Democrats see it as an opportunity as well.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, thank you. Shifting now to some shocking new numbers that are drawing some pretty serious concern about safety on our highways. According to a new AAA survey, more than half of drivers admitted to dangerous behavior on the road. We're talking speeding or even just distracted driving. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on the survey and what the consequences are.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. New figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
A Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but we're willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Some good news for consumers. Prices cooled off just a bit last month. In fact, a key inflation indicator shows prices rose just 0.2% in October compared to the month before, which was in line with expectations. So CNBC headline reporter Silvana Henao joins us now. Silvana, consumer spending rose at the same pace, jumping just 0.2% from the month before. So if spending is keeping up with inflation, what does that tell us ultimately, big picture, about the U.S. economy right now?
Hey, Morgan, good afternoon. Well, they're both signs of cooling demand that seem to strengthen the argument that the Fed's rate hiking campaign could be over for this cycle. And while consumers did still spend on healthcare, housing, utilities, and international travel last month, there was a drop in spending on gasoline and other energy products, according to the Commerce Department's data. Meanwhile, Facebook and Instagram parent Meta is reportedly bringing its ex-competitor Threads to Europe in December. Now, that's according to the Wall Street Journal. Now, Threads launched in the U.S. in July, but held back in Europe because of tough regulations for online platforms. Now, to get around those rules, Meta is going to allow European users to access Threads without having to actually make a profile. And that's also according to the Journal. Now, Sam Altman is back at the helm of OpenAI once again. This is 12 days after he was fired. The company made the formal announcement today and also said it formed a new board, which includes a non-voting seat from key investor Microsoft. Morgan.
Wow, the Sam Altman saga continues. All right,
Yes,
CNBC
it really does.
headline reporter Silvana Henao. Thank you so much, Silvana. And coming up, any inactive Google accounts will start to disappear tomorrow. How you can keep your Gmail active and what might actually vanish if you just forget to log in. Really good news for you coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
More than 3 million baby loungers have been recalled in the last few years after being linked to dozens of infant deaths. Well, now the government is taking action. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on how these new requirements could prevent suffocation and ultimately save lives.
After years of concern about infant loungers and support pillows, the Consumer Product Safety Commission now wants them redesigned.
The problem with these products is that babies are dying in them, and they shouldn't be.
The CPSC proposing the first ever standards for the pillowy products linked to at least 79 infant deaths since 2010. More than 80% of those deaths involved infants 3 months and younger. The government says these items should be firmer, flatter, and thinner to prevent suffocation.
As long as these things exist, you can't rule out people using them for sleep.
Earlier this year, an NBC News analysis found more than twice as many deaths as the CPSC originally cited. In May, we met Kate and Brandon Movitz. Their 10-week-old son, Pierce, died after his breathing was constricted while he slept in a lounger. Now they've started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families.
People need to be educated on, the risks that they're taking.
With millions of products out there, CPSC Commissioner Rich Trumka says education is crucial because the new standards may not take effect for 18 months.
What do parents do with the ones that are currently on the market?
I wouldn't have them in my home. And certainly, if you do have them in your home, don't use them for sleep.
The Manufacturers Industry Group says it shares the CPSC's goal of ensuring products are as safe as they can be, adding parents should always follow the manufacturer's instructions and only use infant loungers for supervised awake time. Asleep or awake, the goal is to make sure babies are safe. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
So do you have an old Gmail or a Google account that you haven't used in a while? Because if so, tomorrow they're going to be deleted. But do not freak out because we have some tips on how to save your information before that big purge. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now on set. Brian, first, it's great to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah, so look, we're talking just Gmail, or are we also talking about Google Photos and Calendar and all those other apps?
Yeah, well, Google's got a lot of different products, so it's more than just Gmail itself. And again, December 1st, that's when Google's going to start culling out some of these inactive accounts. If you haven't logged in over the last 2 years in any of these products, Google Calendar, if you have documents in Docs or Drive, Google Meet meetings, and then also, this is a big one for a lot of people, Photos. If you have photos uploaded to a Google Photos account and you haven't used it in the last 2 years, you could lose those for good. Google says there won't be a way to recover it. It'll be gone for good. So just make sure you're aware of what you have and try to log in before December 1st if you want to keep it.
But besides just logging in, what do we do to make sure that all of our information doesn't get deleted?
Yeah, well, again, all you have to do is just show that you're active again. So it's not a lot. All you have to do is log into your account. Hopefully you still remember your password. And then you could do a simple thing like do a Google search while you're logged in. You can also watch a YouTube video. But for what it's worth, if you, let's say, for example, don't want your Gmail account, but you still want to back everything up, there are options as well. There's a thing called Google Takeout where you can basically go in, download everything to your external hard drive or to your computer. You can also use an inactive account manager. If, let's say, for example, you know you won't be using that account over the next 18 months, you could say after that point in time, Google, here's exactly what I want you to do with my data. Store it here, store it there. You can kind of set the terms that way.
But just to completely underscore, you only have to show activity. You don't actually have to move or back up your files.
No.
You just have to show that you're still human.
Yeah, let's say, for example, if you do want to keep your account active, you haven't logged in a while, if you don't want it to be deleted, again, it's going to be forever. You would just log in, go watch a YouTube video after you've logged in, or you could just do a Google search even while you're logged in. It'll show Google that you're active, and they'll go, okay, we won't delete your account because we could see that you're active. But you have to do it before December 1st.
You could go to YouTube, even.com, and you could watch NBC News Now.
It's like you could watch NBC. That would be a perfect way to avoid getting your...
I'm just saying. Do we have an idea, Brian, why this is happening right now, though?
Yeah, well, the reason why is for security reasons. So they're saying, okay, well, it's not just because we have too many accounts on the server or whatever. It's because they're saying, look, if you have an account that's not active, it's more likely to be compromised. So that's why they want to delete it.
Brian Chung, as always, the man with a plan. We appreciate you.
Yep.
All right. Later on this hour, why Elon Musk is spouting some pretty harsh language directed at top advertisers on his social media platform. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The results of a new study have tech researchers sounding the alarm about artificial intelligence chatbots. We're talking things like ChatGPT, and this is all because the study found some AI tools are actually promoting harmful eating disorder content. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett tested this out for herself and found some pretty concerning things. Take a look.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? Let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, when these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo. Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly. They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then, they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously. While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results. The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves. And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
You are watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can always watch us on NBC News Now.
Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get checked for all this damage to
Welcome back at the half hour. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. This morning, Pope Francis announced that he's currently dealing with a case of acute infectious bronchitis after being forced to cancel meetings just earlier this week due to breathing issues. Now, the Pope was scheduled to go to Dubai for the COP28 climate summit, which is kicking off today, but says his doctors prevented him from going. Pope Francis says he's taking antibiotics, but fortunately no longer has a fever. And Shane MacGowan, frontman of the famous Irish rock band, has died at 65 years old. His family said in a statement today the musician was discharged from the hospital last week after being admitted last year and diagnosed with viral encephalitis. We're also learning that Tony Award-winning actress Frances Sternhagen has died at the age of 93. She was one of TV's most familiar maternal faces, with recurring roles on ER, Cheers, even Sex and the City. Her family says she died of natural causes. And some Iowa Powerball losers were able to experience the feeling of winning for about 7 hours earlier this week after the wrong winning numbers were posted. I know, imagine this. Officials say this was a human reporting error, and the numbers were posted through the night on Monday just past 7 a.m. before anyone even noticed. So anyone who cashed in their prize before then, they actually get to keep the money. That's a little bit of good news. Billionaire Elon Musk had some choice words for advertisers who are pulling out from X because of his rising anti-Semitism on that platform. Just take a listen to his comments yesterday at the DealBook Summit here in New York.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself. But go f*** yourself.
Okay, so some strong choice words. Several big companies, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast, cut ties with X earlier this month after Musk seemed to endorse an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. NBC News correspondent Emily Queta joins us now. Emily, look, Musk apologized, but then he also reignited this, battle with his advertisers. What actually happened?
Yeah, there was a lot going on here and a lot of head-turning moments. As you said, Musk did apologize for the comment, calling it actually his dumbest post ever on the platform, and he tried to basically clarify what he meant by the initial post. So he also underscored that he won't be blackmailed by advertisers, saying he doesn't need their money, he doesn't care about their money. He's kind of operating on the mindset of hate me, like me. He doesn't care. He'll let the quality of his products, his wide-ranging companies speak for themselves. But I will point out the exodus of these advertisers in the wake of that initial post, according to the New York Times, could cost X up to $75 million.
I mean, that's a big chunk of change.
Yeah.
But look, just this interview alone, it was so wide-ranging. What else sort of stood out for you there?
Yeah, so we definitely had these fiery moments, but interestingly, there were also kind of these moments of reflection. Musk almost at one point appeared to get emotional when reflecting on his childhood, talking about demons in his mind and a stormy, kind of a bad storm of thoughts that he's constantly bombarded by. But the conversation also ranged from unions to AI, SpaceX to Tesla, which, by the way, Tesla is finally launching after years of delays and challenges its first truck. So something to watch for later this afternoon.
All right, Emily Queta, a lot to cover there. Emily, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, one of the most consequential figures in global foreign policy, has died at 100 years old. Serving under multiple presidents, he led efforts to build better relationships with Russia as well as China. Here's NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
Henry Kissinger served Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford and was widely credited with shaping the nation's Cold War policy and opening the first doors with China. But the Nobel Prize winner was also heavily criticized for his actions during the Vietnam War. He'd come to America at the age of 15, his family escaping the Holocaust. He rose to the highest levels of American statesmanship and continued to advise presidents of both parties for decades after leaving office. Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. His greatest achievement was certainly his opening to China, which transformed the global landscape so that the U.S. and China, not Russia, are now the world's two great economic and technological superpowers. And the fact that he took that long trip to China this past July at the age of 100 is remarkable. And in his meeting with President Xi, helped lay the groundwork for President Biden's recent summit, which restored communications between the U.S. and China that had been in a dangerous freeze for the better part of a year. Kissinger was always pushing forward. In his final days, was writing and speaking about artificial intelligence.
Along the U.S.-Mexico border, Custom and Border Patrol agents are reporting a new surge of migrant crossings. And this all comes as new video has emerged showing dramatic body cam footage of state troopers in Texas working to rescue people on the Rio Grande. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from San Antonio, Texas. Morgan, you're at a migrant center there in San Antonio. What is the situation there? I mean, how are officials even handling all of the people there, frankly, who need their help?
Yeah, Morgan, incredibly dynamic situation here at the San Antonio Migrant Resource Center, one of the largest shelters in the city. When they opened this, the director told me they plan for upwards of about 700 people a day. He says that for the last several months, they've been at 1,000 people a day, and that is why he calls the current flow of migrants simply unsustainable. We were not able to go inside for privacy concerns, but he tells me these are men, women, and children. He attested to the fact that the majority of these people are coming from Venezuela still, despite recent changes in policy. And when we spoke to some of those people who have sought shelter here, they tell us that even though they face an uncertain future here in the United States, they're much more confident about that future than back home. So this is, when you look at what's happening here, Morgan, as well as what's happening on the border, we don't have official November numbers in just yet for those encounters with migrants there. But anecdotally, everything is pointing to another surge here. Morgan?
Speaking of that surge, though, Morgan, I mean, how are the border states responding to it? Because we've seen some border crossings shut down just in the past couple of days. I mean, what are the other changes that they're doing to sort of accommodate this influx?
Right. It depends on where you are. We do know that CBP announced that in Texas and Arizona, there were so many migrants at two particular areas. They had to divert Border Patrol agents from international crossings in Eagle Pass, Texas, and Lukeville, Arizona, so they could assist in better processing of these thousands of men, women, and children, many left waiting in the Arizona desert or in the rough country where Eagle Pass is, trying to either cross or wait to be processed there. And they say that those closures and or reductions will remain in place until these migrant numbers go down. Now, we were there in Eagle Pass, Morgan, back in September. That was the second highest month recorded of encounters with migrants with illegal crossings. It will be very interesting to see where the November numbers come in. But no matter who you talk to, whether it be on the banks of the Rio Grande or here at a San Antonio shelter, it's really the same line, unsustainable. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky there on the ground in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you. Well, recreational marijuana is now legal in nearly half of the country, but while little regulation happens, experts warn of possible addiction. In fact, the National Institutes of Health found that almost a third of people who smoke weed can actually get hooked on it. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal takes a closer look at the impact it can have on people who use it to manage their anxiety.
For Veronica Zawinski, getting high was her only way to get through life.
I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't socialize with my friends without being under this substance of marijuana.
She turned to marijuana after the death of her father, hoping it would help her manage her anxiety. It began as an occasional nighttime use.
I started using it randomly during the day. Let me do my chores while smoking marijuana. Let me walk my dog while smoking marijuana.
But quickly got out of control.
Then it went to let me wake up and start my day with the first thing being a hit of marijuana.
She's not alone. Marijuana use has skyrocketed in the United States, with an estimated 60 million Americans having tried it in the last year. Recreational marijuana is now legal in almost half the nation. Just weeks ago, Ohio joined 23 other states to legalize the drug since 2012. Many are turning to cannabis to help with their anxiety. But there's just one problem. Experts say it may not work.
This idea of short-term, yeah, it's probably going to make you feel a lot better, but long-term, I don't know that that's really a particularly good treatment for it. And we have no solid evidence that cannabis is actually a good treatment long-term for any mental health conditions.
Regular users, he says, may face withdrawal effects if they stop taking it, making their anxiety or depression worse. A recent analysis of over 20 studies published in the Canadian Journal of Psychiatry suggested that cannabis use may cause an increase in anxiety in long-term use.
Old cannabis, cannabis of yesteryear, cannabis of the 70s and 80s, probably wasn't really addictive. Cannabis of today pretty much is addictive.
Part of the problem, he says, is that there's no rigorous quality control around marijuana, like there are for other drugs for anxiety.
If I were to write a prescription for you for Prozac, and whether you filled it at a pharmacy down the street or a mail order pharmacy or pharmacy in another state, you should have essentially the same thing that you're being given. Cannabis being used for medical treatment, say of anxiety or depression, what you're getting and where you're getting it from is very variable.
Sawinski was a D1 athlete, but lost her fitness and her emotions stagnant. She decided to quit cold turkey, getting back to the gym while living a rejuvenated life. Now, she has a message for others struggling.
Take that step back, take a little moment to become self-aware and realize that you are a human being. You can be sober and you can live a happy, healthy life sober because you don't need any substance to survive.
Dr. Akshay Syal, NBC News.
Resolutions, goal setting, intentions, they're all great steps to make life changes. But how can we manage when we actually get discouraged? We've got some helpful tips coming up next, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, you know what time of year it is. The new year is fast approaching, and for a lot of people, that means it's time to start thinking about resolutions and really making positive changes. But that's often a lot easier said than done. The process itself can be pretty overwhelming and even discouraging when you fall short of your expectations. So how can you set yourself up for success? Katie Horwich is here to break down how to make change actually happen. She's an author and mindset coach. Katie, thank you so much for doing this.
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah,
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, right? I mean, we know how this goes at the beginning of the year when everyone's so excited to sort of set and name their intentions.
Yeah.
But a lot of people really struggle with just even starting. What is that first step?
Totally. I think sometimes we can get so caught up in the what's, in the things that we're doing, that we forget about the whys behind everything. And so I always tell people, whether they're going after a big goal, small goal, change in the world, change in themselves, you have to start with yourself and what's going on underneath everything that you actually want in the first place.
What about this notion of positive self-talk? It's something I hear my dad tell me all the time. He's like, no, Pickle, don't do that negative self-talk. You got to do the positive self-talk. What does that actually look like, and how do people do it?
I love that your dad says that.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes it can be perceived as this nice to have thing, but actually self-talk shapes who we are, how we tell our story about ourselves to ourselves, and not only our self-perception, but how we actually move forward and walk through the world. So it can be super helpful, like when it comes to building self-esteem, or it can actually be the most harmful thing.
What do you mean when you say the most harmful thing?
It informs our relationship with power, with control. A lot of times when we can feel self-doubt or fear, we start to get feelings about the feelings that we have. And that's when that negative self-talk can come up around, oh, I feel so guilty, I should be over this by now. That can stop us from moving forward in the changes that we want to make.
That's a really good point. But what's also interesting is that, sometimes people can't help feeling sad. And so they don't want to fall into this trap of feeling like they have to be performatively positive. What do you do with the negative feelings that you actually do have?
Totally. I love it. You get it. Negative feelings, it's not about stopping what's going on. It's about shifting and making that bounce back rate a little bit quicker. So I like to tease apart the feeling that you're having, so that feeling that maybe feels discomfort, uncomfortable, and then the feelings that you have about the feelings, right? So allowing yourself space to feel the feelings that you have is super important. And then asking, how can I be proactive, not reactive, given the situation that I am in, instead of trying to manipulate it into something it's not?
I actually really like that distinction between being proactive and reactive. Speaking of which, when it comes to sort of setting these goals, my house is like a house divided at New Year's. My husband is one of those, definitely he writes his goals out, he talks about it, he wants a family meeting, and he does it all. I hate writing down these goals because I feel so, I don't know, anxious. What if I fall short? Then I'm going to see that I fell short, and then I'm just going to feel worse about myself. How do you sort of manage the setting of the goal without getting down on yourself in the process?
Yeah, I think some people, like your husband, they like seeing these steps laid out for them, and they like to say, okay, this is the thing that I'm after. And for some people, that can actually be more hurtful or overwhelming because you feel like, okay, well, what happens if I don't get that goal? And so I always tell people that success is great because you get to define it for yourself. So when it comes to looking at your goals, which you want to be successful, right? You, instead of maybe listing out the goals that you want to achieve, list what success is going to look like for you and how you want to feel after you get there.
Now, I like following the feeling.
Yes.
That is excellent advice from our author and mindset coach, Katie Horwich. Katie, thank you so much. And you're watching NBC News Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, so in just a matter of hours, Beyonce fans will be able to get a front row seat to her famous Renaissance tour. Beyonce's tour movie hits theaters tomorrow, and the Beehive, needless to say, is buzzing. Plus, the hosts for the final episodes of Saturday Night Live have just been announced. Actors Adam Driver, Kate McKinnon will soon be coming to you live from New York City. Joining us now is NBC News Entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, first, it is so wonderful to have you here.
I'm back. I'm
so ready.
In the building.
I'm ready for the tea.
And you're looking amazing post-baby. I've not seen you in person since then.
I know. Well, here we go. We're ready.
Props,
all right.
yes, thank you.
Speaking of props, SNL, an exciting season. Who do we have to look forward to?
Such a good season so far. But we're going to have 3 big shows to finish out the year. Emma Stone will host this weekend along with Noah Kahan. And Emma's starring in this new film called Poor Things that hits theaters December 8th. She's always great on the show. December 9th, Adam Driver's going to host with Olivia Rodrigo, who's having a huge year, just nabbed 6 Grammy nominations. And Adam's in a film called Ferrari coming out Christmas Day. But I'm most excited for the third one. It's a homecoming reunion. Kate McKinnon, who hosts the show or was on the show for 10 seasons, her first time hosting.
Wow.
Along with Billie Eilish.
Oh, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and they were in Barbie, kind of like together, because Billie Eilish sang the song for Barbie. Kate McKinnon was in Barbie. And this, to me, is like a big push for Oscar consideration for that film.
Okay, very interesting. Now,
I
when
just
we
love
look,
Kate, though.
I mean, she can do no wrong, right?
Come on.
Okay, she does everything. Okay, now let's go move on to the dating. I understand that there's a new dating reality show that is based on Sex in the City. Tell me more.
I'm so into this, by the way. It's called Is There Still Sex in the City? It's in development right now. It comes from Candace Bushnell, who wrote the show. She's the creator of this this pilot. So it's going to be an unscripted dating show inspired by Sex in the City. It's going to follow 4 friends in their 50s as they navigate a love do-over where they trade in their busy city lives for a dating utopia. I am so here for this because I think women in their 50s are oftentimes overlooked.
Totally.
And The Golden Bachelor kind of put a spotlight on that.
I'm obsessed with The Golden Bachelor.
I'm already watching this show in my head.
I am obsessed.
Is There Still Sex in the City?
Same.
And it comes from Una Murray, who did The Real World, Road Rules, and Bad Girls
Oh,
Club.
like the OG.
They know what they're doing.
Exactly.
They know what they're doing.
I mean, that was the original. Okay, now let's talk about Beyonce's tour movie. I know you are a member of the Beehive.
Somewhere around here. I gotta get my oxygen tank, you guys. First off, there's been no music videos yet. So this really is like, to me, it's like our chance to see, you know, Beyonce performing these songs for so many folks. Her concert had 2.7 million tickets sold.
Wow.
Grossed $579 million. And this will be in theaters this Friday. I'm going tonight.
So is this like a look at her private life on the tour?
Yeah, so it's a concert film, so it's all the songs she did on her show, but also what Beyonce does so well is she doesn't do interviews, but she gives us documentaries where we're getting all the tea behind the scenes of what really went down while she was making this documentary, and it gets making the concert, and it gets very personal.
And I've heard she's just an incredibly hard worker.
So hard worker, her work ethic. I love the one she did for Homecoming, the Netflix special.
Okay.
And to me, it was great seeing behind the veil of who Beyonce actually is. Yes.
Okay, all right.
It should be a good one.
Look, last but not least, we know that Spotify Wrapped came out today. I had so much fun when our producer Jessica told me to go look at mine. And
I need to hear yours.
Oh, but we'll get there. But first, who led the streaming platform?
Okay, so Taylor Swift, she was the one that got all the big buzz for this one, you guys. It was huge for her. I think 248 billion minutes of music streamed for Taylor Swift. Also, her beau, Travis Kelce, his podcast was #1.
Oh, his podcast got a bump too.
#1 sports podcast. And then Miley Cyrus, most streamed song, My Jam Flowers. That is my bop for the gym.
Okay.
It is the #1 streamed song. But Taylor Swift, this is her year. Just give her all the things, all the awards.
I mean,
Spotify.
it looked like she kind of cleaned up.
She cleaned up.
Okay, do we have Chris's Spotify Wrapped here? Let's pull up Chris's and let's pull up Morad's. We need a Chris and a Morad Spotify Wrapped.
I'm ready.
Okay, this is Chris, Beyonce, I'm not surprised. SZA, Miley Cyrus, you just mentioned Drake, Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton, I said what I said. Do not judge me, America.
Period.
I said period. Dolly
we love
Parton.
that. All
That's
right,
my queen.
let's see what Morgan's. Let's see what mine is. Of course, I mean, there's zero surprises.
Okay,
El Conejito Malo, Bad Bunny,
Come
El Rey de
on.
Puerto Rico. We have Burna Boy. This is my husband's influence. Karol G, of course. Young Miko. She, right now, want to talk about I Said What I Said? I think she's the hottest rapper out right now. Yeah, I think she's the hottest new rapper. I said what I said.
Said what she said.
Yeah, she's on Fina with Bad Bunny. Her tracks she spits that hot fire.
I have to get into her now.
She's a lyricist. You go
put me
home,
on.
I'm going to put you on. You're going to thank me when you're on the train, back listening. All right, NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, it is always a pleasure to have you
I'll be
in
back
studio.
soon.
You are a joy, and I cannot wait to see you soon.
All right.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Thursday, November 30th. Hostage handover. Hamas releasing 2 more Israeli captives today after the truce deal was extended by 1 additional day. All this as details are emerging about a deadly attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem. Meanwhile, a new survey shows a growing number of kids across the country are now taking melatonin to help them sleep at night. But is it actually safe? We're going to hear from a doctor next. And buy now, pay later, more major retailers offering the payment plan, the potential risks, and how to make the strategy work for you. Entertainment wrap, Saturday Night Live rolling out its new slate of hosts and musical guests, plus more over Taylor. There's a new era coming to theaters, so move on aside what we know about Beyonce's big concert premiere. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start with a deadly attack in Jerusalem. 3 people are dead and more injured after a shooting at a bus stop. Hamas is taking credit for that attack, and Israel says 2 brothers are responsible and that both have been in prison and accused of terrorist activities. But despite the attack, Israel and Hamas, they're agreeing to extend their truce for a 7th day. Hamas has released 2 female Israeli hostages thus far and agreed to release 8 more in exchange for 30 Palestinian prisoners. In addition, Israel will allow more humanitarian relief into Gaza. Now, since the ceasefire began, almost 100 hostages have been freed, and about 200 Palestinian prisoners have since been released. That number could increase as Egypt says they're working with Qatar, negotiators for a new 2-day extension. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us now from Tel Aviv. David, first, just tell us about this latest attack at the bus stop. How does this sort of impact now the current pause we're seeing in fighting?
Yeah, hey, Morgan. So this attack happened early this morning at rush hour at a crowded bus stop in Jerusalem. What the Israeli authorities have said is that 2 individuals opened fire on the crowd at that bus station, killed 3 and injured others. Those perpetrators were shot dead at the scene. As you pointed out, Hamas subsequently took credit for this attack. As far as the impact that it has on the ongoing truce, it's a really good question. We've been asking ourselves that question as well. What I can tell you is that for now, by itself, that attack has not been enough to jeopardize or end the truce. The truce is ongoing. However, I can also tell you, I was actually in Jerusalem earlier this afternoon. We went by the bus stop where this took place. It had gone back to normal. It was once again a sort of normal, functioning, busy bus stop, except there were posters up everywhere, essentially attacking the ceasefire agreement. They said things like releasing more terrorists will lead to more bloodshed, in reference to the release of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Israeli hostages. That's part of the framework of this agreement. So for sure, this attack is increasing the amount of pressure coming from the Israeli public, certain sectors of the Israeli public at least, on the Netanyahu government to not extend the ceasefire, to resume the war as soon as possible.
I want to talk a little bit more about that public pressure, David, because more hostages and prisoners, as you mentioned, are being released, and Gaza is getting more aid. But despite all of this, Hamas is now calling for global protest this weekend. Why?
I think it's important to remember that both sides in this conflict, Israel and Hamas, have been very clear in stating that the conflict is not only about October 7th. It is not only about what's happening in Gaza. It is about both sides have larger objectives, right? Israel has said that its objective is to eliminate Hamas, although there's been a bit of a change in the language that we get from the IDF, from eliminate to dismantle, but nevertheless to render Hamas incapable of operating and governing within the Gaza Strip. And on the other side, on Hamas's side, they've indicated several times that their ultimate objective is to end the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and to establish a independent, sovereign Palestinian state. Until those things happen, neither side is going to give up its side of the fight. And that's, I think, why we see Hamas making these attempts at continuous, motion in what they're trying to achieve. Morgan.
All right. NBC News correspondent David Noriega on the ground there for us. David, thank you. And according to police, speeding and distracted driving, they're some of the top causes of many accidents they see. And as NBC News correspondent Tom Costello reports, more than half of drivers admitted to this exact kind of risky behavior. Take a look.
Yeah, this is a really eye-opening study from AAA saying that half of us admit to doing something dangerous behind the wheel. This is I-270 in Maryland. We had a police officer here last month suffer horrendous injuries when he was trying to stop a speeder who was going double the legal speed limit. Speed is a problem nationwide. It leads to horrific accidents and sometimes deadly crashes. For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. New figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
a Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Drilling down on that distracted driving portion of this, take a listen to this. If you're on a highway like this and you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds to read a text, maybe to try to text, that's 5 seconds you travel the length of an entire football field blind, right? You're not looking at the road. And in that instant of a second, terrible things can happen. It's a message we should all be taking home. Back to you.
So Gmail users, you might want to listen up. Starting tomorrow, Google is planning a purge of old and inactive accounts. But before you run to your computer and try and log in, there are some things you need to know about this sort of mass deletion. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now on set to explain what's happening right now to these Google accounts and what do people need to know, Brian?
Yeah, well, what you need to know is that if you don't have an active account as of tomorrow, Google could start deleting all your stuff, and it's going to be gone for good. It's going to be permanent. You will not be able to reactivate it. So this is really important. The reason why they're doing this is for safety reasons. They're saying if you have an inactive account you haven't used in the last 2 years, you're less likely to have a strong password. You're less likely to have two-step verification set up through, for example, a phone. You're more likely to be subject to identity theft or even spam. So that's the reason why, all right, if you're not going to use these accounts, they're going to go in and delete them for your safety. But again, this is going to be very big for people that forgot how to log in. And if they have important stuff on there, they're going to want to know about this as well.
When you mention that important stuff, there's all these sort of attendant things beyond just Gmail, right?
Yeah,
there's Google Photos, there's the calendar. What happens to all those things?
Yeah, so it's all subject. And again, Google has a lot of different products. So calendar, any sort of documents or spreadsheets you have in Docs or Drive, meetings, and also photos. This is the biggest one. If you have stuff uploaded in there and you haven't logged on in the last 2 years, you could lose all those photos for good. One thing I want to note is that this will not cover YouTube accounts. So if you have an inactive YouTube account, but there was a video that you uploaded from a while ago, that's not going to be subject to this. But basically all those other G Suite types of services like we just listed would indeed be subject to a deletion if you haven't used it in the last 2 years.
But just to underscore for people who are looking, they don't need to run out and like buy a hard drive and download everything. They just have to log on.
Yeah, well, if you want to keep your account, all you have to do is log on. You could do something as simple as log in, go do a Google search. You can also just watch a YouTube video. But if you don't want your Gmail account, you're like, you know, I've got so many emails anyway, there's still ways that you can back up any data that you have. You can download it to your local drive through something called Google Takeout. And again, all you need to do if you want to keep that account active is any of these things. Watch a YouTube video, send an email, do a Google search, and it'll show Google, okay, you're active. We're not going to delete your account.
Brian Chung, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Brian. And turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, governments from around the world have reached a deal on a new climate disaster fund. They made the agreement at the COP28 summit today and plan to use the fund to help nations that are impacted by the climate crisis. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, the deal's announcement got a standing ovation from the audience there at the conference. What do we know about the fund and specifically the kinds of disaster relief money that this is going to go towards?
Sure, Morgan. So payments to the fund will actually be voluntary and then handled logistically by the World Bank. All developing countries will be eligible for those resources. As to how much money will go into that fund, that's still an open question for now. Low-income countries have called for at least $100 billion a year by the year 2030. On the sports side of things, women's sports revenue is expected to become a billion-dollar industry next year. According to a report from Deloitte, the predicted $1.28 billion in revenue will come from match day earnings, broadcast, and also commercial revenue. Soccer and basketball, by the way, are expected to bring in the bulk, around 70% of that money. And believe it or not, Kraft is making a vegan version of its iconic boxed mac and cheese. The plant-based dairy-free alternative will hit grocery store shelves under the name Kraft Not Mac and Cheese. It will come in the original flavor and white cheddar style with shells as well. It's going to cost around $3.50 a box. I don't know about you, Morgan. I got 2 young children. I know that you can kind of experience this, but they don't want good mac and cheese. They only want Kraft mac and cheese. It's the only stuff they eat. They want the orange color as well. So I'm not sure what to make of the whole process.
I don't know about dairy-free. I'm not sure. I got to wait and see. Maybe I need a little taste test.
It's also, it's $1 a box generally, right, for the regular mac and cheese from Kraft. At $3.50 a box seems like you're going to really charge that kind of premium price for the vegan access.
Premium price for the dairy-free. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thanks. Well, doctors are speaking out about a sharp rise in melatonin use among kids that are trying to use it just to fall asleep. But how much is too much? Coming up, what parents need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Among kids, melatonin use among kids is soaring here in the United States. And the CDC reports that the number of kids taking the sleep aid annually jumped 530%, and that happened just in the past decade. In fact, that increase, it has a lot of people questioning its safety. Gordon Severson from our NBC Minneapolis affiliate CARE spoke with one pediatrician about when parents should actually think about using it.
Melatonin is a little bit of a gray area.
Parents often come to Dr. Krishnan Subramanian with sleep-related questions, including whether it's safe to give their children melatonin to help them fall asleep. A research team at the University of Colorado Boulder recently surveyed 1,000 parents. Nearly 1 in 5 said their school-age children are taking melatonin for sleep. Nearly 20% compared to 1.3% 5 years ago, according to the study.
For some kids, we know it can be helpful, particularly children with circadian rhythm disorders, which is a specific diagnosis.
Subramanian says studies have shown children on the autism spectrum and children with ADHD may also benefit from using melatonin. And for some other kids, it can be a good option to help them sleep. But he often tells parents to consider other options first, like creating a steady routine before bedtime, limiting TV and screen time, and turning down the lights at night. We asked parents to weigh in as well, asking, how do you feel about giving melatonin to your kids? 85 parents responded to our X-Twitter poll. 42% said their children are already using melatonin. 22% say they're on the fence, and 35% say they will not use it. A sleep scientist from the University of St. Thomas also weighed in, saying melatonin is a prescription hormone in European countries, and it is massively misused here. It's best with supervision at low doses. Dr. Subramanian agrees parents should be cautious.
We don't have a lot of data on the long-term effects of melatonin use.
Our thanks to Gordon Severson from our NBC Minneapolis affiliate CARE for that report. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here with some additional guidance for parents around this use of melatonin. Dr. Azar, first off, it's great to see you this Thursday. We know that the FDA does not regulate melatonin like a lot of other medications. And in fact, the Sleep Foundation says that parents should not give it to kids under 5. So how can parents sort of determine when it is appropriate to use?
Yeah, you know, Morgan, I mean, obviously the first pass is always going to be to discuss it with the pediatrician. In the piece, I think that pediatrician pointed out just perfectly kind of where we are right now, and that is that we don't really know what the long-term effects of melatonin are in otherwise healthy children, but that it does have a place with certain kids. And that is, you know, I mean, you have a young child at home. I remember what it was like and the stress and frustration of not having your child able to get down easily in the evening. So you can certainly see the appeal for something like that. But it's important to remember, because it's not FDA regulated, very often a recent study also showed that the amount of melatonin that's actually in the gummies in many cases is not what it says and not what is actually written on the label. So you have to be super, super careful and make sure that you're keeping it out of reach of children, because they may actually think it's a candy and take it because very often it comes in gummies.
Well, especially, Dr. Azar, if there's sort of the discrepancy between the amount that's listed and the amount that actually may be present, are there any side effects that parents should sort of be on the lookout for?
Definitely can be. I think the most common side effects would be headaches, some agitation, dizziness, some GI side effects as well. And, you know, the concern again, and where the sort of the gray area is what kind of an effect does this have maybe on puberty or hormone levels? The dosing differs depending on the age of the child, between 5 and 18, the milligram dosage. And so again, because it's not a regulated product, you have to be really careful as a parent. First pass, I'm going to start with this and end with this, that your pediatrician is really the best person to give you this guidance. And remember that especially for young children, behavioral things can be really, really beneficial. A regular bedtime routine that you follow every single night, and just knowing that eventually your kids will grow out of that and will eventually start sleeping on their own.
I love you underscoring the behavioral elements, which of course so important for us as parents. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, as always, thank you so much. Well, Elon Musk today, he's facing some backlash after dropping the F-bomb multiple times during a live-streamed event. What fueled the controversial comments and how all of this could impact his social media platform. That and more coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The results of a new study have tech researchers sounding the alarm about artificial intelligence chatbots. We're talking things like ChatGPT, and this is all because the study found some AI tools are actually promoting harmful eating disorder content. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett tested this out for herself and found some pretty concerning things. Take a look.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? Let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, when these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo. Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly. They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously. While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results. The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves.
And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
You are watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can always watch us on NBC News Now.
Lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back at the half hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger has died at the age of 100. He was perhaps one of the most influential and controversial political figures in U.S. history, best known for shaping foreign policy at the height of the Cold War. According to a statement released by his consulting firm, he passed away yesterday at his home in Connecticut. Governors Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis, they're set to square off in a televised debate tonight on Fox News. Though the two are not competing for the same position, tensions remain pretty high between the Republican and Democratic governors. And Congressman George Santos is facing a third expulsion vote on the House floor tomorrow. The New York Republican held a press conference just earlier today, calling the House's efforts bullying. Along the U.S.-Mexico border, Custom and Border Patrol agents, they're reporting a new surge of migrant crossings. All of this happening as new video has emerged, showing a dramatic body cam footage here of state troopers in Texas working to rescue people on the Rio Grande. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from San Antonio, Texas. Morgan, that video is pretty dramatic, and you're right now at a migrant center there in San Antonio. What is the situation?
Situation shifting from day to day, Morgan, but the one constant is that they are at a point in time where the resources that they're offering to these migrants will run out, essentially, if this current migration flow remains what it's been for not just the last few weeks, but the last few months as well. This is the largest shelter in San Antonio, and the director told me that when it was opened, they planned on 700 people a day. They've been at 1,000 now for the past several months, and he says that right now, as much as they want to help everyone that comes in, they're simply unable to do so. Important to note that if they can't get inside to one of those 700 beds, a lot of these families, Morgan, are sleeping wherever they can here on sidewalks, seeking out whatever shelter they can find. It was a cold, rainy night here in San Antonio, and this shelter just a snapshot of what's happening all across the country as people make their journey from the border, from the Rio Grande, to families, to reunite with family members elsewhere, or to simply wait and see how their asylum case goes. But right now, a lot of uncertainty for the families here at this shelter in particular in San Antonio.
But sort of, Morgan, is this a shift in sort of the migration trends that we've seen before? What's new about the way that this wave is happening?
Right. It's been interesting to hear Customs and Border Protection call what's happening within the last week or so a shift in migration trends because they've redirected agents at the Lukeville, Arizona international crossing and at an Eagle Pass bridge because so many people are amassing at those particular areas. We don't have the official November numbers in as far as encounters with migrants, those illegal crossings. But Morgan, anecdotally, we're hearing that this is very similar to what we saw back in September, which was the second highest month on record. Morgan.
All right. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us there on the ground in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you. Well, billionaire Elon Musk cursed out advertisers yesterday who are boycotting his X social media platform. And within the span, really, of just minutes, Musk went from apologetic to defiant, all during an onstage interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin. Take a look.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself. But go f yourself.
Well, just earlier this month, Musk seemed to endorse an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on X, and that move prompted several companies to pull their ads from that platform. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada joins us now. Emily, this was sort of Musk's first mainstream media interview in a while, especially since that comment. So what else did he talk about here?
Yeah, I think you brought up an interesting point that this was a wide-ranging interview in terms of topics, but also emotion. He did apologize for that post that has largely been decried as amplifying anti-Semitism. He called it his dumbest post yet of his 30,000 tweets that he has made. And he also attempted to clarify what he meant by that post. In addition to saying he doesn't care if advertisers pull out, he really underscored this notion of he doesn't care what people think of him, and he's going to let the products and his company speak for themselves. And think about just how much he has his hands involved in. We're talking Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink satellites, X, a Boring Company, and more. It's a really diversified body of work.
You know, which is interesting because, of course, he's gotten his fair share of criticism at this point. But now that advertisers are leaving, ultimately, can the platform sort of survive?
Well, we are talking about the world's richest man, so we'll see how much he's willing to personally invest in X. But he himself yesterday had acknowledged that if this advertiser boycott, it could drive the point to X going into bankruptcy, tanking the company. So we'll see what happens moving forward. The other thing I'll point out is the market intelligence firm called Sensor Tower shows even before this latest exodus of advertisers, ad revenue for X, the social media platform, had already declined by 54% this year.
Really?
Yeah.
And that was just in the past few months. All right, Emily Cada for us there. Emily, thank you so much. We appreciate it. A family vacation took a wrong turn when one Wisconsin couple was detained near San Diego. Well, it turns out their rental car, it was reported stolen, and police thought they were the culprits. NBC San Diego Sergio Flores has more on the traumatic encounter.
It's the Oceanside Police Department. We believe you may be armed and dangerous.
The moment this Wisconsin couple's vacation turned into a nightmare because of an error made by the rental car company.
Driver, with your right hand, open the car door and step out.
Sheena and Cole Bury say it all started when they were pulled over by Oceanside Police while on a trip to San Diego.
And you don't know why, you have no idea what's going on. We couldn't even really look at each other because you can't move at all. But, you know, I remember kind of whispering that I love you.
The couple handcuffed by police, not knowing what they did wrong, until an officer tells them their rental car was reported stolen.
So that van's reported stolen.
It's from Payless Rental. And there should be the receipt for the Payless right in that little console.
Dollar Tree.
Police looking through the car for the rental contract, but not having any luck. The couple saying they were terrified and could only think of their daughter who they had just dropped off at the mall.
That was my huge, huge fear. You know, now I just dropped off my kid. I'm in thousands of miles away from home, and what is going to happen?
We're contacting them, so if they say it's a big mistake.
According to a police report, the officers were able to contact Payless Rental and confirm the car was not stolen, and the couple was released. The report saying Payless never contacted police to take it out of the stolen vehicle system. Sheena is seen reacting to the officer as he explains a possible reason as to why she and her husband had guns drawn on them and were put in handcuffs.
Because it's a rental car, the last person might have done that, eventually brought it back after they had already reported stolen, and they never took it out of the system.
In a statement, Payless Car Rental saying Payless and its independent franchisees each have safeguards in place to prevent unnecessary notifications to retrieve rental vehicles. Fortunately, these protocols in this isolated incident failed. Our franchisee has apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Bury and refunded them for the rental. Oceanside Police telling NBC News the officers involved in this case met the expectations of this department in their conduct. They were courteous throughout this incident and explained their reasoning as they were able.
I pulled over and had a panic attack off the freeway if I've seen an officer, all kinds of things, because it brings back such fear, crippling fear.
All right, that was Sergio Flores from NBC San Diego reporting. All right, so a record number of shoppers, they're using a different way to pay this holiday season. On Cyber Monday alone, $940 million worth of merchandise was purchased using the buy now, pay later option. That's a nearly 43% jump from just last year. And it shows that more Americans than ever are now turning to this type of financing for their gifting. So what do you need to know before you choose that option? NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now to break it down. Christine, first, I want to break down what pay now, pay later is, but also why are we suddenly seeing this surge of popularity in this method that we saw years ago?
It's so fascinating. So this is essentially getting a loan at the point of sale, right? So you go there, you're buying maybe a mattress or AirPods or whatever it is, and you can have this buy now, pay later option. It's kind of a modern layaway, except you walk away with the product. And the advantage here is it's interest-free. So you're stretching out paying for this item over 4 or 6 weeks, whatever the contract is, it depends. And it is interest-free, no interest, and then you're sort of like taking a bite out of paying for this instead of putting on a credit card. And what people who've been following this say is that young people in particular, and people who've had trouble with credit card debt, don't want to put stuff on credit cards. They want to pay it off in a short period of time without the interest. They don't want to get in that debt spiral. So they see this as an alternative.
Are you seeing, when you say younger people, are you seeing a certain type of age group or type of buyer use this more frequently than others?
So there are subprime borrowers. Those are people who probably don't have a credit card, or if they do, it's a very high interest and it's a very low, balance that they can carry. And people closer to what they call, the middle of the prime, what your credit score is. So mostly these are people who are not like an 800 credit score people, right? So these are paycheck to paycheck households in many cases. And younger, because the younger people seem to be very tech savvy, right? They're comfortable using right there, having a quick, they call it a soft credit review. Like they make sure that you're not in bankruptcy court or anything, and then they go ahead and give this to you. Now, here's the problem. You give them your bank information, and if you ask them, oh, wait, I can't make that third payment, or your third payment bounces, then you're going to get a fine or a fee, and then you're going to have higher interest rates. So you can get
even higher interest rate.
Right. You can get in a debt spiral with this too. I tried the personal finance author in me always says, look, be really careful about taking out debt for necessity, if anything that's not a necessity. Like maybe buy a mattress, yes. Buy the one item that your kid wants for Christmas that you really need or want, yes. But be really careful about just charging 7 or 8 or 9 different things using buy now, pay later.
So this isn't for like everyday things, your everyday option.
Well, some people have been doing that, and there are studies that show that some people are starting to use this with their groceries or.
Interesting.
And now, is that a sign of distress, financial distress? Maybe, or is it a sign of fluency with this new kind of payment method. This is how some people want to pay, and they're just using everything. So it's unclear if it's a sign of strength or weakness.
But did you say there was data showing that millennials are actually using this more?
So I was looking on the under 35 crowd here is in particular, and I was also a really cool Klarna holiday shopping sort of survey showed that millennials actually have the most expensive budget for $1,169 is what they're budgeting for their
$1,169
for their Christmas list or their holiday list, right? And so every other age demographic is less than that, which I found very, very interesting. So this is a part. I think maybe you only live a YOLO kind of culture. Like what we've gone through over the past 3 years with COVID and everything. The people are like, you know what? I'm going to spend on my friends and family, and I'm going to buy now, pay later.
YOLO, get that extra coffee mug, that extra coffee frother. All right, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans with some great tips for us. Christine, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, Sex and the City is going country, the new reality dating show in the works from the author who inspired the hit TV series. More NBC News Daily just after this.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
All right, so in just a matter of hours, Beyonce fans will be able to get a front row seat to her famous Renaissance tour. Beyonce's tour movie hits theaters tomorrow, and the Beehive, needless to say, is buzzing. Plus, the hosts for the final episodes of Saturday Night Live have just been announced. Actors Adam Driver, Kate McKinnon will soon be coming to you live from New York City. Joining us now is NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, first, it is so wonderful to have you here.
I'm back.
I'm so
I'm
ready.
in the building.
I'm ready for the tea.
And you're looking amazing post-baby. I've not seen you in person since then.
I know. Well, here we go. We're ready.
Props.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Speaking of props, SNL, an exciting season. Who do we have to look forward to?
Such a good season so far. But we're going to have 3 big shows to finish out the year. Emma Stone will host this weekend along with Noah Kahan. And Emma's starring in this new film called Poor Things that hits theaters. He's December 8th. She's always great on the show. December 9th, Adam Driver's going to host with Olivia Rodrigo, who's having a huge year, just nabbed 6 Grammy nominations, and Adam's in a film called Ferrari coming out Christmas Day. But I'm most excited for the third one. It's a homecoming reunion. Kate McKinnon, who hosted the show or was on the show for 10 seasons, her first time hosting.
Wow.
Along with Billie Eilish.
Oh, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, and they were in Barbie, kind of like together, because Billie Eilish sang the song for Barbie. Kate McKinnon was in Barbie. And this, to me, is like a big push for Oscar consideration for that film.
Okay, very interesting. Now,
I
when
just
we
love
look,
Kate, though.
I mean, she can do no wrong, right?
Come on.
Okay, she does everything. Okay, now let's go move on to the dating. I understand that there's a new dating reality show that is based on Sex in the City. Tell me more.
I'm so into this, by the way. It's called Is There Still Sex in the City? It's in development right now. It comes from Candace Bushnell, who wrote the show. She's the creator of this this pilot. So it's going to be an unscripted dating show inspired by Sex in the City. It's going to follow 4 friends in their 50s as they navigate a love do-over where they trade in their busy city lives for a dating utopia. I am so here for this because I think women in their 50s are oftentimes overlooked.
Totally.
And The Golden Bachelor kind of put a spotlight on that.
I'm obsessed with The Golden Bachelor.
I'm already watching this show in my head.
I am obsessed.
Is There Still Sex in the City?
Same.
And it comes from Una Murray, who did The Real World, Road Rules, and Bad Girls
Oh, like the OG.
They know what they're doing.
Exactly.
They know what they're doing.
I mean, that was the original. Okay, now let's talk about Beyonce's tour movie. I know you are a member of the Bayhive.
Somewhere around here. I gotta get my oxygen tank, you guys. First off, there's been no music videos yet. So this really is like, to me, it's like our chance to see, you know, Beyonce performing these songs for so many folks. Her concert had 2.7 million tickets sold.
Wow.
Grossed $579 million. And this will be in theaters this Friday. I'm going tonight.
So is this like a look at her private life on the tour?
Yeah, so it's a concert film, so it's all the songs she did on her show, but also what Beyonce does so well is she doesn't do interviews, but she gives us documentaries where we're getting all the tea behind the scenes of what really went down while she was making this documentary, and it gets making the concert, and it gets very personal.
And I've heard she's just an incredibly hard worker.
So hard worker, her work ethic. I love the one she did for Homecoming, the Netflix special.
Okay.
And to me, it was great seeing behind the veil of who Beyonce actually is. Yes.
Okay, all right.
It should be a good one.
Look, last but not least, we know that Spotify Wrapped came out today. I had so much fun when our producer Jessica told me to go look at mine. And
I need to hear yours.
Oh, but we'll get there. But first, who led the streaming platform?
Okay, so Taylor Swift, she was the one that got all the big buzz for this one, you guys. It was huge for her. I think 248 billion minutes of music streamed for Taylor Swift. Also, her beau, Travis Kelce, his podcast was #1.
Oh, his podcast got about
#1 sports podcast. And then Miley Cyrus, most streamed song, My Jam Flowers. That is my bop for the gym.
Okay.
It is the #1 streamed song. But Taylor Swift, this is her year. Just give her all the things, all the awards.
I mean,
Spotify.
it looked like she kind of cleaned up.
She cleaned up.
Okay, do we have Chris's Spotify Wrapped here? Let's pull up Chris's and let's pull up Morad's. We need a Chris and a Morad Spotify Wrap.
I'm ready.
Okay, this is Chris, Beyonce, I'm not surprised. SZA, Miley Cyrus, you just mentioned Drake, Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton, I said what I said. Do not judge me, America. I said period. Dolly
we
Parton.
love that. All right,
That's
let's see what Morgan's, let's see what mine is. Of course, I mean, there's zero surprises.
Okay,
El Conejito Malo, Bad Bunny, El Rey de Puerto Rico. We have Burna Boy. This is my husband's influence. Karol G, of course. Young Miko. She, right now, want to talk about I Said What I Said? I think she's the hottest rapper out right now. Yeah, I think she's the hottest new rapper.
I
said what I said.
She said what she said.
Yeah, she's on Fina with Bad Bunny.
Okay.
She spits that hot fire.
I have to get into her now.
She's a lyricist. You
put me on.
I'm going to put you on. You're going to thank me when you're on the train, back listening. All right, NBC News Entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, it is always a pleasure to have you.
I'll be back soon.
You are a joy, and I cannot wait to see you soon.
All right.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
All right, this is it, right?
Renowned chef Jean-Georges is celebrating 50 years of culinary excellence. Today Show co-host Carson Daly caught up with him at his famed New York City restaurant, House of the Red Pearl, to hear all about this milestone in the making.
Chef Jean-Georges is one of the world's most famous chefs. His vision redefined and revolutionized the culinary landscape.
50 years of culinary excellence for you.
It doesn't feel like 50 years, but I started an apprenticeship at 1973.
What kind of kid were you? What do you mean? You were a dropout? You were a trouble kid?
Dropout, bad, delinquent.
Really?
Whatever, you name it, I was there.
He says for his 16th birthday, his parents took him to his first upscale restaurant in France, and he was hooked from the very first bite.
It took me for my 16th birthday to a 3-star Michelin. I looked around, I opened my eyes, I said, I didn't know you could do a living out of food. For me, food was at home, pot on the table, everybody serves themselves.
What do you remember about that? What did it look like? What did you smell? What did you see?
I mean, the ballet of the waiters, we had a tasting menu, 5 courses. Every bite was like magic.
Jean-Georges says his father asked the chef if he could use an extra pair of hands. 2 days later, he was hired.
Would you say that dinner when you were 16 for your birthday was that when you really got bit by the bug that you might want to do this long term?
I was taking a bite of my main course. I said, this is the life I want to be in. Feeding people, pleasing people. So that was my calling, I guess.
Today, his empire includes 60 restaurants worldwide, from New York to London to Tokyo. We sampled dishes spanning his legendary 50-year career.
We have sashimi.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
I mean, the beautiful salmon, the tuna from Montauk, scallop, fluke. Cheers.
Cheers. Delicious. Thank you.
I'm an oyster guy. They're so fresh, so pristine. I think it's all about balance.
Do you have a favorite of all of your restaurants?
I mean, my first one, Jojo.
And what is that named after? Is that your name when you were a kid?
It's my nickname.
Explain.
I was called Jojo the Terror.
Jojo the Terror. And your first restaurant was Jojo?
Jojo, yes.
May I call you Jojo the Terror?
Absolutely.
Jojo the Terror. Is there anything about that has carried over into your career? The risk-taking?
I always take risk, yeah. Even today, it's part of my DNA. Only if tomorrow everything crumbles for me, I open a little stand in the street and I do some street food.
Yeah, there you go again. Jojo the Terror.
You
still think your empire's going to crumble and you're going to have to sell oysters on the corner in New York.
Why not?
That's the secret to your success. Always remaining so humble.
Here we're going back to France. Escargot.
I love escargot.
One of his secret weapons, a strong food memory.
Do you write it down? You just remember it?
It's for food memory.
Food memory.
Forever.
You're like the Jay-Z of chefs.
No.
Jay-Z remembers all of his raps.
You're comfortable with this, no?
Oh, yeah, I know that.
It's inspired from a trip to Morocco, to Marrakesh.
Morocco.
It doesn't exist in Italy. Nobody does lemon pizza in Italy. Cheesiness. Chili flakes.
That's a great appetizer. It's light. The flavor, I've never really had anything like it. I mean, the Myers lemon and it tastes like something so familiar, but something so foreign at the same time. And that leaves me, wanting another bite to try it.
Thank you. Should we step into the Italian kitchen?
I would love that.
That's
honor, chef, honor.
Thank you.
Let's go make a pizza. Oh my God.
It's like a marshmallow.
It's the softest dough ever.
It's like a marshmallow.
Yes.
Beautiful. We're gonna add a bit of fontina, ricotta, a little bit of parmesan, lemon slice.
Yep. And mine's pretty good.
Yours is amazing.
Okay.
You have to go fast. That's it. You're hired.
I love it.
That's it.
What time do I start? I'll be here. Give my notice at the Today Show. So long, everybody. This just made my year.
Yours is better.
He said mine was better.
I think because when you put it in the oven, you stretch it a little bit.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. A little time. Happy golden anniversary, Chef. What an honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carson Daly, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's really wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Ellison Barbers, and Clay Esamoah is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, truce holding. More hostages released as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas stretches into a seventh day. The talks underway for a longer pause despite new deadly violence.
Last stand. A defiant George Santos blasts his fellow House members. What he's saying ahead of what could be his final hours as a congressman.
Kissinger's legacy, how one of America's most powerful secretaries of state is being remembered. We'll look back at Henry Kissinger's rise and the decisions that brought criticism.
Plus, trouble at the wheel. A shocking number of people admit to driving dangerously. The worst habits and the steps being taken to make the roads safer.
Yeah, that is going to be kind of a shocking report, I think, about what so many of us are doing that isn't quite safe.
Looking forward to that.
But we do begin this hour with day 7 of a temporary truce in the Israel-Hamas war.
Yeah, another group of hostages and Palestinian prisoners are being released. 2 Israelis have been freed so far today. One of them is 21-year-old Mia Shem. She was seen in the first hostage video released by Hamas last month after being kidnapped from a music festival during the October 7th terror attack. An emotional video shows the moment her mother found out she was finally coming home.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back in the region today. He met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. Blinken says the pause in fighting is producing good results and should continue.
The secretary's visit comes as Hamas claims responsibility for a deadly shooting at a bus stop in Jerusalem. And a warning, the video we're about to show is disturbing. Surveillance video shows two people getting out of a car before opening fire. 3 people were killed, 13 others were hurt there. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Aaron, today's truce extension kind of happened at the last minute, right? Where do talks stand about keeping the truce going?
Well, first, Kay, we just saw Mia Shem reunited with her family. Heartwarming images coming out of Israel tonight showing Mia, her mother, and her brother at the air base. Normally, hostages are flown to hospitals and reunited with their families there. It seemed that Mia's family could not wait for that moment to hug their daughter. She was one of 2 hostages released today, including 40-year-old Amit Susanna, and their release caught on camera hours ago. The Al Jazeera network broadcasting exclusive footage from inside Gaza City, showing both women being handed over to the Red Cross, surrounded by a crowd of Palestinians inside the city, as well as Hamas militants. And this is shocking and eyebrow-raising for the region to see Hamas sort of flex in this way, showing that it has a presence still in the hard-hit Gaza City. Remember, just weeks ago, the Israeli military claiming to have control over northern Gaza. Now we are waiting for word on the remaining 8 hostages that are expected to be released today, 10 in total. Once that happens, we expect to hear from the Israeli government about a possible extension of the ceasefire. Unclear if that's even going to happen yet.
And Aaron, we've also heard from the family of an American citizen who was released yesterday, right? What are they saying about her condition?
Yeah, we are hearing from the family of 49-year-old Liat Benin, an American citizen released yesterday. We heard from her father, Yehuda, earlier today, tell MSNBC's Morning Joe that she is in good spirits. She's in good physical condition, now reunited with her family. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Liat is in pretty good spirits. We met the family that met her included her 3 children, of course, my wife and I. Her sister flew in from Oregon. There was a substantial group of people who met her. And it was very, very emotional, very exciting.
Now, in that interview earlier this morning, Yehuda was pushing for the release of Liat's husband, Aviv, thought to also have been kidnapped from their kibbutz on October 7th. The 2 were separated when Hamas stormed the kibbutz. Aviv was part of the security detail. We're just hearing from the family forum just this hour that Aviv was actually killed on October 7th. He was not taken hostage, and clearly the family coming to terms with that incredibly sad and tragic news as they welcome Liat's return. Guys.
Oh, so many mixed emotions right now. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you for being there. Tel Aviv, thanks.
Congressman George Santos is defiant ahead of a potential vote tomorrow to expel him from Congress. He spoke with reporters at the Capitol this morning, stressing that he will not resign after a damning House ethics report.
If I leave, the bullies take place. This is bullying.
Santos could be just the 6th member ever expelled from the House. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. So, Ali, Congressman Santos, his Republican critics, they say they're confident they have enough votes to oust him this time around. How are things shaping up right now? What more is Santos saying, and what have you heard from Republican sources?
Seems like Santos is pretty confident, Ellison, that they have the votes to oust him this time. It would be the 3rd attempt at doing so, and we'll wait to see until tomorrow if they actually have the votes that they need. But again, it's a 2/3 majority to expel a member of Congress. And for Santos, he's not actively calling around. He doesn't have many friends here in Congress. He's been mired in scandal since the moment he got here less than a year ago. Makes it pretty tough to build connections here on Capitol Hill, especially when people within your own party are trying to push push you out the door. But for Santos, the warning he's given might be what he's trying to say to his colleagues, not about his own specific circumstances, but about the precedent that ousting him would set. Listen to what he said.
If the House wants to start different precedent and expel me, that is going to be the undoing of a lot of members of this body, because this will haunt them in the future.
So when he's talking about setting different precedents there, Ellison, what Santos is talking about is the precedent of ousting or expelling a lawmaker before the courts of law have followed through to the conclusion of a trial. Remember, Santos is under multiple criminal indictments, but we've yet to see those court hearings actually take place. And of course, no verdicts have been rendered. That's what Santos is pointing to here. Any reservations among his colleagues on either side of the aisle about ousting a lawmaker before the legal piece of it is done, that would be the new precedent, but it might not be enough to save him.
Ali Vitale, thank you.
A monumental figure in American diplomacy is being remembered today. Henry Kissinger died last night. He was 100 years old. He was one of the most influential secretaries of state in history and also had his critics. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a look back at his life and legacy.
Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News.
It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Inflation saw a slight increase in October.
And lottery players in Iowa won the jackpot by mistake. Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa.
That's my kind of mistake.
Right?
Hi, Kate. Hi, Allison. The Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation hit its lowest level since 2021. Personal consumption expenditures, including volatile food and energy prices, went up 0.2% for the month. It's the latest evidence that price increases are slowing down, and it could make it more likely the Fed will be done raising interest rates, at least for this cycle. The United Auto Workers Union launched campaigns to form unions at Tesla, BMW, and Honda, and 10 other U.S. automakers. That drive could add another 150,000 auto workers to the union. And it's, of course, after the UAW ratified and signed historic contracts with the big three Detroit car companies following 6 weeks of strikes. And those Iowa Powerball players got to cash in on prizes they didn't actually win this week. The state's lottery commission says the wrong numbers were posted for about 7 hours because of a human error. Anybody who cashed in on the prize before the incorrect numbers were taken down got to actually keep the prize, which the commission said ranged from $4 to $200.
Okay.
I'll take
like
it.
Monopoly.
I would be
All
so
right.
upset if I realized after that I missed the opportunity to cash in on it. And I was like, I had the wrong number. And they're like, too late. That's good.
True.
Contessa Brewer, thank you.
Sure. Still ahead today, danger zone, the unsafe trends drivers across the country are admitting to, how law enforcement's trying to crack down.
Plus, on the record, Elon Musk sounds off on advertisers who are ditching his X platform. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Well, fresh off a very busy holiday travel period, we're getting a new look this hour on safety on our nation's roadways. A AAA survey finds more than half of drivers are engaging in some pretty dangerous behavior behind the wheel. NBC's Tom Costello takes a closer look.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. New figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
A Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, About a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
A family vacation in California took a pretty disastrous turn after a couple visiting from Wisconsin was detained by police. Their rental car had been reported stolen. The problem, it was not stolen. Here's Sergio Flores from our NBC station in San Diego.
It's the Oceanside Police Department. We believe you may be armed and dangerous.
The moment this Wisconsin couple's vacation turned into a nightmare because of an error made by the rental car company.
Driver, with your right hand, open the car door and step out.
Sheena and Cole Bury say it all started when they were pulled over by Oceanside Police while on a trip to San Diego.
And you don't know why, you have no idea what's going on. We couldn't even really look at each other because you can't move at all. But, you know, I remember kind of whispering that I love you.
The couple handcuffed by police, not knowing what they did wrong, until an officer tells them their rental car was reported stolen.
So that van's reported stolen.
It's from Payless Rental. And there should be the receipt for the Payless right in that little console.
Dollar Tree.
Police looking through the car for the rental contract, but not having any luck. The couple saying they were terrified and could only think of their daughter who they had just dropped off at the mall.
That was my huge, huge fear. You know, now I just dropped off my kid. I'm in thousands of miles away from home, and what is going to happen?
We're contacting them, so if they say it's a big mistake.
According to a police report, the officers were able to contact Payless Rental and confirm the car was not stolen, and the couple was released. The report saying Payless never contacted police to take it out of the stolen vehicle system. Sheena's seen reacting to the officer as he explains a possible reason as to why she and her husband had guns drawn on them and were put in handcuffs.
Because it's a rental car, the last person might have done that, eventually brought it back after they had already reported stolen, and they never took it out of the system.
In a statement, Payless Car Rental saying Payless and its independent franchisees each have safeguards in place to prevent unnecessary notifications to retrieve rental vehicles. Fortunately, these protocols in this isolated incident failed. Our franchisee has apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Bury and refunded them for the rental. Oceanside Police telling NBC News the officers involved in this case met the expectations of this department in their conduct. They were courteous throughout this incident and explained their reasoning as they were able.
I pulled over and had a panic attack off the freeway if I've seen an officer, all kinds of things, because it brings back such fear, crippling fear.
The couple tells me that a full refund wasn't enough to make up for the traumatic experience hiring an attorney to file a lawsuit against Payless. Now, an attorney for the car rental company tells me that she, quote, finds it disappointing that Ms. Fury and her attorney have attempted to pressure Payless into paying large sums of money by threatening to paint Payless in a poor light to the media.
Our thanks to Sergio Flores for that. Still ahead, the new steps the White House is taking aimed at protecting Americans from exposure to lead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you have an old email address you have not touched in a couple of years? Yeah, maybe one that you keep just for subscriptions or junk mail? Yes.
Well, okay, listen up. If it's on Google's Gmail, it could be deleted as early as tomorrow if you haven't touched it in 2 years. And it's not just the account, the photos and the files attached to it. NBC's business and data reporter Brian Chung is here with what we need to know. Brian, I feel like everybody's affected by this. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people. How does somebody know if they have a Gmail account that's going to be deleted?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was trying to check this morning if I had any accounts that I had forgotten about, but basically this is concerning any accounts that you haven't used in 2 years, and if they are inactive, they would be at risk of being deleted. And the reason why Google is doing this and calling all these accounts is for security reasons. They're saying if you haven't logged in 2 years, you're more likely to have used an old or reused password. You're less likely to have set up two-step verification through, for example, your cell phone, all of which makes you more vulnerable to identity theft or being spammed. So they're saying this is like a process where we're just going to take a look at all these accounts that are not being used and then delete them, which could be a big deal if you're using any of these services, Calendar, Docs, Drive, Meet, Photos, because you would ultimately lose that if you don't ultimately log in and show them that you're active.
Okay, so that's the guidance on how to keep the content, sort of, if you want. Is there anything else people should know if they think they have an account that might be impacted and they're good with losing it, but they do want to keep some things within it? Is there like a fast way to sort through everything and make sure you've downloaded it?
Yeah, well, really quickly, again, the way to make it active and not have anything deleted if you want to keep that account is to just simply log in. You could do something as simple as read or send an email, watch a YouTube video, use Google search, and then it'll be marked as active, and then Google will keep it. But if you don't want the account, to your point, Ellison, but you want to download, for example, any photos that you forgot were on there, if you can remember your password and once you're able to get in, you can use something like Google Takeout, where you can back up your data. You'll be able to download and export any photos, documents that you have. And also there's an inactive account manager that you can use if you have an active account but want to set up a protocol for, let's say, for example, 18 months down the line, it does go inactive. It'll tell Google exactly what to do. So important to remember there.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you.
There are more and more shoppers opting to buy first, pay later for gifts this holiday season.
Yeah. According to new data, on Cyber Monday alone, buy now, pay later usage contributed a whopping $940 million in online spending. That is up 42% from last year. But if you're looking to try it out, there are a few things you should know. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Okay, so I've seen this option so many times. It tempts you every time to do it. For people who are looking at that option, what should they consider before deciding if it's the right one for them, and why is it so popular right now?
The most important thing to think of is this is a short-term loan. You are taking on a loan, and you're going to, right there at the checkout or online, you are saying, I'm going to pay this back in 4 installments or whatever the agreement is, and you're not going to pay any interest. And that's why it's so popular, because interest is record high for credit cards right now. There's a real fear with $1 trillion in credit card debt. There are a lot of people who are afraid of racking up credit card debt. So they see this as a manageable short-term solution, not putting it on the card, but putting it on like a short-term installment plan. Problem is, you've got to make sure you pay each of those payments. If one of those payments were to bounce, you would get a fee, then you would get interest. So it is not foolproof and super safe. You have to be able to have the money to be able to pay it back.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? If you miss the payment, then do you get charged interest, or how does it work?
Yes. And they're gentle at first, and then they get more aggressive. Now, one of the problems here is that some people are now getting more familiar with this, and they're taking out 4, 5, 6, 7 different buy now, pay later loans, and you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble when suddenly they're starting to bounce. Like when you do this at the checkout, you're actually giving them your bank information, so they're going to do a withdrawal, a direct withdrawal from your bank account when this installment is due. So it's all of the same personal finance rules apply here. You know, you can't really spend way more money than you have, or you're going to pay and you're going to be in debt. So it's really popular among young young people, I would say, maybe people who don't have a credit card or have poor credit history, because they're able to borrow money right away to make these purchases. But the same rules apply. You know, you don't want to get yourself into a bunch of debt. If you're going to do this, do it with something you really need, not necessarily, frivolous things.
Maybe one time, not 7 times.
Right, exactly.
Christine
nice
Romans,
to see you guys.
Thank you. Good to see you, too.
Still ahead, the story behind this year's Rockefeller Center tree as it is now lit up for the holiday season. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Japanese officials announced they are suspending flights of their Osprey military aircraft. The suspension comes just one day after an Osprey belonging to the U.S. Air Force crashed off the Japanese coast, leaving at least 1 person dead, 7 missing. Japanese officials also asked all U.S. forces based in Japan to suspend Osprey flights, with the exception of the ongoing search and rescue mission. The cause of the crash remains unknown.
Dallas police have issued an arrest warrant for NFL star Von Miller on a charge of assaulting a pregnant person. Police responded to a disturbance call on Wednesday morning where Miller's longtime girlfriend accused him of assaulting her after they had a verbal argument. Miller was not at the house when police arrived, and she was treated for minor injuries. Miller is from the Dallas suburbs and currently plays for the Buffalo Bills, who are on a bye week.
And the Biden administration has now classified wolverines as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. Scientists say the current population of wolverines in the continental U.S. is nearly extinct due to declining mountain snow from climate change. This new designation only applies to the lower 48 states, not to Alaska and Canada, where wolverines still number in the thousands.
In an explosive new interview, billionaire businessman Elon Musk is once again firing back at his critics.
Yeah, he's lashing out at advertisers who have pulled out of his platform X, formerly known as Twitter, after he was accused of amplifying an anti-Semitic post.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself.
It was all part of a long and very candid interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at the Deal Book Summit in New York. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is following the potential fallout from all of this and the conversation about it. But we'll start with Jake Ward. Jake covers all of this for us all the time, sort of technology. Musk clearly did not hold back, to put it mildly. What all did we hear?
Yeah, I mean, Kate, you know, the word candid that you used a moment ago is a very polite way of saying what he was in this exchange, you know, seemingly unbidden, essentially being asked at one point why he had gone on his tour on Monday and Tuesday to Israel, whether that was some sort of apology tour for seeming to boost anti-Semitic and racist conspiracy theories on his own platform. Unbidden, he basically began on this diatribe about how he felt that advertisers pulling out of the platform was a form of blackmail, and that if he was going to be blackmailed by money, well, then, and you heard then him drop the sentiment that he did there. You know, the conversation continued with questions about sort of his state of mind. He talked about being a somewhat tortured mind. He also talked at one point about not having the weakness of needing people to like him, a very odd thing there. But, you know, the thing that people who were in the room all say was, of course, that moment in which he told the advertising community to go F itself. I mean, whoa, that is a pretty unprecedented thing for the head of a major, you know, platform. Not to mention then calling out Bob Iger by name. Hi, Bob, waving at him. One of many CEOs who pulled their advertising from the platform. So a very explosive day for Elon Musk yesterday.
Jake, it seems like that anytime you mention Elon Musk, everyone has an opinion or thought about him. What's the response been to this latest moment?
Well, people in the room certainly said that it was a tremendously awkward moment, considering that some of the top advertisers in the world were gathered under that one roof facing him on stage. And then, of course, there was Linda Yaccarino, the former NBC Universal Advertising executive who now is the CEO of X. She was in the room as well and presumably had to make nice with those very people at, you know, over drinks afterwards. She said later in a tweet, you know, we are a platform that allows people to make their own decisions, and X stands at a unique and amazing intersection of free speech and Main Street. Frankly, she did not directly address this explosive thing, but you have to assume that for an advertising executive, it was absolutely a nightmare, you guys.
Let me go to Steve Kovac with CNBC. So let's not forget that Musk is the richest man in the world. He owns SpaceX. He owns Tesla. What's the bigger picture here? This is a day, by the way, that he's launching a new truck, right? So what are the potential impacts?
Yeah, so far nothing. And I mean, this is not the first time we've had to deal with this kind of behavior from Elon Musk, which, let's be honest, if you put those words that he said yesterday, or the boosting of these anti-Semitic posts or agreement with these anti-Semitic posts on his own platform, if any other CEO, public CEO in this country did that, they would be fired by their board. Elon Musk is not being fired by his board. He's being encouraged and enabled by his board and his backers and his investors because he keeps making the money. If you look at the market caps, Tesla is a $760 billion company as we sit here right now. He's still making these investors gobs and gobs of money, and they have no reason to, you know, speak out against him or do anything counter to that. But look, at SpaceX too, all those government contracts and so forth that he has, as long as he keeps making money for these people, you know, those other companies seem to be okay and be working just fine, guys.
Steve Kovac, Jake Ward, thank you both.
An appeals court has reinstated the gag order against former President Donald Trump in his massive New York civil fraud trial.
The decision comes just 2 weeks after an appeals court judge temporarily lifted a gag order issued by the judge in the trial. The order bans Trump from commenting on the judge and his staff presiding over the case that could have major impacts to his real estate business empire. NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is following the latest developments for us. So, Ken, what has Trump been saying about the gag order, and what is the court saying about its decision?
Hey, Ellison and Kate. Well, in a happy Thanksgiving message to his followers on Truth Social, Mr. Trump called Judge Engoron a radical, left, Trump-hating judge and a psycho, and he called the judge's clerk, Allison Greenfield, politically biased and corrupt. And Mr. Trump later called the clerk disturbed and angry in a message that also went after the judge's wife, calling her Trump hating. A court security captain said in a sworn statement last week that Greenfield, the clerk, has been receiving 20 to 30 calls a day to her personal cell phone and 30 to 50 messages a day on social media, LinkedIn, and to 2 personal email addresses. And the captain reported that about half of those harassing and disparaging messages to her were anti-Semitic. Trial Judge Arthur Engeron, who imposed the gag order, said he now plans to enforce it rigorously and vigorously, guys.
So can the gag orders back remind us what else is happening with this case and where we go from here?
Yeah, Kate, so we're expecting to see Mr. Trump on the witness stand on December 11th. And then after the holidays, the judge has set a January 5th deadline for written briefs. And then he's scheduled closing arguments in the case for a week later on January 11th. And remember that the biggest question in this case has already been decided. The judge has already ruled that Mr. Trump and his company committed fraud. The main question now is what the penalties will be and whether Mr. Trump and his children will be barred for a time from doing business in New York. But whatever Judge Engeron does, the appeals court will have a chance to weigh in, and that may take some time, guys.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you.
Now to an important update for parents of infant children. Federal regulators are proposing major new safety requirements for the design of infant loungers. NBC's Ann Thompson explains how the changes could save lives.
After years of concern about infant loungers and support pillows, the Consumer Product Safety Commission now wants them redesigned.
The problem with these products is that babies are dying in them, and they shouldn't be.
The CPSC proposing the first ever standards for the pillowy products linked to at least 79 infant deaths since 2010. More than 80% of those deaths involved infants 3 months and younger. The government says these items should be firmer, flatter, and thinner to prevent suffocation.
As long as these things exist, you can't rule out people using them for sleep.
Earlier this year, an NBC News analysis found more than twice as many deaths as the CPSC originally cited. In May, we met Kate and Brandon Movitz. Their 10-week-old son, Pierce, died after his breathing was constricted while he slept in a lounger. Now they've started the Pierce Forever Foundation to help other families.
People need to be educated on, the risks that they're taking.
With millions of products out there, CPSC Commissioner Rich Trumka says education is crucial because the new standards may not take effect for 18 months.
What do parents do with the ones that are currently on the market?
I wouldn't have them in my home. And certainly, if you do have them in your home, don't use them for sleep.
The Manufacturers Industry Group says it shares the CPSC's goal of ensuring products are as safe as they can be, adding parents should always follow the manufacturer's instructions and only use infant loungers for supervised awake time. Asleep or awake, the goal is to make sure babies are safe. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
And an NBC News investigation by Vicki Wynn and others on the consumer team led to a lot of the conversations around these infant loungers after they discovered that 25 deaths had been linked to infant loungers.
Yeah. Glad they're making some progress there. The Biden administration today announcing new measures to try and protect Americans from exposure to lead. The Environmental Protection Agency is proposing a new rule that would require states to replace all lead pipes in their water systems in the next 10 years. According to the White House, more than 9.2 million American households connect currently to water through lead pipes and lead service lines. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins me now. So, Ali, what else is in this new plan from the Biden administration?
Yeah, Kate, well, this is all being done in an effort to prevent another public health disaster like the one in Flint, Michigan, nearly a decade ago now. And we know that for over 100 years, these lead pipes have been very popular. In some cases, they've been the only option for plumbing systems. As they age, we know lead can leak into the system's drinking water. But up until now, the federal government hasn't required the replacement requirements that we're seeing by the EPA today. Take a look at some of the things that the EPA is calling for. It says that utilities must eliminate lead pipes over the next 10 years at a pace of 10% each year. It also calls for more tap water sampling and the strictest requirements for water systems since federal standards began 30 years ago. This would not be cheap. It's a massive undertaking. The EPA says it could cost as much as $30 billion over the next 10 years, Kate.
And so, Ali, what are advocates in this space saying about this plan? Do they think it goes far enough?
So the EPA is admitting that this would nearly, not completely, eliminate lead from the country's drinking water systems. But currently, if 10%, if you look at the statistic, if 10% of water samples are found to have at least 15 parts per billion of lead, that requires these water systems to take action. The EPA's proposal would drop that threshold to 10 parts per billion. Now, some public health experts are praising this, saying that this is a long-awaited step in the right direction, while others are calling for that threshold to simply be zero, saying that there is no safe exposure to lead, that all of the lead exposure is dangerous. But the EPA is saying that with these investments, with these changes, and while these are taking place, with the removal and replacement of these lead pipes, that this will lead to a good investment long-term for
So just
for
making
people.
sure I understand, Ali, so they're going to replace the pipes, but not necessarily the standards. They're not changing the standards that you just showed on screen. Is that the rub?
A small change to the standards, lowering the threshold while also changing and removing and replacing the country's lead pipe systems.
Gotcha. And some want more than that. Ali Rafa, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Up next, getting your mind in gear before the new year. What you should start doing right now if you're thinking about making a major change in 2024. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot and a look at some four-legged friends horsing around in the snow. This picture was taken in Scotland, which has seen several inches of snow and sub-freezing temperatures in the past 24 hours. The Met Office, UK's National Weather Service, issued a warning yesterday for snow and ice. It's a headache for some, but not for this guy rolling around in the snow, it looks like. I think he's just having fun. More, I'm not a horse expert, but I think he's just having fun. More NBC News Daily coming up after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
In today's mental health check, the new year is now just a month away.
goodness.
We were just saying we cannot believe that.
Yeah.
But for many people, that means it is time to start thinking about resolutions and setting some new goals.
Sometimes that can be overwhelming, though, right? Or discouraging if you fall short. So how can you set yourself up for success? Our guest now is mindset coach and founder of Women Against Negative Talk, Katie Horwich. Katie, great to see you. Also the author of the book, Want Yourself.
Yeah, so great to be here.
So talk about what we do when we're trying to make a change, especially around the new year. We think about it, we plan. How do we approach that the best possible way?
Yeah, a lot of times we start by focusing on the thing itself, the goal, the what's of the situation. I always like to encourage people to start with the why, start with the feeling of things, and that really has to start from an inside job. It has to start with yourself.
How do you do that? Explain to us what the inside self-talk should look and sound like and how you should kind of implement it to reach those goals.
Yeah, so if anybody is watching and thinking, I don't even know what that self-talk thing is, self-talk is the story that we tell ourselves 24/7 as we're walking through the world. And it can be the most helpful thing or it can be the most hurtful thing, because what it does is it informs what we do next and next and next. It can inform our high self-esteem, or it can make us believe that we're not enough or we're not deserving.
Yeah, so the negative self-talk would be like, you're so stupid, or
yes.
you're so heavy, or whatever.
Exactly, exactly. And sometimes people get so swept up in the feelings that they have about the feelings that they have to begin with. So we are human. We are supposed to feel these feelings of discomfort and frustration. Sometimes it's the opinions that we form about it.
How do you make that self-talk positive then?
Yeah, so first, you have to redefine positivity to begin with. A lot of times we think of positivity as happiness, sunshine. Positivity is about being proactive, not reactive. And that shift alone can shift everything, because then you get to start to think about, okay, well, how can I be proactive in this situation given whatever is going on in my life?
Should the goal be to prevent negative thoughts so that you just focus on positivity? Or is it to figure out how to manage it?
Yeah, it's the last one, because like I said, we are humans. We're not robots. We are going to be experiencing high highs and low lows throughout our life. So it's really about being able to get underneath what's going on the surface, get to the information that's underneath our self-talk, and be able to ask ourselves, how can I be proactive, not reactive in the neutral times, so that when the hard times do come, because they will come, that bounce back rate is quicker and quicker and quicker.
Can you give us like just an example of, in the new year, how we could take what you're saying here and make that a practical thing in our lives, like to make a change, or in ourselves, or maybe one of our loved ones?
Yeah, so I think that the New Year's conversation a lot can be focused on like making the laundry list of the things that you want to do.
Yeah, that's me.
Getting underneath that and getting to, okay, well, not only why do I want these things, but how do I want to feel? Whether it is change within yourself or maybe helping someone else achieve success in their own lives. Success is great because we get to define it for ourselves, right? And so if we are able to go after the feeling first, that allows us more wiggle room to be able to pivot given whatever life hands us, and makes success way more inevitable.
Okay, so say someone was like, I want to do different work in my job space, or I want to improve in work. Instead of giving a list of I want to do this by I'm 18, how would you say they should write out the why to try to get there?
Yeah, I would say, well, how do you want to feel? Why do you want to do this work? I want to do this work because blank, and go from there.
Awesome, I love it. Thank you so much, Katie Horwich. We appreciate it. There's a lot more news ahead. Stay with us.
You're watching Daily.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The holidays are a magical time of year, really for children of all ages, right? But for kids with special needs, traditional photo ops with Santa, they can be overwhelming.
Yeah, that's why one house in Rhode Island is going the extra mile to make Christmas more inclusive. Here's Sam Reed from our NBC affiliate in Providence.
As the countdown to Christmas is on and people everywhere get into the spirit, Michael Riley of Bristol is hoping to lift them.
Welcome to the Bristol Santa House.
With this top-of-the-line love project that mimics the magic of Santa's setup.
It magically appears from the North Pole, and then after the season, it magically disappears.
Riley is the president of the nonprofit James D. Riley Foundation, which he founded in memory of his grandfather, James Riley, who spent 62 years as Santa's helper.
He spent a lot of time with kids with special needs.
And that, plus the kindness of the community, is how the Bristol Santa House came to be.
Our mission is to provide an immersive Christmas experience for kids with special needs.
When day turns to night, there's an extra twinkle in the town. Because unlike a mall photo op or a quick hello and goodbye, this is open and free to the public. But they also partner with programs so special kids can have a special experience and a reserved time to see Santa.
We have had instances where children who are nonverbal will actually talk to Santa.
People from all over come to spend some time with Saint Nick. And here at the house, Michelle McIntosh says he's an actual saint.
What's that? You want to ring this one?
We usually don't really have a good visit with Santa.
In every way of the word.
We planned our whole day because of these 15 minutes that we're going to be able to spend. But it means a lot, you know, and it's like a little piece of normalcy, I guess, is what you would say.
She's here with her daughter, 8-year-old Brianna. And in comes 95-year-old Gaetano Emalato, who says you're never too old for some Christmas magic.
I didn't see Santa much, not very much when I was young.
He's here with his friend Josh Harris.
I thought it was nice.
And the pair don't get to do things like this often.
It's nice for me and Josh, but it's a nice ramp to have. We never could come to these places.
20-year-old Matthew Collardo could hardly contain his excitement.
It's so good to see you again. Oh my goodness.
Having this one-on-one opportunity is the best present ever.
Santa here.
Riley says he knows firsthand how happy this also makes Santa, who donates countless hours ahead of Christmas to bring joy to others.
Santa has been brought to tears many times, I can tell you personally.
And all year, like everyone else, he looks forward to Santa Claus coming to town.
It's my gift to our community.
Well, this was the view from my office last night. Check this out. Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting up. Some of us were in the office, some of the team there with me. We had a lot of fun.
It's amazing. Just every time mesmerizing. But before the tree was draped in those lights, it had to travel about 200 miles. Here's NBC News correspondent Joe Fryer.
Even before the Rockefeller Center tree is illuminated, it's a selfie-worthy spectacle that's redefining the word sappy.
How does it feel to come to New York and see the tree in person?
I will cry later. I love it. I'm emotional.
I cry at home when I see it on TV. I'm a sap for Christmas.
This 80-foot-tall Norway spruce has roots in upstate New York, where just 3 weeks ago it towered over the home of Jackie and Matt McGinley. Earlier this year, one of their relatives could see the tree's potential.
My brother was just looking at the tree, and he goes, "That looks like a Rockefeller Center tree." And I sort of laughed.
No joke, about a week later, a stranger pulled into the driveway.
"My name is Eric. I'm the head gardener from Rockefeller Center. I'm here to look at your tree."
And that is how it all started. This month, the tree was cut down, making the 3-hour trek to Manhattan.
We really hope that people come and make memories at the tree or go to the tree and remember people that they've lost. Like that's really special for us.
The McGinleys are honoring Matt's mom, who passed away 4 years ago.
I think she would think it was the coolest thing. I keep having this feeling of like, who am I not telling about this? There's somebody that I feel like I ought to tell, and it's her.
A brilliant tribute before a single one of the 50,000 lights is lit. A legacy that will soon shine even brighter. Joe Fryer, NBC News, New York.
You are watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Ellison Barbers, and Clay Esamoah is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, one more day. Israel and Hamas extend their temporary truce for just 24 hours, but a deadly attack in Jerusalem might make it more difficult to extend the truce further as we see emotional reunions with former hostages.
In X to grind, Elon Musk lashes out at advertisers who are abandoning his social media company.
Go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
The billionaire's controversial post that sparked the exodus and how he's trying to walk it back.
The life of Henry Kissinger, the powerful and influential former Secretary of State, dies at 100. We'll look back at his accomplishments and his complicated legacy.
And unleashing life. Pet lovers, listen up, because a new drug is promising to extend your dog's days. We'll tell you how it works and when you might be able to get your paws on it.
I am so interested in that story
it's a really
as a dog
interesting
owner.
story.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's supposed to help them live longer.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. But first, we will begin with that temporary ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war holding for another day.
Yeah, the pause is set to expire tonight if no agreement is reached. Today's extension only happened after a last-minute deal last night, just hours after that announcement, Hamas then claimed responsibility for a deadly shooting at a bus stop in Jerusalem. 3 people were killed there.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is making another diplomatic push in the region. The secretary met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He also sat down with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. Blinken says the pause in fighting is, quote, producing results.
Another group of hostages has been freed today, among them 21-year-old Mia Shem. She was seen in the first hostage video released by Hamas last month. An emotional new video shows the moment her mother found out she was coming home. And here is the moment that they were reunited. Mia's mother and brother running over to hug her after she arrived at an Israeli air base earlier today.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega is live in Tel Aviv. David, watching those images of Mia's family, there are so many other families hoping desperately that they soon will have similar calls, similar moments of being reunited with their loved ones. Where do talks to extend the pause in fighting stand right now?
Yeah. Hey, Allison and Kate. So a little bit of context to understand where it is that we stand and how things might happen moving forward. Prior to Friday, which was the first day of this temporary truce agreement, the Israeli cabinet approved a framework for a truce agreement that would last in the first phase 4 days and then could be extended day by day for up to 10 days. So we are now in day 7, or you can think of it as day 3 after that first phase of 4 days. The important thing here is, though, even though that framework allows for 10 days, it needs to be extended with new negotiations for every period of a day that allows for the release of a new group of hostages and a release of a new group of Palestinian prisoners from the West Bank. So what's happening right now is what happened last night as well, where there are diplomatic efforts centered primarily in Doha, but also happening here in Israel to extend the ceasefire. We're hearing talk that the efforts are specifically aimed at extending it by an additional 2 days, an additional 48 hours, but we haven't gotten confirmation that that extension has actually taken place. And last night, or I should actually say in the very early hours of this morning, because this didn't happen until well after midnight, it took that long for the extension to happen to cover this day. Kate and Allison.
And David, we mentioned this incident in Jerusalem that may hold things up in terms of the negotiations. What are Israeli police saying about this bus stop shooting, and how could it impact the negotiations?
Right. So this shooting happened early this morning in Jerusalem during rush hour. It was a crowded bus stop. What police have said is that 2 perpetrators opened fire into the crowd, killed 3 people, injured more. The shooters were shot and killed by IDF reservists. As far as how this could affect the truce, that is a really good question. We know that at least for now, for the time being, that attack has not caused the ceasefire to collapse. However, I can tell you that I was actually in Jerusalem earlier today, and we went by the location of the shooting, by that bus stop, and there are now signs up saying, basically attacking the ceasefire agreement, saying releasing any more terrorists, referring to Palestinian prisoners, will lead to more bloodshed. There is a lot of pressure on the Israeli government to resume the war. Kate and Allison.
All right, David Noriega in Tel Aviv for us. David, thank you.
Right now on Capitol Hill, debate over the resolution to expel Congressman George Santos has begun, with a vote scheduled for tomorrow. Santos remains defiant, stressing that he will not resign after a damning House ethics report.
If I leave, the bullies take place. This is bullying.
Santos could be just the 6th member ever expelled from the House. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, Santos, he just spoke on the House floor, right? Is he still defending himself? And are there the votes to expel him when this actually does go to a formal vote tomorrow?
He absolutely is still defending himself, Ellison. Santos is trying to stave off an expulsion in what could be his last hours in the United States Congress. He is accusing fellow lawmakers, including Republicans and Democrats who want him expelled, of bullying him. He is arguing that the other 5 members of Congress who have been expelled from the House in the institution's history have been convicted of crimes, and he has not been convicted of a crime. He is under indictment on 23 counts of very serious allegations of federal crimes. And there is an ethics committee report, a bipartisan report that is damning, that largely confirms the allegations in the federal indictment against him. This has led plenty of his colleagues, including New York Republicans, who are on the floor leading the case for his expulsion, to say that there is enough out there, definitive and proven, to expel Santos. It will require a 2/3 majority, Allison.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you.
Well, a towering figure in American diplomacy is being remembered today. Henry Kissinger died last night. He was 100 years old. He was one of the most influential secretaries of state in history, also had his critics. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a look back at his life and his legacy.
Henry Kissinger is being remembered as a towering figure in American diplomacy.
I think we made further progress.
Brilliant and controversial, the former Secretary of State reshaped U.S. foreign policy under Presidents Nixon and Ford. With Nixon, he helped ease tensions with the Soviet Union and conducted secret negotiations with China, spearheading Nixon's historic trip to China in 1972. He also negotiated an end to the Vietnam War, but declared success prematurely, just days before the 1972 election.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Those negotiations won him the Nobel Peace Prize. But Kissinger had legions of critics, some calling him a war criminal for bombing Cambodia and prolonging the Vietnam War. Born in Germany in 1923, Kissinger's Jewish family fled the Nazis in 1938. He attended public schools in New York City, returned to Germany with the U.S. Army in World War II, and later earned a Ph.D. at Harvard, where he became a professor. Attracting the attention of President Nixon, Kissinger first became his national security advisor, then Secretary of State, the only person to ever hold both jobs at the same time.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Kissinger's influence and charm made him an unlikely celebrity. He met the love of his life, marrying his wife Nancy, a top aide to then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After leaving government, Kissinger traveled the world, advising heads of state and counseling U.S. presidents of both parties. He celebrated his 100th birthday in May before returning to China, the scene of his greatest diplomatic triumph, where he received a red carpet welcome from President Xi Jinping. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News.
It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A discount airline is offering buyouts to their employees.
And the women's sports industry is winning big. Leslie Picker joins us now. Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Kate and Ellison. Spirit Airlines is offering to buy out salaried employees. The budget airline says it's facing weak off-peak demand, so it needs to cut costs. Spirit also had to ground 26 of its aircrafts for engine inspections last month, and the airline also had to pause training for new pilots and flight attendants. Women's sports revenue is expected to become a $1 billion industry next year. According to Deloitte, the predicted $1.28 billion in revenue will come from match day earnings, broadcast, and commercial revenue. Soccer and basketball are expected to bring in around 70% of the money. And Detroit is earning its title as the Motor City. Quite literally, it just became the home to the country's first wireless charging public roadway for electric vehicles. The quarter-mile stretch of street can power EVs as they drive over the rubber-coated copper coils buried underneath the road. So maybe it's a new way of saying where the rubber meets the road. Your cars will be charged. We'll change that idiom a little bit.
Yeah, that really is. It's interesting to follow all those developments. Leslie Picker, thank you.
Coming up, Elon Musk lashes out against advertisers who pulled their ads from his social media company, the reaction to his controversial comments.
Plus, more than half of drivers admit to risky behavior behind the wheel. What's being done to keep everyone safe? Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, in an explosive new interview, billionaire businessman Elon Musk once again firing back at his critics.
Yeah, this time he is lashing out at advertisers who are pulling from his platform X, formerly known as Twitter, after he was accused of amplifying an anti-Semitic post.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself.
It was all part of a long and very candid interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at the DealBook Summit in New York.
NBC's technology correspondent Jake Ward is following all of this, the potential fallout from it. But we start with NBC's Emily Aketa, who's here on set with us, with exactly what happened for people who missed it. He did not hold back.
Yeah, absolutely. This turned a lot of heads. And as you guys had alluded to, this was really a wide-ranging interview. It lasted for more than an hour and a half, and it was a candid conversation. You think about everything that Elon Musk has his hands in, the Boring Company, Starlink satellites, Tesla, SpaceX, but really what everyone's heads were turning to when it came to the accusations around his post that people say endorse the anti-Semitism on the platform. Now, he did repeatedly apologize for it, and he actually called the post the worst post he's ever made. He's had 30,000 tweets in the past, and he tried to clarify what he meant. But he also, with a profanity-laced message to advertisers, said that he doesn't care about advertisers backing out. And that was really almost a mission statement he underscored throughout the conversation, is that hate me, like me, I don't care. The success of my products speak for themselves.
Around that time when he was dropping some expletives, he also said, "Hi, Bob," seeming to make a reference and saying hello to Disney CEO Bob Iger.
Yeah.
What was the reaction in that room and within the industry to this interview?
I feel like there's a bit of an audible gasp for people turning in the moment. There was kind of this dramatic pause. We haven't heard too much from some of the companies that have pulled out, but I will say Twitter CEO Linda Yaccarino posting this overnight, that the platform is enabling an information independence that's uncomfortable for some people. You can see it goes on to a lengthy conversation, but she does say, to our partners who believe in our meaningful work, thank you. Now, Musk yesterday did acknowledge that an advertiser buyout could actually tank the company. And we know that even before this, there was a 50% decrease in ad revenue for Twitter just this year.
It's crazy.
Emily Aketa, stay with us. Jake, let me turn to you. Jake Ward, he is the richest man in the world, right? He owns SpaceX, he owns Tesla. So what's the big picture here?
Well, the big picture, I think, Kate, is, while on the one hand, Twitter, now X, doesn't necessarily make or break his empire, it has more to do with the psychological value of that property to him. According to the many, many people I've been speaking to about it, they basically point out that just, the imagery that he has of himself and his desire to purvey that across the world through something like X is really under attack. And that may be part of why he is acting so strangely these days, is that the pressure here is not so much financial as psychological. But also important to note here that this is not just one company being affected. He went to Israel earlier this week as a sort of apology tour for his misdeeds on X, and wound up making a deal with the Israeli ministry that he wouldn't allow Gazans to use his Starlink internet connection. So some lines across companies are beginning to get crossed here as well, guys.
Jake, just curious, have you heard from anybody that works in the tech sector that's looking at this and thinks this is an effective business strategy?
No, you don't curse out a room full of advertisers when 90% of your revenue has to do with advertising. Absolutely not. This is something much, much deeper, and I would say more self-destructive than any kind of strategy, you guys.
And yet he still has his fans, too. I mean, maybe not business strategy, but he has fans out there.
And that's why he has X, right, is to spend his time with those fans as much as he possibly can, and that may be why he is so upset that he's coming under such fire here.
Jake Ward, Emily Aketa, thank you both.
Fresh off of a very busy holiday travel period, we're getting a new look this hour at safety on our nation's roadways. A AAA survey finds more than half of drivers are engaging in some pretty dangerous behavior behind the wheel. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello takes a closer look.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
close. New figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
a Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Coming up, a new study finding some artificial intelligence tools seem to be promoting harmful content about eating disorders. Our colleagues put the technology to the test. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this? Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you have an old email address you have not touched in a couple of years? Yeah, Maybe one that you keep just for subscriptions or junk mail?
Yes. Well, okay, listen up. If it's on Google's Gmail, it could be deleted as early as tomorrow if you haven't touched it in 2 years. And it's not just the account, the photos and the files attached to it. NBC's business and data reporter Brian Chung is here with what we need to know. Brian, I feel like everybody's affected by this. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people. How does somebody know if they have a Gmail account that's going to be deleted?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was trying to check this morning if I had any accounts that I had forgotten about, but basically this is concerning any accounts that you haven't used in 2 years, and if they are inactive, they would be at risk of being deleted. And the reason why Google is doing this and calling all these accounts is for security reasons. They're saying if you haven't logged in 2 years, you're more likely to have used an old or reused password. You're less likely to have set up two-step verification through, for example, your cell phone, all of which makes you more vulnerable to identity theft or being spammed. So they're saying this is like a process where we're just going to take a look at all these accounts that are not being used and then delete them, which could be a big deal if you're using any of these services, Calendar, Docs, Drive, Meet, Photos, because you would ultimately lose that if you don't ultimately log in and show them that you're active.
Okay, so that's the guidance on how to keep the content, sort of, if you want. Is there anything else people should know if they think they have an account that might be impacted and they're good with losing it, but they do want to keep some things within it? Is there like a fast way to sort through everything and make sure you've downloaded it?
Yeah, well, really quickly, again, the way to make it active and not have anything deleted if you want to keep that account is to just simply log in. You could do something as simple as read or send an email, watch a YouTube video, use Google search, and then it'll be marked as active, and then Google will keep it. But if you don't want the account, to your point, Allison, but you want to download, for example, any photos that you forgot were on there, if you can remember your password and once you're able to get in, you can use something like Google Takeout, where you can back up your data. You'll be able to download and export any photos, documents that you have. And also there's an inactive account manager that you can use if you have an active account but want to set up a protocol for, let's say, for example, 18 months down the line, it does go inactive. It'll tell Google exactly what to do. So important to remember there.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you.
There are more and more shoppers opting to buy first, pay later for gifts this holiday season.
Yeah. According to new data, on Cyber Monday alone, buy now, pay later usage contributed a whopping $940 million in online spending. That is up 42% from last year. But if you're looking to try it out, there are a few things you should know. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Okay, so I've seen this option so many times. It tempts you every time to do it. For people who are looking at that option, what should they consider before deciding if it's the right one for them, and why is it so popular right now?
The most important thing to think of is this is a short-term loan. You are taking on a loan, and you're going to, right there at the checkout or online, you are saying, I'm going to pay this back in 4 installments or whatever the agreement is, and you're not going to pay any interest. And that's why it's so popular, because interest is record high for credit cards right now. There's a real fear with $1 trillion in credit card debt. There are a lot of people who are afraid of racking up credit card debt. So they see this as a manageable short-term solution, not putting it on the card, but putting it on like a short-term installment plan. Problem is, you've got to make sure you pay each of those payments. If one of those payments were to bounce, you would get a fee, then you would get interest. So it is not foolproof and super safe. You have to be able to have the money to be able to pay it back.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? If you miss the payment, then do you get charged interest? Or
yes. And they're gentle at first, and then they get more aggressive. Now, one of the problems here is that some people are now getting more familiar with this, and they're taking out 4, 5, 6, 7 different buy now, pay later loans, and you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble when suddenly they're starting to bounce. Like when you do this at the checkout, you're actually giving them your bank information, so they're going to do a withdrawal, a direct withdrawal from your bank account when this installment is due. So it's all of the same personal finance rules apply here. You know, you can't really spend way more money than you have, or you're going to pay, and you're going to be in debt. So it's really popular among young people, I would say, maybe people who don't have a credit card or have poor credit history, because they're able to borrow money right away to make these purchases. But the same rules apply. You know, you don't want to get yourself into a bunch of debt. If you're going to do this, do it with something you really need, not necessarily, frivolous things.
Maybe one time, not 7 times.
Right, exactly.
Christine
nice
Romans,
to see you guys.
thank you. Good to see you too.
Still ahead, the story behind this year's Rockefeller Center tree as it is now lit up for the holiday season. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Newly revealed police records show that the man accused of shooting 3 Palestinian college students in Vermont last weekend had a gun confiscated a decade ago. The documents show that Syracuse police removed a shotgun from Jason Eaton after an ex-girlfriend said there were domestic disputes, adding that he had a history of mental illness. No charges were ever filed then, and it's not clear if he was ever able to get that shotgun back.
The Russian Supreme Court has effectively banned gay rights activism in that country. The ruling comes after a request from the country's justice ministry to label what they call the, quote, international LGBTQ movement as extremist and ban its activities. Activists say the ruling puts LGBTQ plus people and their communities at risk of criminal prosecution for something as simple as displaying a rainbow flag.
At least one person is dead after a suspected house explosion in St. Paul, Minnesota. Firefighters arrived at the scene just after 6 a.m. this morning, finding the home fully engulfed in flames. Crews are also searching for another person who's believed to be trapped under the rubble. No word yet on what could have been the cause.
At the U.S.-Mexico border, federal and local officials are struggling to handle a new surge of migrants entering the country. The U.S. Border Patrol is now being forced to divert resources at some key crossings just to try and process all of the people that are arriving. The surge comes as today a federal court denied the state of Texas's motion to prevent border officials from removing controversial razor wire on the U.S. side of the Rio Grande River. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is near the border in San Antonio, Texas, and joins us now. So, Morgan, officials have said time and time again crossing into the U.S. is dangerous, and they have at times begged people not to make the journey. What are officials saying about why we're seeing this surge right now?
Allison, very good question. And we're waiting to see the official numbers from this month of November. But anecdotally, when you talk to law enforcement on the border and then relief workers here in San Antonio, they say that these numbers are similar. The amount of people reminding them of what happened back in September, that's when we reported from the border. That was the second highest month of recorded migrant encounters since they started keeping track. So we're anticipating the numbers to really prove this surge. But as it stands right now, as you mentioned, those border crossings impacted. The reasons behind people coming, individual or different for every individual, every family. We did speak to one Venezuelan family who says that as dangerous as the 4-month journey was to make it here to this San Antonio shelter, they would much rather have done that than to stay in their native country, which they described as crumbling, essentially. So right now, this shelter, when it opened up, was designed essentially for about 700 migrants. They've had 1,000 a day now for at least the past several months. And there is a real growing concern here, Ellison, that the resources they rely on are not in a sustainable way going forward with this current influx of migrants.
Morgan, can you talk to us a little more about the human impact that you have seen this whole incident of late? I know you had some incredible reporting on dramatic rescues in the Rio Grande River earlier this week. And then can you also talk to us about the impact this crisis is having on other states?
Of course, the video was released by the Texas DPS Marine Tactical Unit right in the middle of the Rio Grande Eagle Pass. Heartbreaking to see, but troopers were able to pull women and children, families from the water there. And in some cases, they had to use CPR to revive them. They were fortunate enough to say that everyone in those videos that were shared on social media survived. But as far as the individual impacts go, state by state, Texas and Arizona certainly feeling the brunt of this latest surge of immigrants. We know that right now, the reduced traffic in both Eagle Pass and in Lukeville, Arizona at the international crossing there, that's going to stay that way until Border Patrol says these migrant numbers come down. Of course, that leads to the biggest question of all. When, if ever, will that be?
Morgan Chesky in Texas, thank you.
Some breaking news from Capitol Hill. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul was forced to perform the Heimlich maneuver on Iowa Senator Joni Ernst during a Republican conference lunch. Thankfully, Ernst is okay. This is not the first time that a senator needed to perform the Heimlich maneuver on a colleague. Back in 2018, Senator Joe Manchin broke the rib of Senator Claire McCaskill performing that same maneuver. But again, this just happening at a luncheon today. Senator Ernst on the left of your screen is doing fine after Rand Paul used the Heimlich maneuver. New developments today in former President Donald Trump's legal saga. An appeals court has put a gag order back in place in the former president's New York civil fraud trial, denying his argument that it was unconstitutional. The gag order prevents now what Mr. Trump, the defense, and the prosecutors can say about the case, about the judge's staff. The judge in the case is now warning the former president and his legal team that he intends to, quote, vigorously enforce the gag order going forward.
Some tech researchers are sounding the alarm over a new study that found artificial intelligence tools like chatbots and generative AI image creators are promoting harmful eating disorder content for users. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett investigates.
With a few quick input questions, generative AI can simplify the headache of planning an itinerary or schedule.
Let's try thin legs inspiration.
But researchers worry that simplicity could be dangerous based on what the user is looking to build.
They don't have the checks and balances that we'd have as human beings. So if a 12-year-old girl came up to you and said, how do I get super, super skinny, and can you teach me a diet plan that will kill me? You would say, no, are you okay? Let's talk a bit further. What these systems say is, here's a diet plan.
Researchers with the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that users on eating disorder forums were already openly embracing AI tools to produce low-calorie diet plans and images glorifying unrealistic body standards. One user even commenting, when these machines get good at making faces, I'm going to be making so much personalized thinspo. Thinspo, or thinspiration, is imagery often used by those with eating disorders as motivation.
What really scared us was how these AI tools were actually giving them encouragement to get skinnier, dangerously skinny, potentially lethally skinny.
We tested out the tech, asking for diet and fitness plans. While the bot in many cases did flag that my goals were unhealthy and recommended I speak to a healthcare professional, it still laid out some questionable content for someone who may be looking to lose weight quickly.
They give that blanket warning, but then give the advice anyway. Does that help at all?
But by then, they've already provided the person asking the question with the answer of, here's a dangerous diet plan, here's some thinspiration images. And so they're not really that effective. But quite often we found those warning messages didn't pop up at all.
As for some of the generative images, no warning was issued, but some of the images were blurred out. Because of their graphic nature, we're not showing them in full here. Both OpenAI and Google said they don't want their products to inspire self-harm and encourage users to double-check information on their platforms with a doctor, while Snapchat says it takes safety and age-appropriate content seriously.
While AI chatbots are trying to regulate harmful responses, the Center for Countering Digital Hate actually found that people can use a simple jailbreak prompt to circumvent those restrictions and get dangerous results.
The CCDH found that popular AI chatbots like Snapchat, ChatGPT, and Google's Bard produced harmful results 41% of the time, even without a jailbreak prompt, a command that removes restrictions put in place by the platforms. When the prompt was introduced, that number rose to 67% of results containing pro-eating disorder material.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Ro Mitchell is an eating disorder survivor. She shared her journey recovering from anorexia on YouTube and Instagram.
And I thought a fun idea for a video would be letting AI choose what I eat in a day. And when it gave me the meal plan that it gave me for the day, it was, first of all, not a lot of food. But second of all, none of the meals had carbs in it.
She says if these tools were available when she was still in the midst of her anorexia or even in early recovery, it would have easily set her back.
If you were searching thinspo and you see an image of somebody that is even more underweight than you or just dangerously underweight, you're going to tell yourself, oh, I'm not actually skinny enough. I'm not actually unwell enough. I can do better. I can get worse.
The issue of body image in girls is nothing new. A study by the Journal of Pediatric Psychology shows 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Now, users are met with a blank search section and a message saying Instagram wants to be sensitive about body image and then shares resources. It's since updated its policy to include generative AI. But for young people, that might not be enough.
It's going to be really easy to figure out the right prompts to get around anything AI says. That is true for anyone. You add in the secrecy with anorexia and you kind of have a recipe for disaster, really.
At the end of the day, experts say the onus is on the platforms themselves.
And so what do tech companies need to put in place to make sure that when their systems are aggregating this information that's online, that it gets produced in a safer way?
So there's two things that we need here. First of all, it's curation. So you need to curate the information that goes into these systems. Secondly, have guardrails and make sure that those are in place before you launch them.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
Really disturbing, but also really important.
Our thanks to Mara for that. Coming up, dog years. What if we told you a new drug could help your furry friend live even longer?
Well, there's a new company promising to do just that. When you might be able to get your paws on it, is it for real? You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
A story of survival that captured the world's attention more than 50 years ago is getting a new spotlight. A new Netflix movie tells the story of 16 people who survived for 72 days after their plane crashed in the Andes Mountains. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas spoke with one of those survivors.
Tonight, we have film of what very nearly amounts to a real miracle. Survivors of a plane crash in the Chilean Andes. The plane went down 10 weeks ago. The 45 people aboard were given up for dead.
When the news broke in 1972, the world couldn't believe it.
Some were injured or suffering from exposure and had to be carried out on stretchers.
Others walked right off the rescue choppers to smiles, hugs, and so many questions. How did 16 young men survive a plane crash and more than 2 months stranded in the mountains, surrounded by snow, with nothing to eat? A new Netflix film, Society of the Snow, revisits the terrifying and later grim events. starting with the crash that tore off the plane's tail and wings.
What do you remember about the crash?
About the crash, that I thought I was going to die.
Roberto Canessa was just 19 years old when he and his rugby team boarded that doomed flight to Chile.
Was it hard to watch the movie?
Yeah, because I was like immersed in that place again. I was back to the fuselage.
Though films like Alive from 1993 have told this story before, Roberto says never like this. The viewers are transported to the actual site of the crash. The production actually setting up a base camp. Everyone living in those extreme conditions.
We were shooting at 12,000 feet, exactly in the same place where the plane crashed at the same time of the year.
Director J.A. Bayona and star Enzo Vogrinsic told me the cast and crew also relied on these photos from the actual disaster from a camera the survivors had found on board.
Every time you see one of those pictures, you think about who were they, what happened to them.
In building his character, Vogrinsic lost 50 pounds, eating just a can of tuna and a tangerine a day. Vogrinsic tells me the fasting and the on-location shoots helped him understand the decisions the survivors had to make, including eating the flesh of the passengers who had died.
Talk to me about the moment that you guys decided as a group that you're going to have to eat your loved ones, your teammates, your friends. What was that like?
I thought if I would die, I would be proud and my body would be used for someone else.
In the ultimate act of selflessness, Roberto eventually hiked out of the mountain range with teammate Nando Parrado and announcing to the world they were alive. That teenage hero grew up to become a renowned pediatric cardiologist who says the time in the mountains took so much away from him, but also gave him something he keeps forever.
About how to overcome difficulties in life and to have faith in yourself.
Wow, Tom Yamas reporting there. Tom, thank you. Some huge news for dog owners now. Companies might be one step closer to a new drug that may keep your furry friend alive a little bit longer. NBC's Valerie Castro has those details.
Come on, Phil.
In a dog's world, the future is far less important than what's right under its nose. But more time with your pup, the latest goal from doggy pharma companies. Now that's intriguing for owners.
He's just an old man. He's an old soul. The more research that came out about it, I think I would be interested.
One company is making some headway. Loyal giving NBC News a letter from the FDA saying its drug meant to increase dogs' lifespans just met one of the many conditions needed on its way to market approval. Loyal's hopes that its shot every 3 to 6 months could slow the aging process in big dogs over 40 pounds that typically have shorter lifespans, giving you possibly an extra year of cuddles, fetch, and slobbery kisses.
It compensates for what we believe drives that big dog short lifespan post-maturity.
Celine Haliwa, founder and CEO of Loyal, says the drug lowers the production and release of proteins called growth factors to slow down aging, but they won't make your big dogs smaller.
They're still going to be big. We're not creating medium Danes or anything.
The road to getting the drugs into paws across the country is a long one. Loyal still needs to do more research, show its drug actually increases a dog's lifespan, and provide more safety and manufacturing data for the FDA to vet. The FDA declined to provide a statement on the drug, saying it couldn't comment on applications in progress. And Loyal's not alone. Other researchers are hot on the trail to sniff out their own version. The Dog Aging Project is looking into the drug rapamycin.
Rapamycin in the laboratory has been shown to increase healthy lifespan in mice and worms and flies. And we're interested in whether it can increase healthy lifespan in dogs.
Whether or whenever these drugs go to market, there'll be plenty of owners whose ears perk up at the idea.
I would consider, depending on, what kind of clinical trials have they done.
Others less sure about a first-of-its-kind medication.
You can't know if the dog would want to. I would feel uncomfortable about doing that.
One bioethicist echoing concerns, saying drugs like these are taking the eye off the ball.
If you think about golden retrievers, those dogs have lowered their lifespan over the past years because of breeding for particular traits. There's so much more that we could do to improve dogs' lives.
The desire to keep a dog alive longer mirrors goals we have for our own species, with researchers working on drugs that could extend human life expectancy by years or even decades.
If you ask me, do I want to live longer, I would say yes.
For now, the focus is on more tail wagging, though it's up in the air when Tilly and Ozzy and Yeti's time will be up. Eventually, all dogs go to heaven. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
I would do anything for my dog. I mean, he's still good.
Yes, but it's nice for a little extra the option, and it's really neat to see how science develops.
There's much more ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The holidays are a magical time of year, really for children of all ages, right? But for kids with special needs, traditional photo ops with Santa, they can be overwhelming.
Yeah, that's why one house in Rhode Island is going the extra mile to make Christmas more inclusive. Here's Sam Reed from our NBC affiliate in Providence.
As the countdown to Christmas is on and people everywhere get into the spirit, Michael Riley of Bristol is hoping to lift them.
Welcome to the Bristol Santa House.
With this top-of-the-line love project that mimics the magic of Santa's setup.
It magically appears from the North Pole, and then after the season, it magically disappears.
Riley is the president of the nonprofit James D. Riley Foundation, which he founded in memory of his grandfather, James Riley, who spent 62 years as Santa's helper.
He spent a lot of time with kids with special needs.
And that, plus the kindness of the community, is how the Bristol Santa House came to be.
Our mission is to provide an immersive Christmas experience for kids with special needs.
When day turns to night, there's an extra twinkle in the town. Because unlike a mall photo op or a quick hello and goodbye, this is open and free to the public. But they also partner with programs so special kids can have a special experience and a reserved time to see Santa.
We have had instances where children who are nonverbal will actually talk to Santa.
People from all over come to spend some time with Saint Nick. And here at the house, Michelle McIntosh says he's an actual saint.
What's that? You want to ring this one?
We usually don't really have a good visit with Santa.
In every way of the word.
We planned our whole day because of these 15 minutes that we're going to be able to spend. But it means a lot, you know, and it's like a little piece of normalcy, I guess, is what you would say.
She's here with her daughter, 8-year-old Brianna. And in comes 95-year-old Gaetano Emalato, who says you're never too old for some Christmas magic.
I didn't see Santa much, not very much when I was young.
He's here with his friend Josh Harris.
I thought it was nice.
And the pair don't get to do things like this often.
It's nice for me and Josh, but it's nice for him to have. We never could come to these places.
20-year-old Matthew Collardo could hardly contain his excitement.
It's so good to see you again. Oh my goodness.
Having this one-on-one opportunity is the best present ever.
Santa here.
Riley says he knows firsthand how happy this also makes Santa, who donates countless hours ahead of Christmas to bring joy to others.
Santa has been brought to tears many times, I can tell you personally.
And all year, like everyone else, he looks forward to Santa Claus coming to town.
It's my gift to our community.
Well, this was the view from my office last night. Check this out. Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting up. Some of us were in the office, some of the team there with me. We had a lot of fun.
It's amazing. Just every time mesmerizing. But before the tree was draped in those lights, it had to travel about 200 miles. Here's NBC News correspondent Joe Fryer.
Even before the Rockefeller Center tree is illuminated, it's a selfie-worthy spectacle that's redefining the word sappy.
How does it feel to come to New York and see the tree in person?
I will cry later. I love it. I'm emotional.
I cry at home when I see it on TV. I'm a sap for Christmas.
This 80-foot-tall Norway spruce has roots in upstate New York, where just 3 weeks ago it towered over the home of Jackie and Matt McGinley. Earlier this year, one of their relatives could see the tree's potential.
My brother was just looking at the tree, and he goes, "That looks like a Rockefeller Center tree." And I sort of laughed.
No joke, about a week later, a stranger pulled into the driveway.
"My name is Eric. I'm the head gardener from Rockefeller Center. I'm here to look at your tree."
And that is how it all started. This month, the tree was cut down, making the 3-hour trek to Manhattan.
We really hope that people come and make memories at the tree or go to the tree and remember people that they've lost. Like that's really special for us.
The McGinleys are honoring Matt's mom, who passed away 4 years ago.
I think she would think it was the coolest thing. I keep having this feeling of like, who am I not telling about this? There's somebody that I feel like I ought to tell, and it's her.
A brilliant tribute before a single one of the 50,000 lights is lit. A legacy that will soon shine even brighter. Joe Fryer, NBC News, New York.
You are watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, an uncertain fate for the remaining hostages as more are released and the truce enters its final hour, while Secretary of State Antony Blinken delivers a warning to top Israeli officials while in Israel. Plus, Representative George Santos attacks his colleagues in what may have been his final press conference as a United States congressman, with a vote to expel him from office quickly approaching. And chaos and the candidates. Nikki Haley's presidential campaign starts spending with a new ad knocking the chaos of Washington politics as she tries to gain ground on Republican frontrunner Donald Trump. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We are once again potentially just moments away from the end of a 7-day ceasefire in Gaza and potentially just moments away from more hostages being released. The Secretary of State Blinken is in the region and held a press conference a short time ago where he highlighted the administration's focus on freeing hostages and providing humanitarian aid to Gaza. Blinken also reiterated U.S.'s support for Israel, but delivered his strongest words yet on Israel's obligation when fighting resumes.
Mr. Netanyahu also made clear that Israel intends to resume its military operations against Hamas when Hamas stops releasing hostages. As we've said from the outset, Israel has the right to do everything it can to ensure that the slaughter Hamas carried out on October 7th can never be repeated. The way Israel defends itself matters. It's imperative that Israel act in accordance with international humanitarian law and the laws of war. And I underscore the imperative to the United States that the massive loss of civilian life and displacement of the scale that we saw in northern Gaza not be repeated in the south. As I told the Prime Minister, intent matters, but so does the result.
Now that comes after Secretary Blinken met earlier today with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas in the West Bank to discuss the urgent need for the safety and security of Palestinians. Meanwhile, 2 more Israeli hostages are back in Israel at this hour, including 21-year-old Mia Shem. This was the emotional moment when she was reunited with her family. Well, a total of 10 hostages still expected to be released today in exchange for 30 Palestinian prisoners. And amid negotiations on extending the truce, Blinken acknowledged it wasn't just up to the U.S. and Israel.
We want to see this process continue, move forward. We want an 8th day and beyond so that people can be returned to their families. And that applies to all hostages, whatever category they may happen to be in. But it's also up to Hamas. And again, I can't speak to their intentions.
Now, roughly 140 hostages remain in Gaza. So far, 99 have been freed, including 75 Israelis and 24 foreign nationals. Amid it all, growing concerns about spreading violence. This morning, Hamas claiming credit for an attack at a Jerusalem bus stop that killed 3 Israelis and injured several others, including several Americans. Now, this comes a day after Palestinian authorities say 2 boys were killed in an Israeli raid in the West Bank. Joining me now is NBC's David Noriega in Tel Aviv and senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, who is at the White House. David, let me start with you. Yesterday, there was a last-minute agreement to extend the truce. What are you watching for today? How likely do you think it is that we will see that happen again?
Kristen, hi. The way that this truce has worked so far is that prior to Friday, when the ceasefire began, the Israeli cabinet approved a framework for an agreement that lasted initially for 4 days, but could be extended day by day up until 10 days. We're now in day 7, and as long as we're in that 10-day period for which there's an already existing framework for an agreement, then I think it's reasonably likely that it could get extended. However, it's still up to day-to-day, hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute negotiations. And last night, it wasn't until several hours past midnight local time that we actually saw a final agreement allowing for that extension into today. So nothing is guaranteed. It may well be that the ceasefire collapses tonight, or it may well be that it gets extended for another 1 day or 2 days. We know there are diplomatic efforts to extend it for at least another 2 days, but we won't know until we see that confirmation. Kristen?
Incredibly tense moments, David, as we wait to see what happens next. We are watching these emotional scenes unfold, these families being reunited. We just showed one there. What can you tell us about the hostages who were released today?
We've seen 2 hostages released so far today. That includes 21-year-old Mia Shem. We remember her as the person who was in the first hostage video released by Hamas in those early weeks after October 7th. That's not it, though. We are expecting an additional group of hostages to be released later in the evening. The first time that this happened, where they were released in 2 separate groups, was last night. It was a little bit alarming last night because it was a deviation from the course of what we've been seeing during the week of the ceasefire. The fact that we've seen it happen once before and are seeing it happen again tonight means that, we've seen this before. It's a little bit less of a cause for concern. However, as you just said, this is all extremely fluid, extremely delicate, extremely fragile. We won't know for sure that next group of hostages is being released until we see those pictures of them being handed over to the Red Cross to then be handed over to Israeli authorities.
It's such an important point, David, because you're absolutely right. And the Secretary of State has said this over and over again. We cannot be certain that they are released until we actually see those reunions. Before I get to Kelly O'Donnell, I just want to ask you, obviously, there was this attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem that killed at least 3 people. What more can you tell us about that, David?
Yeah, so Israeli police have said that there were 2 assailants who opened fire on, this was a crowded bus stop early in the morning rush hour in Jerusalem. We were actually there today and stopped by the bus stop. Everything had gone back to normal. It was once again a crowded bus stop, but there were signs up everywhere saying, signs in opposition to the ceasefire agreement, saying essentially, for example, releasing more terrorists will lead to more bloodshed, in reference to the Palestinian prisoners that are released on the other side of this agreement. So even though that attack has so far seemingly not jeopardized this ceasefire agreement, what it is doing is creating more pressure domestically from certain sectors of the Israeli public on the Netanyahu government to not extend the deal, or at least not make a new deal past those 10 days I mentioned earlier. Kristen?
All right, David Noriega, thank you so much for your fantastic reporting from the region. We really appreciate it. Please do keep us posted on any developments that may occur. Kelly O'Donnell, let me turn to you. We started by talking about Secretary Blinken, who is back in the region. We talked about his tone today, really taking on what appears to be a somewhat stronger tone as it relates to what the United States expects to see in terms of next steps when Israel does, if it does, resume its military operations. What are your key takeaways at this point, Kelly?
Well, certainly Secretary Blinken spoke in formal language, but there was a certain fire behind that, a certain intensity that we have not seen as publicly in the past. And maybe that is lifting the veil back a bit from some of the direct communications the president and the secretary and other senior officials have had directly with Israeli officials. But the result of it is making more plain the U.S. view that how Israel conducts what they believe to be a legitimate military operation really does matter, and that civilian casualties, the degree to which civilians are displaced, all of those things are a part of this. The U.S. certainly embraces Israel's right to defend itself and to deal with Hamas so that it cannot be able to carry out these kinds of attacks in the future.
But perhaps it is the reality of the scale of deaths and destruction and harm to civilians in Gaza. Perhaps it is in some ways a measure of the national and global response to this, that the way the United States is talking to Israel in a public setting has evolved some during the weeks of this crisis. And still friendly, still supportive, but there is a stern formal quality to the expectations the U.S. is setting. Kristen?
Really great analysis. Kelly, let me ask you about the fact that Secretary Blinken is meeting with the Palestinian Authority leader, Mahmoud Abbas. Of course, when President Biden was there, he did not. He was intending to meet with him. Those meetings got canceled because of some last-minute developments in the region. How significant is it that Secretary Blinken is holding that meeting today, Kelly?
Very much so, and it ties into what we were just saying. As you recall, there was at first thought to be an Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza. There had been additional analysis of the incident there where there was civilian damage and so forth, and there were questions about whether Israel had actually been responsible for that or if it was an errant rocket. The result in that moment was that President Abbas and others did not want to meet with the President of the United States, concerned about the impact on the people of Gaza. Well, here we are weeks later, and the Secretary of State is trying to make sure that those communications and those abilities to talk about these issues are front and center as well, so that the U.S. has an interest not only in defending and protecting Israel, but maintaining relationships with key partners in the region. Kristen?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Thank you so much for starting us off, Kelly. Really appreciate it. I now want to bring in Aaron David Miller, former State Department Middle East analyst and negotiator and senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Kristen, thanks for having me.
So I do want to get to you on the hostage negotiations, but I want to start by asking you about these what appear to be growing tensions elsewhere in the region. We talked about some of them at the top of the show, the attack in Jerusalem, an uptick in violence in the West Bank. There's also reporting on an exchange of fire on the Lebanese border. Just taking a step back, how much concern is there, do you think, about this potentially becoming a wider war?
When we talk about a wider war, we're really talking about two things. We're talking about a major escalation along the Israeli-Lebanese border between Israel and Hezbollah, similar to the confrontation in the summer of '06, where for 34 days, Hezbollah shut down the northern half of the Middle East's most preeminent military power, State of Israel. Both Israel and Hezbollah, over the last 55 days, when you think about it, it's extraordinary, have engaged in a level of confrontation we haven't seen since the summer of '06. But by and large, they are behaving and essentially operating within the so-called rules of the game. If that breaks, this entire conflict will be reframed, because with two carrier strike groups sitting in the Eastern Med, a couple hundred strike aircraft, it's very likely the United States will get involved. Iran may get involved. And then you could see a true regional war, which will make Gaza look small by comparison. Plunging financial markets, rising oil prices, tax on U.S. interests in the Gulf. It could get way out of hand. But almost 2 months in, things in the north seem to be holding, which I think is a relatively good sign.
Well, it's a really fascinating point because, of course, there was so much concern in those early days about this situation boiling over. And on that point, the UN envoy called the situation in the West Bank at a boiling point. Do you think that's an accurate assessment of where things stand there? And where do you think things will go in the West Bank?
I mean, in the last 55 days, you've seen 240, maybe more Palestinians killed. A number by settlers in a sort of rampant vigilantism. The Israeli Defense Forces are operating, looking for Hamas operatives in the West Bank. I mean, the West Bank has been boiling now for quite some time. If you're talking about a massive uprising, I don't see that as likely. The Jerusalem attacks are worrisome. Hamas termed this operation of October 7 as the Al-Aqsa flood. Wanting to symbolize the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. I'm surprised, frankly, that there hasn't been more tension in Jerusalem, but it's worrisome. And, no one ever lost money betting against a major upsurge in Middle East violence.
I wonder what you make of Secretary Blinken's visit today. As I was just discussing with Kelly O'Donnell, he is meeting with the leader of the Palestinian Authority. He is taking what seems to be a somewhat tougher tone in terms of the next steps that they would like to see if Israel does, in fact, resume its military operations. What are the key takeaways for you?
Since October 7th, the President of the United States has essentially, because of Joe Biden's persona, because of the politics, has really been in Israel's corner. They've acquiesced in any number of things the Israelis have done. I think that the administration has privately said to the Israelis what Secretary Blinken is not saying publicly. How long do you anticipate this operation to last? We're not talking about months. And I think that if that in fact was conveyed to the prime minister, it's not just an advisory, it's a sort of a warning. The Americans have said nothing about the timing of this ground campaign. They haven't put a limit on it. They haven't told the Israelis enough is enough. I suspect it's a warning that Israel needs to respect the sort of red lines that the administration has drawn. They're not unreasonable. Safe zones where Palestinian civilians in the south cannot and will not be attacked. Don't attack infrastructure, sewage, water treatment plants, electricity grids. And finally, find a way to permit humanitarian assistance to get into Gaza at levels that we haven't yet seen. Those are, whether they're red lines that'll turn pink if the Israelis essentially do the opposite of what the United States is saying, but you could be reaching a point where these tensions really will affect both sides' calculations about how to proceed in the weeks ahead.
All right, Aaron David Miller, thank you. We have many more questions. We will have to bring you back to continue this conversation. Thank you so much for your great information and insights. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, we just got some breaking news. According to the IDF, based on information that was received from the Red Cross, 6 Israeli hostages are on their way toward Israeli territory. Joining me now is my next guest, Chris O'Leary, former director of hostage recovery for the United States government. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's good to be with you, Kristen.
So you just heard that breaking news there. 6 more Israeli hostages on their way out, according to the IDF. Big picture here. What is your assessment of how this entire truce and hostage release process has played out so far?
Well, I think it's gone further than skeptics thought it would, so that's terrific news. I think there's going to be a limit to how far it goes. It's day by day. I think the attack by Hamas at the bus stop was a really severe test on how far we could take this. I do think the pressure that Secretary Blinken and Director Burns are putting on Israel and also the partnership with the Qataris is what's keeping this going. But Hamas, being one of the principals in this negotiation, is a terrorist organization, unpredictable, unreliable, and they unfortunately hold all the power and leverage.
Well, let me follow up with you on that point, because so far 4 Americans have been released. I've questioned the administration about what, if anything, they know about the remaining Americans who may be being held, as many as 7 people, and they have acknowledged they do not know their whereabouts, their condition. Do you have concern that Americans are being used as bargaining chips in this process?
Absolutely. Hamas is, based on my experience, which I'm a career counterterrorism practitioner, that's all I've done my adult life. Hamas is using the Americans as additional, an additional commodity that's worth them more. And, they're probably worth slightly less than the IDF soldiers, but it keeps America at bay and forces the administration to erode some of its support to Israel, to keep the negotiations going as long as possible. I do not think it's realistic to think that Hamas will keep the negotiations going to let all of the hostages out. That's just not pragmatic on their side. It's not traditionally what they've done. And Israel has to have parallel lines of effort to continue the negotiations, but also plan for different tactics to move forward and dismantle Hamas, but also build towards rescuing the hostages. Those things are compatible with each other.
Let me follow up with you on that, because if this ceasefire were to end, we don't know if it will, but this current pause in the fighting, I should say, what, if any, process would restart those negotiations? And again, they focus so much on women and children and seniors. The men that are being held, what, if you are their families, how much hope do you have that they will be released as a part of some future negotiation?
So I think, to manage expectations, but also give the families hope. Hamas is treating these hostages, all of them, as currency. They will traditionally keep them in good health, relatively speaking, so they can trade them at market later on. So they will try to safeguard them. They are worth something. Listen, ultimately, Hamas wants to survive this, and they want 7,000 Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails. They will grow in stature, popularity. That's why the concern about the West Bank should be real. Hamas has already been the broker for the release of all the Palestinian prisoners that are now reoccupying the West Bank. They are growing in popularity in the West Bank.
All right. Well, Chris O'Leary, thank you so much for joining us on another very big news day out of the Middle East. We really appreciate it. And we are going to continue to follow this breaking news about the just released hostages who are on their way to Israel right now. And we'll talk to a family member about the roller coaster of emotions and anxiety as some of her family is freed from Gaza, but not all. Also ahead, we're live on the Hill, where it's been a contentious and busy day as Congressman George Santos lashes out ahead of tomorrow's expulsion vote. You are watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. It's been a drama-filled day on Capitol Hill as lawmakers debated whether the House should vote to expel Congressman George Santos tomorrow. Santos has been accused of taking campaign funds for personal use and a host of other ethics issues. Santos has repeatedly refused to resign, including while speaking on the House floor just this past hour.
Why rush this to deliver a predetermined outcome sought out by some members of our conference or some members of this body? This is what it looks like to me. It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me. I will not stand by quietly. They want me out of this body. The people of the 3rd District of New York sent me here. If they want me out, they're going to have to go silence those people and take the hard vote.
Well, this afternoon, NBC's Garrett Haake pressed House Speaker Mike Johnson how he'll vote tomorrow on Santos's expulsion.
Have you made any decisions on the Santos vote for tomorrow, how you personally will vote? I know you've been concerned about the precedent.
I haven't said any more than that, but everybody's going to vote their conscience.
What is your conscience telling you?
Just wait.
All right, so we will have to wait. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins me now. So, Ali, while we are waiting to see how Speaker Johnson and others vote tomorrow, the debate over the Santos expulsion vote took place this afternoon. Take us through how a vote like this works. How do you expect this all to play out tomorrow? What are you going to be watching for?
Well, look, Santos has really been his own defender so far, Kristen, but today on the floor, just in the last hour or so, we watched him get a little bit of support from a handful of other Republicans, people like Congressman Clay Higgins, Congressman Matt Gaetz, not defending Santos himself, but defending the precedent that this would set, which is to say they're concerned that expelling Santos before the full legal process has played out sets a precedent that this could happen to any other member who has allegations put against them. Now, the allegations against Santos are very numerous. We know he's facing 23 counts of criminal indictments, but he is still going to defend himself in court. That's the argument that people are making, not to expel him. But of course, there's a large chorus on both the right and left sides of the aisle who are saying that he's done enough to be expelled. We'll see that play out tomorrow there. We'll see if Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has reservations and which side he lands on this. But really what we need to see in order to expel Santos is a 2/3 majority of this chamber voting to expel him. And Santos, for his part, has said that he's ready to stand for that vote and that he thinks that he's going to be expelled.
It sure is going to be a fascinating day. Another fascinating thing that happened today, though, Ali, is that Santos filed his own resolution to expel Jamal Bowman, a Democrat. Of course, Bowman pulled a fire alarm last month.
Yeah.
Is anyone taking that seriously? Could this actually come to pass?
They're not taking it seriously, especially because it's made as sort of a last-ditch effort on Santos's part to point the finger across the aisle and try to show some kind of hypocrisy on the part of his colleagues. People here are largely focused on the realities of the Santos scandals and what the Ethics Committee has said about him. The allegations made in the ethics report, for instance, everything ranging from using campaign finances for Botox to designer clothing and shoes, all of that sort of part and parcel to the Santos scandals, and that's what members are going to be focused on tomorrow.
All right, well, let me ask you about something else that has been looming large over the Hill and over Republicans. Tommy Tuberville signaling that he may be willing to back down from his blockade of confirming nominees to the military. What are you hearing about that? What are the politics around this, Allie?
This is a live ball that we're tracking really closely, Kristen, especially because over the course of the last few weeks, we've seen Republican anger at their colleague, Tommy Tuberville, seem to boil over on the Senate floor. We watched some of his colleagues, including Senator Sullivan, Senator Ernst, go to the floor and speak about each of the military promotions that Tuberville's blockade was holding up, continuously trying to get him to defend it in the full view of the public. Now, though, Tuberville has seemed to signal to his colleagues that he recognizes that he's put them in this mess and that he has some kind of a plan to get them out. It's not clear how many holds he will release, but it's sort of him speaking to the reality that he knows that Democrats and Schumer, along with a handful of Republicans who are deeply displeased and concerned about the national security implications of continuing to hold up these military promotions, that those people now outweigh the leverage that Tuberville may have at one point had. He's now trying to find the off-ramp, but frankly, as someone who's been following this for the last year or so, just under a year, it seems like Tuberville has been looking for the off-ramp the whole time and just has not been able to find it. It seems like now with the end of the year, he might be coming close, or at least frustration is pushing him to this point.
All right, Ali Vitale, something tells me we'll be talking again tomorrow, my friend. Thank you. And we are continuing to follow breaking news that 6 more hostages have just been released from Gaza. You are looking at new footage of the Red Cross trucks coming across the border with Egypt. We will bring you more on what we're learning about these hostages in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to the 2024 campaign trail, armed with a little bit of momentum in the polls and some new financial backers, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley's campaign is out with its first ad of the primary. Take a look.
A president must have moral clarity and know the difference between good and evil. It's time for a new generation of conservative leadership. We have to leave behind the chaos and drama of the past and strengthen our country, our pride, and our purpose.
Joining me now is Mariana Sotomayor, congressional reporter for The Washington Post, former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley, and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. Really appreciate it. So, Mariana, let me start with you. You see that ad there from Nikki Haley. She is gaining momentum, but we ask this question every time we have one of these conversations. Can she overtake Trump, or is this still a race for second place?
It's still a race for second place. I mean, look at how much time that these other candidates have been on the ground in Iowa. Trump hasn't needed to do that, and he's still winning so much he just has this base that you absolutely can't penetrate in any way. And it's been interesting to see her rise. It's been interesting to see that there are Republican voters who are looking elsewhere, who like what she's saying, but it very much still is just second place between her and DeSantis.
When you look at the polls, it really is staggering. Matt Gorman, you obviously are coming off of having worked for Tim Scott's campaign. You experienced part of what Mariana is detailing firsthand. Is there, based on your experience, based on what you saw out there on the campaign trail, a way to break the Trump base away from him?
There was a chunk of people, I think, that are open to being wooed, right? DeSantis, if you look about 10 months ago, he was within 10 points of Trump, right? He was leading in New Hampshire. I think it's somewhat of an unhappy marriage between the base and Trump for a lot of them, but no one has stepped up and kind of gotten their stuff together and said that's who we can get behind, especially now with DeSantis and Nikki essentially locked even both in Iowa and also nationally. The debates where Nikki has gotten this momentum is that one point where people can kind of use this as a focal point, and that's been the one driver of momentum. Day to day, you don't see that as much. The coverage doesn't break through.
Joe, what do you think? And again, there's another debate before the Iowa caucuses, so she could presumably get a little bit more momentum. What if people started to drop out? What if some of the other candidates started to drop out? Could that make a difference? Or would they just go to Trump?
Yeah, I think it certainly could make a difference. It's a question of how big a difference it could make. I think, she said she's not running for second place. If you're not running for second place, you got to go after the big guy.
She didn't mention him in the ad.
You have to go after him. There's no way you can really get voters from him unless you go after him. That's the only way anyone can. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, she's still running for second place.
Matt, what do you make of that? I mean, we didn't even hear her mention Trump in that ad.
It's tough because the best and most effective argument I heard out there, but you also see it in polling, is electability. Now, you've seen a consistent drumbeat of patterns where Trump is actually beating Biden in the polls. So that electability argument, if you're Nikki or Ron, is a lot harder to make than it was a month ago. You can't go head on, say, January 6th or something like that. It just doesn't work the same way. Electability, we'll see if it helps in being a month or two. Right now, it's a hard argument to make.
It's a great point. Speaking of the current president, one of his biggest challenges, obviously, questions about his age. The vice president was asked about this and made some of her most extensive comments yet. Let's take a look and we'll get your reaction on the other side.
Is a vote for Biden a vote for President Harris?
A vote for President Biden is a vote for President Biden and Vice President Harris. I would say that age is more than a chronological fact. I spent a whole lot of time with our president, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room and in other places. And I can tell you, as I just mentioned, not only is he absolutely authoritative in rooms around the globe, but in the Oval Office, meeting with members of Congress.
And that was, of course, at the Deal Book Summit with our Andrew Ross Sorkin. Mariana, what do you make of her answer? And it was a great question. Is a vote for President Biden a vote for President Harris?
Yeah, no, it's one that voters are absolutely thinking about. I mean, it's interesting to see not just her, but also other Biden surrogates just being open about it. Before, we would hear Biden often say, just watch me how I do, essentially. The campaign and the White House trying to skirt those questions, not make it the focus. But it is top of mind, and now we've seen, Dean Phillips, other Democrats trying to draw that generational difference in age. So, her comments it's a little bit of what else is she going to say? But the fact that they're not trying to brush it off, being a little bit more forthcoming about it, is good. They need to be addressing that issue.
And it's definitely a notable shift. Joe, one of the other notable shifts that we are tracking is the way in which the president is talking about the economy. New economic data out, which shows inflation is getting better yet again, but voters continue to say they don't feel it. And so our reporting, and our White House team is reporting, that they are noticing President Biden actually using the term Bidenomics less when he's out on the trail. He was in Colorado yesterday, for example. Is that smart? Should he peel back the Bidenomics?
I think absolutely. Look, you have a year to go before the election day itself, the real poll that matters. There's a lot of time here to adjust your messaging. And right now, we've seen that wasn't polling right. You know, people weren't feeling the effects of Bidenomics. So yeah, it's an opportunity to change that messaging. And it's also, I think, important to note that Democrats, as I've been saying over and over again, own Joe Biden, because Joe Biden's going to be our candidate. Stop speaking ill will of him. You know, it was the old Reagan, don't speak ill will of fellow Republicans. Democrats have to stop that as well. And I think you'll see Biden's numbers go up when Democrats stop questioning his age or his abilities. And I think that's a real big factor.
Matt, take us inside conversations in Republican circles. What are they saying about the economy as an issue, as inflation, for example, does start to go down? Do they continue to see this as a weakness, or are some saying, hey, in another 6 months, this might not be as potent as it is today?
I think you hit it on the head, though. It is not, it has gone from Clinton's I feel your pain to Biden's your pain isn't real, right? And I think in a lot of respects, if people still aren't feeling it, no matter what the data says, right or wrong, you can't convince them of something they feel and they know firsthand. I was talking to a Democrat the other day who worked for Clinton and Obama, and he says this is a common sentiment among presidents. They say if only people knew how great I was doing, they knew my accomplishments, I'd win 50 states, right? So I think you cannot just talk about your accomplishments, you need to show them. So as long as people don't feel it, Republicans are going to press that advantage.
The other thing the president started to talk about is Obamacare, with former President Trump saying if he's reelected, he's going to try to get rid of it. He tried to do that in his first term. He didn't do it, Mariana.
Yeah, let's remember in 2018, of course, Trump was in office. He was president. But the fact that Democrats are running on not just, hey, Trump is president, but they're going to come after your health care. We saw what happened with the House majority.
It will take that fight.
Oh, exactly.
We get the battle scars.
Exactly.
A lot of battle scars over here.
It was a tough year for me in 2018, but that was a good aspect of that year.
Yes. All right. Well, we will see what happens. Thank you for a great conversation. Really appreciate it. Mariana, Joe, and Matt, great stuff. Still to come, one family story of relief and heartache amid growing uncertainty about the fate of the remaining hostages in Gaza. You are watching Meet the Press Now. Do stay with us. Welcome back. We've been following the breaking news this hour of 6 additional hostages who have just been released from Gaza. That brings the total number of Israeli citizens released today to 8. Those released today include 17 and 18-year-old sisters whose father and older brother are still being held. These are the images from Egyptian TV just this hour of those Red Cross trucks arriving on the Egypt side of the border, where they were greeted by waiting ambulances. If the ceasefire is not extended, these could be the final hostages released under the truce. Approximately 140 people still being held inside Gaza. Joining me now is Shira Havron. 6 of her relatives were among the hostages returned to Israel, including her 8- and 3-year-old cousins. But the children's father still remains captive inside Gaza. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so sorry for everything that your family has been through. We are heartened to know that some of them have been returned, but we know that it is not everyone, so we continue to hold you in our thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Shira. I want to start off by just asking you how your family members are doing who were just released. Have you been able to speak with them? What have they been able to tell you?
So all of them are doing relatively okay. They came out physically, pretty much fine. No severe injuries or anything like that, fortunately, because we know it's not the case for everyone. I had the chance to meet my aunt a couple of days ago. I'm going to meet the kids and my cousin on the weekend, but everyone seemed, exhausted, and obviously I'm sure that psychologically it's really hard to return to reality after 50 days of hell. But they seem, these are strong people that I know, and these are still the same people, including the children. Yahel, the little girl, she came back whispering like a lot of other kids that came back from there. But, hopefully they'll be able to adjust to reality, get comfortable. Obviously, they have to deal with a lot of sad news when they came back. As we know, the husband of my aunt, Shoshan, the grandfather of those kids you see on the screen, was murdered on the 7th of October, and they had to hear those news. And obviously their father, Tal, is still missing, kidnapped in Gaza among more than 150 hostages, approximately. The numbers are changing, but...
I want to ask you about the children. You say that Yael is whispering. Talk a little bit about that. And how are they coping? What sort of support are they getting to help them adjust?
Well, the good thing we know is that they were together with their mom and their grandmother and aunt. So they weren't alone like many other kids we're now hearing. Now they're all among family. It will take a while to land and to digest just a bit of what happened, and then they're gonna get their psychological help. Adi, their mother, is actually a psychologist, so they know the importance of it. But obviously what they need most right now is their father, who is still in there. And life can't really move on, and they can't really recover until he's here with the family.
Tell us about him. He is still being held hostage by Hamas. What, if anything, do you know about his condition currently, and what do you want people to know about him?
Unfortunately, we don't know anything about his condition, just like it was with the rest of my family for 50 days. We didn't know anything, if they're alive, if they're dead, if they're injured, if they're together. So we don't know anything about him at the moment. He was also kidnapped separately. They were separated on the 7th of October. And, this person, he's just an amazing father. He's an amazing addition to our family. When my cousin got married to him, and we all love him very dearly. Tal is taking care of people. He's also a therapist. And, these people, they don't deserve to be there. No one deserves to be there in these conditions, in the hands of terrorists. I mean, it's just too much. And our family suffered so much. And we don't want to lose another person. And we know the time is ticking. And it's not on his side. It's not on our side.
I know that you have described waiting for your family members to be released as a nightmare. How are you getting through each day, and what is your message to the Prime Minister?
Each day, as you said, has been really just hell on earth. There's no other words for this situation. Imagine your family was suddenly taken from their safe house and just, disappears, and not only disappears, but held in violent hands. And we're talking about kids or any kind of innocent civilian that don't deserve to be there. Every day we are working, we're doing interviews, which is very important to us. We're having meetings, we're campaigning, we're going to demonstrations. We continually acting and doing to bring them home. We don't just sit and wait. And my message for my prime minister, and actually for anyone in the world that has the power to get involved in it, and we obviously know that the EU has a very powerful part in this situation, is hostages has to remain top priority. We have to save the lives that we can save. The war is horrific, and we're not interested in seeing more the death tolls rising. We just want to keep the people that we can save on top priority, and as the goal of this operation, of this war, they should all come home. There is no victory image for our family. We already lost, so the only picture of victory that can happen is all the hostages back with their families. And we as a family were lucky enough to receive some of our family back, but a lot of families remained at the same situation for 55 days. And it's just insane. It's too much. It's way, way too much. And this humanitarian pause, we want it to continue because we want the exchange deals to go on until everyone's out. This is the most important thing. It has to be. And there is no price for these lives.
Shira Havron, we will leave it there. Thank you for your powerful words. Thank you for your courage in speaking out. Our thoughts are with you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And after the break, remembering the life and legacy of one of this country's most recognizable diplomats. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger passed away yesterday at the age of 100. He shaped decades of U.S. policy, often controversially, and he appeared on Meet the Press 15 times. Here he is in 1978 speaking about U.S. foreign policy under former President Jimmy Carter 1 week after the Camp David peace accords were signed.
I have always argued when I was in office, and I've tried to practice it out of office, that foreign policy is a nonpartisan issue. And I have supported the president on a number of issues, such as Panama, Turkish aid, and I feel that when the administration acts in a manner that I think is in the national interest, it must be supported. On the other hand, when one disagrees, one should state it, especially if it's on a philosophical level. I think there are other areas of disagreement that can be mentioned. I hope they won't be mentioned on a partisan level.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Welcome back. Reaction is pouring in after the death of one of the country's most influential and controversial diplomats. Henry Kissinger passed away late yesterday at the age of 100. He served as Secretary of State for two presidents, Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, and perhaps is best known for his role in expanding and winding down the Vietnam War. He was also instrumental in normalizing U.S. relations with China, as well as easing tensions with the Soviet Union and setting U.S. policy in South America. Kissinger was also a frequent guest on Meet the Press, including this appearance in 1992, where he discussed the United States' role in the world and the many foreign policy challenges awaiting then President-elect Bill Clinton.
The United States cannot by itself solve every crisis that exists in the world, painful as these crises may be. And one of the philosophical questions that has to be answered is where we engage ourselves beyond moral condemnation and to what effect.
Well, the current Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, spoke about Kissinger's lasting legacy today while traveling in Israel.
Secretary Kissinger really set the standard for everyone who followed in this job. I was very privileged to get his counsel many times, including as recently as about a month ago. He was extraordinarily generous with his wisdom, with his advice. Few people were better students of history. Even fewer people did more to shape history than Henry Kissinger.
Joining me now is someone who covered Kissinger, NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent and chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thank you so much for being here today.
My pleasure.
To help us remember the former Secretary of State. What do you think his legacy will be? We just talked about so many of the different moments in which he played a pivotal role.
I think the largest legacy is China. Opening to China, we think of it now as, well, of course we have relations with China, but he did it himself in secret negotiations, brought Nixon to China. It was part of all of the larger foreign policy, it was a play against Russia, certainly, and he was also trying to get the Cold War neutralized a bit of a thaw with the Soviets. So that was very much setting the stage for what then happened with Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev later on. But China was the biggest play, because now we talk about the two superpowers. It's not Russia. It's China, economic, technological, military, and the United States. And what was so remarkable was that when he's already 100 years old, this past July, he went to China, red carpet from Xi Jinping, before setting the stage, really, for President Biden's November meeting.
It's just extraordinary, and he advised presidents of both parties throughout his life, even after he'd left office. Andrea, we just heard from the Secretary of State, who made extensive comments about the life and legacy of Secretary Kissinger. We haven't heard from the president yet, though. There hasn't been an official White House statement. We anticipate there will be one. We don't know why yet.
We don't, and it was just interesting. I was talking to our colleague Kelly O'Donnell over there, and she was told this morning there would be a statement. He died yesterday. There were statements pouring in, as you pointed out. George W. Bush showed a painting that he had made of Henry Kissinger, a portrait, one of those paintings that he has made, and nothing from the White House. And I don't know whether there is something personal between Joe Biden and Henry Kissinger, or just he's very busy with Israel, but it would seem unusual, because in fact, in Xi Jinping's statement of condolence, he sent that condolence message to President Biden on behalf of China for the breakthrough back in 1972. So that was a message to the President of the United States from President Xi Jinping about Henry Kissinger, but we haven't heard from the President of the United States himself.
It is remarkable. We will continue.
And we should point out that his legacy, I want to say, is very mixed, because he extended the Vietnam War long past when it could have ended, into Cambodia, into Laos, got the Nobel Peace Prize, certainly prematurely, and was called a war criminal. So this is a man of many contradictions.
You, again, as I said at the top of this discussion, covered him. You got to question him, including on Meet the Press.
Yes.
What were some of your memorable takeaways?
Well, one that we're going to show tonight on Nightly News is in 1986. We were asking about, things don't change, the Nicholas Donaloff, a U.S. News and World Report journalist, was being held by Russia inexplicably, and I was asking Secretary Kissinger, how has this administration, it was the Reagan administration, handled the crisis, and should they have another meeting with the Soviet leader while this journalist is being held? And he said, well, I think that after a little confusion at the beginning, you know, when they were not all, they were probably spread out in Santa Barbara, or I don't know whether they were on holiday, but he said it was a little confusing, but they're getting it right now, and that it would be very difficult for Secretary Shultz to have these meetings, Secretary of State, with the Soviets.
Which is a very
if there's still
blunt
a reporter being held.
answer. Yes.
Yeah, he was pretty clear about these things. And just also think that he came as a teenager, a 15-year-old from Nazi Germany, the first Jewish Secretary of State eventually, and went back to Germany. They were fleeing the Holocaust in 1938, which is right after Kristallnacht, and he eventually went back with the U.S. Army in World War II to Germany.
Just extraordinary. Andrea, thank you so much for being here. We will look for your piece on Nightly News. We appreciate your making time. Appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Top of the hour, and we come on the air tonight with negotiators in a race against time to prevent what could be the end of a very fragile ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. How things are looking tonight as we see more hostages released just in the past hour. We are live in the region. Then Congressman George Santos says he will not stand by as he watches his colleagues, in his words, rush a process to kick him out of office. How that vote that's happening tomorrow could shape up. Plus, an influential Hollywood social activist now dead, allegedly at the hands of a woman prosecutors say was stalking one of his friends. How the community in L.A. there is mourning the loss. And an NBC News investigation finding carbon monoxide poisoning was behind a string of deaths as Airbnbs are struggling with this just in the last decade. How the families of those who died are pushing for stricter safety regulations to make sure others don't have to experience that same loss. And what the company is saying tonight, that's in our original. Plus, how the man known here in D.C. as the voice of D.C. managed to beat a life-changing and challenging diagnosis that could have ended his career and his life. That's coming up later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello. I'm in for Hallie, who is on assignment. And right now, the incredibly fragile ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas to pause fighting inside Gaza and let more hostages out, it looks like it may be ending as we're waiting to see more newly freed hostages arrive in Israel. We'll have more on that in just a moment. But just 24 hours ago, that uneasy deal was extended at the last minute for just a single day. Okay, fast forward to now, where it's midnight in the region and negotiators are racing against time to keep the truce going. With lots of questions on whether that could actually happen tonight, there, local time, as we're just learning 6 Israelis were released in the last hour, now back in Israel. And look at this, another 2 freed from Hamas captivity earlier. You can see them there getting into a Red Cross van right there in Gaza in this exclusive video from Al Jazeera. And here, one of them, 21-year-old Mia Shem, in an emotional reunion with her mother and brother in Israel. 2 more hostages are expected to be freed any minute. 30 Palestinians were also released today, according to Egypt. As we're learning of new violence in the region, Israel says at least 3 people were killed, 13 others wounded in a shooting at a bus stop in Jerusalem. Hamas is claiming responsibility for that attack. We've got our team on the ground on this one. David Noriega is in the region in Tel Aviv. Ali Rafa is covering this angle from the White House. David, can we start with you? Because we saw this same situation 24 hours ago, and the truce got pushed for another day. What do we know about whether this could happen again, local time this evening, any minute?
Tom, we know that there is an ongoing and intense diplomatic effort to get this truce extended once again. Just for a little bit of context, before the ceasefire started on Friday, the Israeli cabinet approved a framework for an agreement that would allow for 4 initial days of ceasefire that could then be extended day by day as long as Hamas was willing to release 10 hostages for each of those days, and Israel was willing to release 30 Palestinian prisoners. That was an agreement to release women and children hostages for women and children prisoners. We're still within that 10 days. We're in day 7. As long as we're within that 10 days, it's reasonably likely that the ceasefire could be extended. That's what's happened multiple times now since that original 4-day period ended. It's what happened, as you said, several hours after midnight local time last night. However, there is no guarantee that it will actually happen. It is extremely delicate, extremely fluid. It has to basically be renegotiated anew every single day. That's why we can't jump to any conclusions until we actually receive confirmation that the truce will continue tomorrow. Tom?
Yeah, this is evolving minute by minute. What more do we know about the hostages released today and those still left inside Gaza, right? Mostly men who Hamas is not letting out.
Right. So the hostages were released tonight in a slightly different way than what we've seen. We saw a group of 2 hostages released earlier in the evening, and then just now a group of 6 hostages that we can now confirm are in Israeli territory. Even though the deal involves 10 hostages per day, we're only seeing 8 today because the people negotiating this are counting 2 hostages that were released yesterday, initially supposedly outside of the framework of the agreement, but because they were Israeli citizens and they were women, they are now actually counting towards that agreement. As far as the hostages still in Gaza, Tom, as you said, we're getting to the point where it is mostly men, and the people, the women and children that were agreed upon within the framework of this agreement are running out. That means something really, really hugely important, which is that if the ceasefire is going to extend beyond the framework of this agreement, it's essentially going to have to be renegotiated according to terms that we still don't entirely know. And there's going to be a lot of different political pressure that the Israeli government is under from different directions to either not engage in those negotiations at all or to engage in them in some specific way that different people want who are looking for different kinds of outcomes. Tom?
Okay, David Noriega is staying on the story for us from Tel Aviv. We'll check back. Thank you, David. Let's bring in Ali Rafa, posted for us near the White House. Ali, there's this diplomatic race against time right now to keep the truce going. And Secretary of State Blinken, he met with top Israeli and Palestinian leaders today. What more can you tell us about that activity?
Yeah, Secretary of State Antony Blinken making his 3rd trip to the Middle East since this war began. He met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet, as well as the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas during this trip, something that President Biden wasn't able to do when he visited this region a couple weeks ago. And Blinken spoke about what he talked to these Israeli officials about. First of all, he talked about the need to protect more innocent civilian life in Gaza. He said that before Israel resumes its military operations, whenever this ceasefire does end, something that Prime Minister Netanyahu has insisted will happen, that the U.S. wants to see plans put in place to prevent more innocent civilian deaths, for Israel to be more surgical and precise in its attacks on Gaza. He also said that the loss of life that the world saw play out in the first few weeks of this war cannot repeat itself in the south of Gaza once these military operations resume, because Israel has told so many Palestinians from the north to head south. Blinken saying that he wants that to be officially designated a safe space for Palestinians to seek refuge from this conflict. He also said, he stressed to Netanyahu that with the harsh winter months starting in Gaza, he wants assurance that humanitarian aid will continue to be allowed to flow there to Palestine. Palestinians. And lastly, Tom, he also talked about plans to prevent this conflict from spreading wider, as well as plans for what comes next whenever this conflict does end. Blinken saying that he spoke with both Netanyahu and Abbas about the U.S.'s desire to have peace and stability in this region, talking to them about what factors that would entail to be able to achieve that.
Ali, talk about now more about these 2 American hostages who have been freed, and another 8 are believed to still be in captivity, as some of their family members are now expressing, I understand, frustration with the Red Cross, right?
That's right. These family members of American hostages being held in Gaza, they met with reporters yesterday, and they also met with representatives from the Red Cross, and they expressed some deep frustrations with the Red Cross for not being able to provide more public updates as to the conditions and the status of their loved ones, saying that they want more updates. They pressured international organizations to be able to allow the Red Cross to be able to do that. And this is something that Secretary of State Antony Blinken also addressed during his presser in Tel Aviv earlier. Listen.
Clearly, it would be very beneficial and important for the Red Cross to have access to hostages, to be able to check on their well-being and condition. Having said that, of course, none of that should be necessary because there shouldn't be any hostages in the first place.
Those families pushing for more awareness by the Red Cross as to the treatment of these hostages, as to their medical well-being, saying that some of them are in need of medical care. The families of those hostages were set to speak with and meet with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at some point today. We've reached out to the White House for an update on that and are awaiting that, Tom.
Ali, thank you. Ali Rafa at the White House. All right, still here in Washington. Just before we came on the air, we heard from the first of the Republican House leadership, Representative Steve Scalise, saying he will vote against kicking the controversial Congressman George Santos out of office in tomorrow's vote. That's after Santos got rather heated on the House floor earlier today, saying he will not go quickly. Listen to this.
On what basis does this body feel that precedent must be changed for me? I'm curious to know, what is the schedule of the Ethics Committee? Why rush this to deliver a predetermined outcome sought out by some members?
Santos says he's not going quietly. And remember, this is the guy who the House Ethics Committee found spent thousands of dollars worth of campaign money on high-end shopping items, on Botox, on adult website OnlyFans. He's also facing a 23-count federal indictment that accuses him of stealing the identities of campaign donors. Santos has pleaded not guilty to those charges. He says he hasn't done anything wrong. NBC's Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill in the middle of all of this. Ryan, Santos's fellow lawmakers also got a chance to debate the expulsion vote. Some in support of him, some against. Some want to see him gone. Very outspokenly, though, against all of this. Can you talk us through how this goes down tomorrow, and what's the likelihood that this is his last day in Congress?
Well, keep in mind, Tom, this is the third time that the House of Representatives has attempted to expel George Santos from office. And while it does seem to be momentum behind the idea that it's time for him to go, it is certainly not a guarantee. And that's because it requires a 2/3 vote of the entire House. That means 290 members need to vote to expel him. And if you break that down, if every single Democrat votes to expel him, it would still need another 77 Republicans to do so. But to be clear, there are a number of Republicans who believe that it's time. Listen to what they had to say on the floor today.
If we do not take the Ethics Committee and their results seriously, then why even have the committee in the first place?
These are the exhibits that they attach to the investigative report. The 50-plus page report goes into great detail, and it paints a picture of the fraud committed by Santos.
And while there were quite a few Republicans that stood up on the House floor, including the chair of the House Ethics Committee, who you just heard from, saying that it's time for Santos to go, he does have his defenders. You rightly point out that the House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, saying that he's not voting in favor of this expulsion resolution tomorrow. And the House Speaker himself, Mike Johnson, has said that he is concerned about the precedent that it may set. So while, as I said before, Tom, there is momentum here, we're going to have to wait and see how this vote plays before we decide on George Santos's future.
How much of some Republicans Republicans who are opposed, how much of that is because they have such a razor-thin majority in the House, they don't want to take any chances of losing that? And the second thing is, I was watching Santos today, and he brought forth his own expulsion resolution against another member of Congress, right?
Yeah, that's right. And kind of a way to demonstrate what he believes is this dangerous precedent. He brought up a expulsion resolution toward the Democratic member Jamal Bowman for pulling the fire alarm during that debate and subsequent vote over the effort to prevent the government shutdown from a couple of months ago. Now, Jamal Bowman has pled guilty to a misdemeanor in this and has paid a $1,000 fine and apologized for it. Santos's argument is that he hasn't been convicted of anything, and here you have a situation where a member has actually pled guilty to something. Now, it's not going to be an argument that I think too many members of Congress are going to buy, but when you talk about the precedent of all of this, Tom, you know, in the past, this has only happened 5 other times. 3 of the times that members of Congress were expelled, it was because they fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War. The other 2 times, these members were indeed both convicted. So this would be uncharted territory for the Congress, but the members in favor of this resolution believe that the punishment fits the crime, and it's time for George Santos to go.
And we'll watch it play out live tomorrow. Ryan, thank you very much. Right there in the thick of all of it. A big day on Wall Street today with the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumping 500 points, sending the index to a new high for the year and capping a very strong November rally, 8% in November, on the back of a key inflation marker from the Fed and some strong tech earnings driving this huge market rally. Investors are now betting big that the Fed will cut interest rates several times next year. And this comes as we've got new numbers out today showing mortgage rates dropping. Now, all things are relative, but dropping to the lowest level since September, down to 7.22%. And while rates dropped over the past few months, the average rate on a 30-year loan is still much higher than it was 2 years ago when rates were around 3%. Remember those good old days? We also learned today that pending home sales, which really measures signs that contracts on existing homes have already been signed and dealt with, that they have fallen to their lowest level since they started tracking these back in 2001. We want to bring in Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Caleb, we got a key piece of inflation data today about how inflation is already playing out, maybe starting to cool, and that really is what the market liked, right? So is Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, is his plan working to cool the economy by hiking interest rates, and might we avoid a recession?
Yeah, so far, so good. And the Fed did pause interest rate hikes the last 2 times it met, and will probably pause again when it meets again in the middle of December because inflation has stopped accelerating. In fact, it was flat month over month. You talk about a 3.5% annual rate of inflation. Tom, you remember when it was 9% in July of 2022. So it has come down slowly but surely. And the fact that gas prices are down meaningfully as well means more people have more money to spend. So all of that is also releasing the pressure on the 10-year yield for the Treasury bonds, which really drive the stock market. That's why the stock market's been rallying in November. Yields on the 10-year have fallen. Stocks have been rising.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind that the rate of inflation, I mean, inflation itself is still going up, but it's just the rate of that increase is slowing. Let's talk right now about housing, though. People are used to these really low rates, right? I mean, 4%, 3%, but that's not realistic historically. I mean, the first house I bought, I think I paid 10% on, and now we're at what, 7.25%? How much lower do you think these rates could go? Will we ever get back down to what we saw a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I talked to our parents' generation, and they were paying 12, 13%. So we've had it good for a very long time. Half of homeowners have mortgage rates that are under 5%. So people are not incentivized to sell right now. And for first-time homebuyers, very hard to buy when mortgage rates are this high. And home prices are so high, too, because of tight supply. Mortgage rates are going to continue to tick lower. Why? Because of what you said at the top. The Fed will probably start cutting rates next year. And the 30-year mortgage is very sensitive to the Fed funds rate. So as the Fed cuts rates or intuits that it will cut rates over time, you're going to see mortgage rates drop very quickly. They're not going to go back down to 5% or 4%. They're going to be in this 6 to 7% range, and I think that's going to get more people into the housing market.
Well, that's real money, and then of course, if you buy high and the rate is high, you can always refi down. As I just talked to somebody outside the studio here about a minute ago. Caleb, thank you, Caleb Silver, always on top of all the financials. Some of the countries that pump a lot of the world's oil, many of them OPEC members, are deciding to cut production at a time when there seems to be a lot of supply. Why? Well, global economic growth is slowing, in part because of the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine, and the U.S. is pumping record amounts of oil. Surprise, the U.S. is now the world's biggest oil producer. Oil is priced globally, not locally. Oil-producing countries are struggling to keep prices up. West Texas crude, a key measurement, is now selling at about $75 a barrel. That's down from $123 a barrel 18 months ago when the war in Ukraine was really raging. CNBC's Brian Sullivan joins me now. All right, I like to geek out on this stuff because I find it fascinating. But these lower oil prices are good news at the pump. Drivers are paying 35 cents less a gallon more less than a year ago. And there's even talk of cutting production today, but prices didn't go down. Why is that? Or pardon me, prices didn't go up. Why is that?
Tom, I'm happy to geek out with you all day on this, my friend, because this is truly a global battle, the battle for the pump, the battle for what we pay for oil, and a little bit of political power as well. Okay, here's why. So, without going in the weeds, you got OPEC. Everybody knows what OPEC is, 13 nations led by Saudi Arabia. They've got what they call OPEC Plus, which is another 10 nations, well, 11 after today. We'll get to that in just a second. And they meet every so often. They said, okay, we're going to set these quotas. We don't want you to produce more than this because they're trying to limit the amount of oil that's on the market. Why? Of course, they don't want prices to spike, but they want prices to remain just elevated enough where everybody, all their members, are making enough money without killing demand. But to your point, here's the problem. The United States, we are the #1 oil producer in the world by far. According to the EIA, 13.2 million barrels a day. Who'd have thunk it a couple years ago that we'd be at record highs? And the market, Tom, just doesn't believe that OPEC is going to keep these cuts because they are voluntary after all.
And you combine the United States and Canada, North America's oil production, it's just astonishing. I have been struck, Brian, that OPEC doesn't have the punch or the influence it once did. It used to be if OPEC, cut production, then your local gas pump prices are going up. Now, Brazil is joining OPEC Plus. I mean, will OPEC ever have the punch it used to have if the United States and Canada combined are such giants on the market?
Well, I think so. And, listen, right now, and maybe they just put on, like a bigger boxing glove or something like that because they added Brazil. And this is wild. And we don't think about Brazil. We talk about Brazil.
But is Brazil going along with it?
Yeah, Pele and Formula One. And we don't think about oil. Brazil has quietly become one of the biggest oil producers in the world, from 2.9 million barrels a day to 3.5 million barrels a day, probably getting close to going to 4 million barrels a day. Today, OPEC said, Brazil, you're not a member of OPEC, but they're a member of that confederation we called OPEC Plus. So after Brazil joins, Tom, OPEC Plus will control about 42 to 43% of global oil. Again, not as much as they did. And that's because the United States and Canada, to your point, are just churning out all the oil we can. It's really been a fossil fuel revolution the last couple of years. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and we haven't even gotten into the whole discussion about whether or the impact on the environment and the green movement and all of that, but that's for another day. It's fascinating stuff. Brian, thank you very much. You got to go to Vienna again. Another OPEC meeting is calling you. Brian Sullivan. Tonight, millions of people are under threat of severe weather in Texas as the South gets totally slammed right now. Southeast Texas and Louisiana are getting the brunt of the storm's wrath, with large hail seen in the Houston area, along with some super strong winds and heavy rain there. 6 inches could fall by tomorrow. The Gulf Coast facing the biggest threats of floods. And take a look at Hawaii. Floodwaters are hitting the islands hard during a major rain story there, with overflowing cesspools, sewers, manholes, leaving folks exposed to dead animals, chemicals, even fecal matter floating around. The state issued a public brown water advisory telling people to stay off the streets. It all comes as the UN World Meteorologist Organization says 2023 set to be the warmest year ever, and we are definitely not headed in the right direction. We bring in now meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, it seems like we're talking about something similar every week. You know, the latest indicator that the global warming is here and it's real. Yep. Yesterday, by the way, we had snow in the Great Lakes. Today, it's tornadoes and ugly weather in the south and those brown water warnings in Hawaii. It's been a bad weather week.
Yeah, and it's probably going to get worse this weekend. I mean, the Pacific Northwest is going to get into the mix, and then the East Coast is going to have a couple storms in a row, too. So let's first start with that severe weather threat. We were concerned going into today for isolated tornadoes. Happy to report we haven't had any reported tornadoes. All the bright reds tell you where all the thunderstorms are. We've had some heavy rain in areas from Texarkana heading up towards Little Rock, but it's in the Houston area that we've been most concerned with. These storms could spin a little bit and put down a tornado. So Houston, it looks like you're at the tail end of this. Things will be slowly improving. Driving out on I-10 here from Beaumont to Lake Charles, definitely some thunderstorms heading your way. See a couple of lightning strikes here. But again, we'll have to watch any of these little storms for the possibility of them starting to spin and any tornado warnings. But so far, so good. No reports of any damage or anything like that. So this storm is on the move into your Friday. It's going to fall apart a little bit. We start off with a really rainy, ugly morning, Chicago, Indianapolis to Detroit. Then by 6 p.m., that rain is over New York City, up the Hudson Valley, Syracuse, Albany to Buffalo. Just some showers in the Carolinas. Then on Saturday, our attention goes back in the south. Not so much severe weather, but it's going to pour. We're going to get a lot of heavy rain during the day Saturday. The Panhandle heading towards Jacksonville, Florida, and maybe possibly Orlando, the Lake Mary area later the day on Saturday. And then also, we talked about Hawaii. This is what we call a Kona low. So it's when we get a stalled storm system just to the east of the Hawaiian Islands. That southerly flow brings up tropical moisture, and we have gotten nailed on the Big Island here. Just to the southeast of Hilo, we've had reports of 12 to 18 inches of rain in one day. That's a ton of rain. And of course, you got the volcano summits here, and the water just runs down. And this is a lot of farmland in here. So, Tom, one of the reasons that they have this brown water advisory is because, you know, all that water is going through the farmers' fields, and then you get the pesticides and the animal. You get it. Yeah, they're saying stay out of the water for a couple days.
Yeah, I've got some coffee from Kona that is right there. Listen, real quickly, we are out of hurricane season, but we are still in tornado season, right?
Yeah, today is the last day of hurricane season. Doesn't mean we can't get one outside of the season, but we had 2 landfalling storms that hit the U.S., and nothing is heading anywhere, so we can put to rest this hurricane season. Yeah. And as we head through the weekend, we're not talking about tornadoes or hurricanes. More or less, winter will be returning, Tom. That'll be the story. Big storms heading for the Northwest.
All right, we're watching it, Bill. Thank you very much. In Los Angeles tonight, a woman is facing murder charges for allegedly shooting and killing an influential Hollywood social activist. The DA's office says the woman targeted at activist Michael Latt for being friends with a woman that she, the suspect, was stalking. On Monday, she allegedly forced herself into Latt's house and shot him. He died at a nearby hospital. Latt is the founder of a social impact marketing agency called Lead with Love, which works to support influential women and artists of color, that according to the website. Several notable people have been commenting on an Instagram post announcing his death, like filmmaker Scott Budnick, who said Latt brought hope and love to everybody, and Grey's Anatomy star Jesse Williams, he called him a shining beacon. Coming up from us, a new report from Meta highlighting how hard it is to fight fake accounts on Facebook, what it says about one country's push to influence us, all Americans, plus why lottery losers in Iowa actually ended up winning. Yeah, it's true. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Bottom of the hour, and NBC News has found that Airbnb still does not require carbon monoxide detectors to be installed at its properties, despite more than a dozen deaths in the last decade or so. More on that NBC News investigation coming up in a few minutes. But first from us, a new report from Facebook parent company Meta says it has taken down nearly 5,000 fake accounts from China, as that country becomes one of the most aggressive actors trying to sway U.S. public opinion on social media. The accounts on Facebook were aimed at Americans criticizing both sides of America's political spectrum. That means the intention really is not to try to push to one opinion or another, but rather to capitalize on and further divide, really, the chasm between political parties and Americans. The information comes from Meta's third quarter integrity report. It says the company took down 5 distinct Chinese networks targeting foreign audiences just this year, which is more than any other country. And that brings up some real concerns as we head now into the 2024 election. We bring in now NBC's cybersecurity reporter, Kevin Collier. Kevin, this seems like a lot of accounts, but it also tells us probably there are more out there, right? It sounds like China is not backing off of its efforts to influence U.S. public opinion.
They're not backing off. I mean, the good news, if you want to call it that way, is they really don't get that much traction. They're not that good at engaging with real users. The bad news is they are not letting up. It is a constant force. There's every evidence that it's going to keep being more and more of these campaigns being created as we get closer to an election.
So do these foreign efforts to influence U.S. public opinion, do they work? Do they pay off? That's one question I have. Are we already so set in our beliefs that we're not swayed easily by the stuff we see on Facebook? And why is it so hard to find and bring down these accounts?
Well, as Ken Delaney and I reported exclusively recently, one of the major reasons why it's so hard for these platforms to find these accounts is the U.S. government is no longer tipping any of the platforms, Facebook, Google, Twitter, et cetera, about the information the U.S. intelligence community finds about foreign intelligence propaganda efforts. There has been a Republican attorneys general lawsuit. They consider it a censorship issue, but a response of that has been that while that lawsuit plays out, the FBI no longer briefs any of these companies about them. They have to find these campaigns on their own.
And how aggressively are they pursuing that? I mean, Microsoft in the past was pretty aggressive, I know, about going after and looking for foreign influence, but how aggressively are these various companies, Microsoft, Meta, others, in looking for it?
It varies. Meta loves to tout the accounts that they find and they've taken down. They tell us about them. Twitter appears to not be doing it at all. And we also just don't know what we don't know. We know when we learned about these accounts, but we don't know, no one has a complete picture of all of these, what was happening on all these platforms.
Yeah, interesting, especially in light of the comments yesterday from Elon Musk about Twitter X. Kevin, thank you very much. Kevin Collier. We want to get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you might want to know about tonight. Number 1, a New York appeals court has reinstated that gag order against former President Donald Trump. It was put on hold for a couple of weeks while Trump tried to appeal it. The order bans Trump, who's repeatedly targeted the New York judge's law clerk, from making public statements about the judge's staff. Number 2, a district judge is rejecting a bid by Texas. The state wanted to stop Customs and Border Protection from destroying the razor wire fencing that Texas put up along its border with Mexico. The state's attorney general says he now will appeal that decision. Number 3, Senator Rand Paul performed the Heimlich maneuver on Senator Joni Ernst today after she choked on some food during a Republican conference lunch. Ernst commented on the incident, turning it into a political attack. She tweeted, "Can't help but choke on the woke policies Dems are forcing down our throats. Thanks, Dr. Rand Paul." It never ends, apparently. Number 4, the Iowa lottery posted the wrong Powerball numbers for about 7 hours on its website, blaming, quote, human reporting error. But luckily, if you cashed in a winning ticket during that time, you get to keep the money. Prices ranged from $4 to $200. And I ask, is it a coincidence that Hallie is off today? Just asking. I don't know. Number 5, astronomers have found a rare solar system with 6 planets. It's 100 light years away. It's not a quick weekend trip. Unfortunately, researchers say there's little to no chance that there's any life on these planets. But the discovery can help explain how solar systems across the Milky Way have formed. And experts think there are, listen to this, trillions of planets out there beyond Earth. Trillions. All right, now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been trying to keep an eye on. Tonight, that's the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The invisible gas is odorless and it can kill. Detectors can be the only warning. A new NBC News investigation has found at least 19 people have died from suspected carbon monoxide poisoning at Airbnbs in the last decade. And now the families of those tragedies are speaking out and fighting back, pushing for the company to require carbon monoxide alarms in every one of their listings. So, Hallie Jackson has that story.
When Sebastian Mejia won a prestigious Fulbright scholarship and moved to Brazil last year, his mom, Rosa, couldn't have felt more proud.
He was the kind of person that really did everything that he wanted to do. He set his goals and worked towards it.
But just a few months later, Sebastian's family got a message from the host of the Airbnb where he'd been staying. The 24-year-old was dead.
All I can describe is like a bomb dropped on me. I felt every single possible feeling. I was in shock. I literally, when I learned what happened with Sebastian, I stopped breathing. My heart died with him.
The killer? Carbon monoxide poisoning.
Initially, it's just shock, grief, sadness, crying. Now it's turns to like anger.
Carbon monoxide gas has no smell, no color, no taste, sometimes called the invisible killer. It's made when fuel is burned in things like water heaters, gas stoves, and cars. Its symptoms mimic the flu, and in high concentrations, it can be deadly, which is why detectors are critical. According to a technical report from Rio de Janeiro police, Sebastian's Airbnb had 4 times the maximum acceptable carbon monoxide levels and no detector. In the bathroom where Sebastian died, the report says, a broken water heater and improper ventilation.
My son didn't have to die.
An investigation by NBC News has identified 19 deaths since 2013 at Airbnb properties involving alleged carbon monoxide poisoning. All of those deaths happened outside the U.S. While nearly every American state requires detectors in some residential buildings, international guidelines recommend a detector on every floor, but regulations differ by country. After a death in Taiwan in 2014, Airbnb said in a blog post it would require hosts to install carbon monoxide detectors by the end of the year. Nearly a decade later, still no requirement. That blog post now deleted.
When people rent those spaces, they expect, again, a minimum level of safety and protection. And without a carbon monoxide alarm, we can't be sure that we're going to wake up the next day.
Airbnb says safety is a top priority, describing incidents as exceptionally rare. For hosts, the company encourages the installation of detectors and offers a free one. So far, giving out detectors to nearly 250,000 hosts. That amounts to fewer than 6% of all hosts worldwide. One 2018 study found less than 60% of U.S.-based Airbnb hosts said they had carbon monoxide detectors installed. For renters, Airbnb provides a search filter to find only homes with detectors. At least 6 lawsuits have been filed against the company concerning carbon monoxide poisoning, including one by Sebastian's family. 3 are ongoing, 1 was dismissed, and 2 were settled for undisclosed amounts. Now, Sebastian's family says they're pushing for Airbnb to require all properties have carbon monoxide detectors.
We don't care about any settlement that Airbnb is trying to reach with us. We want people to know about this issue so that it's changed.
That amount of money will ever compensate the life and the future that my son had. Never.
Rosa working to honor her son's legacy by fighting for change. Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
You might consider taking a CO detector with you when you stay at an Airbnb, wherever you go. When we come back, a mysterious explosion has killed at least one person and flattened a home near Minneapolis. What we know about that investigation. Plus, a U.S. state is now reporting a big uptick in the number of kids with pneumonia. We're talking to a doctor about who is at risk when we come back.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're back, and a county in Ohio is the first in the country to report a cluster of pneumonia cases in kids. The medical director for Warren County tells NBC News there have been 145 cases reported since August just there, and that meets the state's definition of an outbreak. It comes as hospitals in China and Denmark have been reporting surging cases of pediatric pneumonia. The county's medical director says there is no connection with China or Denmark. Dr. Kavita Patel is one of our favorites. She's here to help us understand all of this. A lot of experts think that the COVID lockdown, could have suppressed immunity for kids of what they're exposed to naturally, and therefore they're more susceptible to pneumonia?
Yeah, that's the running theory. But in general, this is similar to what we did see in the United States. What we're seeing in China happened about a year ago in the United States with the triple-demic. So the idea is that China has had this immunity debt, or people that have not been exposed.
And they've been locked down more recently.
More recently, their lockdowns were kind of released more recently. But then in terms of what's unfolding, and it won't just be Ohio, I'm sure that we will see this pattern cropping up. It is, again, kind of these seasonal viruses, and they made it clear in the public health department that they're trying to figure out the sources, but they're not concerned that it's something of a novel COVID virus or something to be concerned about. But it is heightened awareness for parents everywhere, including no matter where you are outside of Ohio, that if you've got sniffles, something, get it checked out.
Okay, so next question is, what should you be watching for? Now, as a kid, I had, when I was a teenager, I think, I had walking pneumonia.
Yeah.
And if my next-door neighbor wasn't the family doctor, he said he would have put me in the ER, but instead he came over and checked on me.
Right.
So what should parents be watching for? How do you know that it's something more serious than just, the sniffles?
Yeah, so something that always, when in doubt, just get it checked out. But when it's more serious, the clinical signs that make it more serious, fevers, chills, things that might start out as nasal congestion but seem to get deeper and deeper into not just a cough, but children telling you they've got pain in their chest when they breathe. Those are warning signs. And then, of course, if someone's having difficulty breathing, always kind of make that an urgent case. And get it checked out, because doctors and pediatricians can test for the 4 kind of common viruses: flu A, flu B, RSV, and COVID. Those are the kind of magic 4 that we're seeing a lot.
And some of them are teaming up. I remember being exhausted. I mean, literally sleeping 20 hours a day. And just could not get picked up out of bed.
Yeah, that's another great sign. GI distress. With RSV, we can see kind of problems with your appetite, problems digesting, so that can be another clue. But anytime parents know best.
Yeah.
When you see somebody and when you see your child in distress, don't wait to get it checked out, because remember, we've got treatments for COVID in some cases. We have an RSV vaccine now if you don't have RSV. All things to think about.
What you said is so critical. We as parents sometimes doubt ourselves. No, we know our kids best.
We do.
Okay, Dr. Patel, thank you very much. Good info as always. All right, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and it's tough to read, watch, or listen to everything, so our bureau teams have done it for you and for me. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions, and we call this segment The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, a house in Minnesota, look at that, exploded and burned, killing at least one person, according to fire investigators, and they're looking into why it happened and whether anyone else was inside. Out of our Western Bureau, take a look at this underwater footage. This is that Navy plane that we told you about that overshot a runway in Hawaii and landed in the bay. It's now sitting on top of a coral reef. The Navy is investigating and trying to find a way to get the plane out of the water. From our D.C. Bureau tonight, the National Christmas Tree has its moment to shine in a lighting ceremony outside the White House. Hopefully, the 40-foot tree won't blow over again, like it did earlier this week. With the help of a crane, it's back up, standing upright, hoping the Grinch will stay away tonight. Coming up from us, an eye-opening survey about risky driving. How many people admit to bad behavior on the road and how fast things can go wrong? That's coming up after a break.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're back, and the FBI is today offering a $10,000 reward. Listen to this. After the carjacking of an FBI agent just blocks from Capitol Hill. Authorities here in the district say the agent was getting out of his agency-issued vehicle when two suspects approached, and they drove off in the car. The whole thing only lasted a matter of minutes. The vehicle was recovered in another part of the city less than half an hour later. Police say this is the video of the suspects abandoning the video. It's just the latest carjacking in the headlines, and D.C. has seen a huge uptick in vehicles being stolen so far this year, and carjackings are often the reason. NBC's Ryan Riley joins me now. Ryan, you listen to the radio driving into work every day, and it's another carjacking, and I'm going to drive home, and it's another carjacking. I mean, this is a real problem.
It really is. It's definitely been pronounced in D.C. More broadly, I think in the past few years, the reason that we've seen more of these carjackings is really because of technology. It's not like you can just smash a window on to a car and then hotwire it like you sort of could in the old days. You need that key fob, and that's the reason that we sort of have this more of a spike in carjackings, because it's not as easy to just steal a car that's not occupied. You actually need to physically get that key fob from the driver in that case. So this could be something that in a few years maybe there's another more advanced technological solution to. But for now, it's a real problem for people in D.C. where we've seen this spike in carjackings. There was actually a member of Congress who had his car jacked just last month. So it's definitely been hitting average people as well as pretty prominent people, including a member of the FBI. And you've really got to wonder, you see them fleeing after the scene there, if that's after they realized that this was a government vehicle, exactly why they decided to abandon it here. Because, I imagine if you'd going around the glove box there a little bit, you might have been able to figure out what was happening here.
They may have seen a Kojak light, a police radio, and an FBI badge and realized, oh boy, we made a mistake. Ryan, thank you very much. Ryan Riley. There's new data out today showing more than half of drivers out there say they are not always practicing safe driving. Now, the studies from the AAA, it found deadly crashes involving risky behaviors like drunk driving or speeding are at an epidemic right now on our roadways. Here's what my team and I found out.
For drivers out here, things can go catastrophically wrong in a matter of seconds. New figures suggest we have a long road to travel when it comes to making the streets even safer, with more than half of all drivers in a new AAA survey admitting they engage in bad behavior behind the wheel.
It's unfortunate because I think that we do things behind the wheel of our car that we wouldn't do in line at a grocery store, and lives are at stake when we're on the road.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says more than 19,000 people have been killed on the nation's roads just in the first half of this year. An alarming rate despite improvements over the last year and a half. And the most recent data shows speed contributes to about a third of traffic fatalities.
Speed is the biggest factor that we see that leads to crashes. When you throw in a lot of folks behind the wheel distracted, whether it's with other passengers in the car or a cell phone, that's really a combination that's going to lead to some bad things and some careless things happening.
Pennsylvania State Police say troopers issued more than 10,000 speeding citations over the recent Thanksgiving travel period. That's up 14% from the year before. While in Maryland,
Whiskey 10, I got hit. I need fire rescue.
A Montgomery County police officer had to have both legs amputated after authorities say a teenager allegedly doing donuts and driving twice the speed limit intentionally hit the officer when he tried to stop him. AAA says while speeding is the most common behavior drivers admit to, about a third also say they've driven distracted or aggressively.
These are behaviors that most people wouldn't admit to a friend or a neighbor, but were willing to admit in this anonymous survey, which means that they're almost certainly underestimates of really risky, dangerous, potentially life-altering behaviors.
That's Jake Nelson there from AAA, who tells me that texting can be one of the biggest distractions for drivers, especially on a highway. When you look away to send or read a message, just those 5 seconds, you're essentially traveling the distance of a football field blind. And just one instant of a second could really lead to some terrible, terrible consequences. So, sorry to sound like your mother, but keep your hands on the wheel and keep your eyes on the road. Still to come, a radio news reporter known as the voice of D.C. talks to one of our doctors about a treatment that changed and might have saved his life. That's coming up next.